Sunday,
So there I am, and there you are. So thank you. Well, welcome. So here I am, and there you are, and welcome. So another session, we're doing it again. Of course we are. So we're doing it again. The election has come and gone, and it seems a bit somewhat flat in the space at the moment. All the squabblings around, so all of the predictable stuff going on in the background. But the election has come and gone. The winners and losers have been identified. But that's just one phase of election. There's a different phase of election up and coming. So a different phase of election up and coming. And of course, the governorship space, particular attention and focus on Lagos State, of course, because Lagos was lost at the presidential space to the Labour Party. So will they firm up their victory of February the 25th and go one step further to seize Lagos State? So that is what we'll be looking at in the build-up then to next week, Saturday, when those elections will take place. I am hopeful that there will be a debate because I'd like to see then what the candidates have to say. So anybody that has any notice of that debate taking place on any platform, all the national broadcasters, just send it to me via Instagram so that we can follow it live, especially the Lagos State space. That is really where the primary interest is, just because of what went on at the presidential space. And by the way, there are rumors that the Labour Party and the PDP are discussing possibly forming an alliance. So if they do succeed in forming that alliance, what does that mean for Sanwo-Olu? because our Labour Party already has a strong bank of voters. They have a strong bank of voters, but they are not able to carry all of those voters onto the gubernatorial space, but they will be certainly able to carry especially the ethnic composition of those voters in Lagos State to the state space. Because a lot of the people that voted for Labour Party at the presidential space, they were voting against the establishment, they were voting against TINUBU, they were voting against status quo, and they were expressing an enough narrative. And they were also voting for Peter Obi in some instances. So there's all of that wrapped into what happened in Lagos State at the presidential level on the 25th of February. So there is no reason to suppose that that would transmute from then, the 25th of February to the 11th of March, which is when the gubernatorial race will take place. So there's no reason to conclude that it will transmute. But there is certainly every reason to be not concerned, but to take heed that a lot of it might transmute, because a lot of the votes that went to Peter Obi in Lagos State, they are ethnic based, and so those ethnic based votes that went to Peter Obi at the presidential level will automatically transmute to the Labour Party candidate for Lagos. So what is the size of that? So what's the size of that? So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is the disenfranchised. Will they find home still with the Labour Party? But if Labour Party now forms an alliance with the PDP, who has a somewhat popular candidate, some character, some element called Jandor, does that then present a real potent threat to Sanwo-Olu and the APC? So all of that in the mix. So we are paying a special attention to the Lagos State space in the build-up to not to February, because February is gone, to the build-up to March the 11th. So we're paying attention to that. And that might well be, I wasn't even going to bring this up, and I wasn't even going to do that monologue. Let me tell you something, actually, before I carry on. You know that I just identify one or two stories that I want to do, but I do these things organically. I just say what comes to me, and then hopefully that gels with a conversation. So I wasn't even intending to come up with that preamble, but it just evolved organically. But now that it has evolved organically, let me bring you this headline. Lagos PDP LP Mole Alliance ahead of March the 11th Guba poll. So Mole or Mole, depending on your accent. Lagos PDP LP Mole Alliance ahead of March the 11th Guba poll. So how potent is that danger to Sanwo-Olu is the question. And is it, there's a lot of things to unpack from this, of course, but in the course of, hopefully a conversation does take place, and then we'll see how much, because we've been building up to this sort of conversation. So hopefully a conversation does take place, and we'll see how much of that conversation we can wrap around that particular narrative. So we'll be wrapping conversations around that particular narrative, and then we'll be making also a pit stop in this space. So this is a space that I've been wanting the Nigerian space to turn against for quite a long time. All these pastorpreneurs and 419 chancers are under the pulpit, that hide on the pulpit. 5 pastors whose prophecies on Nigerian presidential election missed the mark. So all of these false prophets, that will tell you one thing. There was a particular element that told us that the name of the Nigerian president is in the Bible, and I'm not aware that Abubakar occurs anywhere in the Bible, and I'm certainly certain that Tinubu does not occur anywhere in the Bible. But Peter, of course, are plentiful in the Bible. So one of those so-called pastors, evangelists, prophets, and whatever it is they call themselves, that come up with these prophecies, which always way off the mark, but still go to their church the next day and is filled with throngs of people. So we go to that space, see what conversations we're having around that. NBA scores INEC high on presidential National Assembly elections. So there it is. An NBA, of course, the Nigerian Bar Association. And also, there was an organization called Jaeger Africa that monitored these elections in real time. And they also report that it was somewhat an excellent election. So contrary to all the hooplas and brouhahas that you're hearing all over the place, a lot of people that actually took the time to monitor the elections and had the expertise to know what they are talking about, they've given this election a pass mark almost to the point of excellence. So there's that. So we make a pit stop on that as well. And then of course, we go to this space as well. How Tinubu emerged Nigeria's president with the lowest percentage of votes since 1999. So we'll be having conversations around that as well. How Tinubu emerged Nigeria's president with the lowest percentage of votes since 1999. So we'll be having conversations around that as well. We'll be exploring the reasons why that headline is the case. And we'll be kicking off, when we kick off the session, we'll be going to this space. It's an interaction with CNN by one of the presidential spokespersons, AJURI Ngelela. So that's who he is, AJURI Ngelela. So he is one of those riverine sort of persons who I often used to think he was somewhat Arab, but he's certainly Buhari spokesperson, transmuted now into Tinubu spokesperson. He had a very interesting interaction with this CNN operative, but I'm not going to give too much away, but we'll kick it off with this, and then we'll see what we're making of it. So we kick it off with that. So plenty to go through. So as ever, lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Just make that as a matter of habit. Just as soon as you're logging onto the stream, click on the like button, then you know that you fulfilled your righteousness to the platform, and then you can just relax into it. The only thing that would suggest that you have not fulfilled your righteousness to the platform is if you are not already subscribed. So click on like, and if you're not subscribed, click on subscribe. And then if you want to come join us on the studio to exchange thoughts on all of these talking points that I've highlighted. If you want to come join us on the studio, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's the first line now in the comment section, whichever platform you're listening from. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. Nothing more complex than that. It's an open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that, and if you feel inclined towards lubricating your host, thinking this guy looks thirsty, let me buy him cups of coffee, this opportunity avails as well. The next line in the comment section, if you feel like donating towards the platform, click on that buy the coffee link and go there and go wild. So be as liberal with your wallet as you can be. So there it is. So a bit of task, quite a few tasks for you to do. So as you set about doing those tasks, clicking on like and subscribe, and then of course, if you want to join the hyperlink and the coffee whatnot. So as you set about doing that, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical intermission before we come back. First we go to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, you go for me, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Hobby master keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Wailati keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Eruku lele elemu de. bóde ó jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Yeah, and there it is. There it is. I'm not quite sure why that happens, but it seems to be happening just almost at every single session now. Just as soon as I'm about to land on the screen, my system shuts down. So, but not to be deterred. Not to be deterred. Let's crack on with this. Let us crack on with it. So let's crack on with this. I'm going to change the order slightly. I was going to play you the AJURI Ngalali interaction with the CNN as the opening phase, but let me open instead with this unholy, or is it holy or necessary alliance forming between the PDP and the Labour Party. But as I do that, let me bring the panelists on the screens, such as we have for the moment. So we have Solly joining us. We have Moses joining. Moses, I'll bring you on, but you need to mute your mic first. We have Gideon joining us, and we have Efe joining us. Then we have Moses joining us. So those are the people we have for the moment. If you do want to join us, somebody is telling me that the sound is not coming through. If you can hear me, okay, indicate in the comment section. Solly, can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
All right, brilliant. So yeah, so maybe put the volume up. Daramola, maybe put the volume up where you are. And then we have John Smart joining us as well. So let me actually kick it off with the readouts first. So let's go there. Actually, let me share the screen for the readout as well, just to vary the way I do things somewhat. So let's share the screen for the readout. So there it is. Labour PDP, Lagos rather, not Labour, Lagos PDP LP Mall Alliance ahead of March the 11th Guba poll. An amalgamated Igbo group in Lagos State and People's Democratic Party PDP PDP senatorial candidate for Lagos West Senatorial District, Otumba Segun Adewale, on Friday, mauled the need for the alliance amongst opposition political parties ahead of the March the 11th governorship election in the state. Addressing newsmen in Lagos, Dr. Femi Ferguson, the chairman of the Igbo group, all right, so I'm not going to go there this time around because I went there on a different platform and they did not quite get it. But Femi Ferguson, the chairman of the Igbo group, so into that, read what you will. Addressing newsmen in Lagos, Dr. Femi Ferguson, the chairman of the Igbo group, said that the group wanted robust competition during the polls to get credible representatives in government. Ferguson, the president of Indigo United Association, said that PDP and Labour Party and other opposition political parties would be involved in the planned collaboration ahead of the governorship and House of Assembly elections to challenge the status quo. We want the people of Lagos to know that an alliance amongst opposition political parties will take place soon, especially in this state. There is going to be a tsunami. It is not going to be as usual. We want robust competition because democracy is all about competition. Therefore, we are arranging an alliance with a great tsunami accord in Lagos State and so many states of the Federation. I want to assure you that before the March 11 governorship and House of Assembly elections, such an arrangement would have been perfected. This is on the front burner. Ferguson said Adewale was at the front of the move for a merger and the group was working on it, adding, "We promise that Lagos and Nigeria will not be the same with this merger, but be sure that there will be an alliance and there will be alliances. It will come at the appointed time," he said. Ferguson cautioned all political parties to steer clear of rigging during the polls through the passing of the biomodal voter accreditation system, intimidation, and other means. So I'll leave it there, but that tells you all you really need to know about that. So what we are seeing essentially is a coming together. You can see the headline, so it's not as though I am, and it's by the champion, by the way. It's been a long time since I saw this newspaper. It belongs to Nwanyawu, if I recall. So what you are seeing on your screen, of course, Lagos PDP and Labour Party mall alliance ahead of March the 11th Guber poll. So how formidable a challenge would that present to Sanwo-Olu and his grandpapa and his godpapa, who is now the president of Nigeria? So that's where that is. So that is where that is. So on to the next one. Let me give you this. How Tinubu. Okay, let me share the screen for this one as well. Let me share the screen for this one as well, just to vary how we do things somewhat. Let's see who's there. Okay, let's bring Ola and Joel of Nashville on. So let me share the screen for this one as well, just to vary how we do things. So yes, how Tinubu emerged Nigeria's president with lowest percentage of votes since 1999. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, became the fifth president-elect of Nigeria since the country's transition to democracy in 1999. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Monday declared Tinubu winner following his victory in the Saturday, February the 25th, presidential election. His victory followed an election that held after the registration of more than 93 million Nigerians and the creation of more than 176,000 polling units across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Tinubu was declared winner, having polled 8,794,726 votes. He became the Nigerian president with the lowest total of votes cast and the lowest percentage of votes. When Nigeria transited to democracy in 1999, former President Olusegun Obasanjo of the People's Democratic Party PDP polled a total of 18,738,154 million votes, which represented 62.8% of the 29.8 million votes cast, 29.8 million valid votes cast, whilst Oluyemi Falaye of the Alliance for Democracy polled a total of 11.1 million, which represented 37.2% of the votes cast. Recasting 4 years later, in an election with 60.8 million registered voters, Olusegun Obasanjo scored. Obasanjo polled 24.1 million votes, which represented 61.8% of the 39 million valid votes cast, the candidate of the All Nigeria People's Party, Mohammed Buhari, came a distant second with a total of 12.4 million votes, which represents 32% of the total vote cast. Whilst the All Progressive Grand Alliance, ABGA, presidential candidate, Odubegu Ojukwu, polled let's round it off to 3, polled 1.3 million votes, which represented 3.3% of the valid votes cast. Although under Maurice Iwu's watch as its chairman, INEC recorded a total of 61.5 million registered voters towards the 2007 general elections. The number of voter turnout decreased to 35.4 million. While the PDP sustaining their winning ways, the late President Musa Yar'Adua defeated Buhari, a second-time contender, on the platform of the ANPP, and Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president of the Action Congress, by gathering a total of 24. And by the way, it is quite curious that a lot of these names continue to recall. I just noticed that all of the names that have been contending the Nigerian presidential space since this now are we in the Fourth Republic now in this new latest experimentation with democracy? It's just the same set of names. Buhari contending all the way through. With the PDP sustaining their winning ways, the late President Musa Yar'Adua defeated Buhari, a second-time contender, on the platform of the ANPP, and Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president of the Action Congress, by gathering a total of 24.6 million votes, which represents 69.6% of the votes cast, against Buhari's 18.6 million votes and Atiku's 7 points. And by the way, a lot of this is actually speaking to the freeness and the fairness of this election that has taken place. If you want to see rigging, this is what rigging looks like. Maybe I should be pulling out these percentages. You know, they were as ridiculous as awarding themselves nearly 70% of the vote. Look at that. It's unbelievable. 61.8%. Who wins an election by 62.8 million votes? 62.8% of the votes. 61.8% of the votes. So there it is. And what was this one now? The one under Maurice Iwu. Just ridiculous figures, really. So there it is. I'm trying to see the percentage. Let's say the percentage for Musa Yar'Adua. Yeah, he got 69.60% of the vote. And if you want to really see that this was rigging, Musa Yar'Adua was a totally unknown person within the Nigerian space. We're not talking about Umaru Yar'Adua, of course. We're talking about his junior brother, Musa Yar'Adua, who was just some obscure technocrat hidden away somewhere in Katsina, a sickly man, but a studious man, who just landed himself in the state house of his own home state. Totally unknown quantity. And he was contending with Buhari, a national figure, contending against Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president, and he got 69.60% of the votes. So if you are looking for rigging, look no further. Also in 2011, the PDP presidential candidate Goodluck Jonathan won against Buhari, who was with the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, and Nuhu Ribadu of the Action Congress of Nigeria, with 22.5 million votes, or 58.8% of the vote. So we are now progressively headed now in the direction of somewhat of a balanced voting system. So 58% of the vote, you still query that is somewhat a rigged still election, but there's an element of believability to it. The 16 years dominance of the PDP's The 16 years dominance of PDP's presidency ended abruptly in 2015 when Buhari defeated Goodluck Jonathan with a total of 15.4 million votes, representing 53.9% of the votes. So that's where we are. So increasing progress now in the voting structures representing more the will of the people. But does it continue? Let's find out. Buhari retained power in 2019 by polling 15.19 million votes, which represents 55. So he's giving himself a marginal increment. So that was in totality a rigged figure, but they're still giving us the percentages of believability. Buhari retained power in 2019 by polling 15.19 million votes, which represented 55.60% of the total votes. However, despite the surge in numbers of registered voters for the 2023 general elections to 96.46 million, data from the just concluded presidential and National Assembly elections showed that 24.9 million eligible Nigerians voted, which means that only 26.6% of the registered voters participated in the election. So let's just pause there for a moment, because I think that's the point that they were looking to land on. So those figures then, so 93.4, yes, let's just or let's say 96.5, 93 point, let's give you the total figure, 93,469,008 million. So those are the registered voters, and of that, 24% of them, 26.6% of them voted, which was 24.9 million voters. So this February the 25th election, 24.9 million voters decided the fate of Nigerians and Nigeria. But why was that is really the question. Why was that? So you don't need me to tell you why the voter turnout was so low. You all know the reason, so I don't have to recite it to you. There was the Naira change, the heavy militarization of the voting space, the lack of fuel, and the fear that has been instilled in people. It was only really people that were energized and driven by what they considered to be a greater purpose that turned out for that election in great numbers, and people also that were mobilized. So that explains all of that. So there is no real magic to it. We all know the circumstances that led to this low voter turnout. That was less than 55.60% and 53.93% figures recorded in 2019 and 2015 presidential election, respectively. Tinubu won the election with 8,794,726 million votes, 35.2%. To defeat closest rival Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, who had 6,984,520 million votes. Peter Obi of the Labour Party, who had 6,101,533 votes, and Rabiu Kwankwaso, who just made up the figures. So those are the raw figures as they are. But the figures, raw as they are, they don't even begin to tell you the story of what transpired. A lot to unpack from that space, of course. But let's go on to the next readout as we continue to huddle through. So let's go on to the next readout. A lot to unpack from that space, because those raw numbers don't anywhere near tell you just what went down. It doesn't anywhere near tell you just what went down in that space. But let's go on to the next readout. Let's go on to the next. Sorry, let me mute. Let's just mute you for a moment. So this is more like fun and games sort of thing. Pastor Palongo and the Gullibles, Pastor Palongo and the Gullibles. There should be a book on that, Pastor Palungo and the Gullibles. Empty the contents of your wallet into mine in the name of God. Empty the contents of your wallet into mine in the name of God. 5 pastors whose prophecies on Nigerian presidential election missed the mark. Right, let's pick it from here. Before the February 25th, 2023 presidential election, some Nigerian pastors delivered varying prophecies on the winners and losers of the election, whereas some of the clerics claimed that God spoke to them and they were sure that the former vice president and presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, would win the presidential election. Some said it will be Peter Obi of the Labour Party, whilst others prophesied that Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC will become the next Nigerian president. Though with varying prophecies, all the pastors and prophets claimed they received their prophecies from God. Correspondence report. However, the outcome of the presidential election has turned some of the clerics to what could be described as fake prophets, whom, according to the Holy Book of God, the Bible, those who God did not send. I'm not sure where this is going, so it's going to read somewhat ridiculous, but okay, let me pick it from this paragraph. 5 pastors and prophets whose the outcome of the presidential election has proven wrong and to be fake includes the spiritual leader of the INRI Evangelical Spiritual Church, Primate Elijah Oyedele, who prophesied that Atiku of the PDP would emerge the next president. Oyedele had made the statement via his media aide, Oluwatosin, something or the other, listed some of the assignments given to Atiku when he becomes the president, including restructuring, fixing education, reducing the price of petrol, etc., etc. So that's the first one. Let's go on to the next one. So where's the next 419? Similarly, a popular pastor and founder of Christ Embassy, Pastor Chris Oyakilome, in his prophecy, said that God showed him Obi of the Labour Party. I wonder if this is what is emboldening Obi to be feather flapping in the manner that he has been. With the Lord had told his prophet that he was going to be president, and God cannot be right. So the Supreme Court will then make this is. I wonder if that's how his mind works. Similarly, a popular pastor and founder of Christ Embassy, Pastor Chris Oyakilome, in his prophecy, said that God showed him Obi of the Labour Party as the next president of Nigeria. Oyakilome on Friday, February the 17th, 2023, in what looks like an indirect endorsement of Obi, said that Obi is God's preferred choice for Nigeria to succeed President Buhari. So that's the that's the second 419 guy. So where's the third? Let's look for the third. Let's look for the third 419 guy. Okay, so that was Oyakilome. It says, but Oyakilome's prophecy has been proven to be fake by the outcome of the election as Tinubu emerged president-elect. Also, General Overseer, King of Kings Deliverance Ministry Worldwide, Prophet Emmanuel Chukwudi, prophesied that Atiku would win. So that's the latest one. That's number 4. And in the same vein, a Kwara-based Christian cleric, Pastor Christopher Olabisi, prophesied that he heard from God that Atiku would win the presidential election. So there it is. But of course, there will still be countless millions of people thronging to their churches to part with 10% of their earnings. So a fool and his money soon to pass. Some things will never change in Nigeria. And certainly that's one of those things that never will change in Nigeria. So let's go on to this one. I think this may well be the last readout. So you don't have to endure my whatever it is that I do anymore. So let's go now to the Nigerian Bar Association, see how they are positioned. Nigerian Bar Association scores INEC high on presidential National Assembly election. So I'm not quite sure what greater endorsement there can be. The Nigerian Bar Association NBA has scored the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC high in the conduct of last weekend's presidential and National Assembly elections in the country. The NBA president Yakubu Maikwai or whatever, who spoke in a channel's television program on Saturday, however, admitted that the elections were not without their challenges. INEC had come under heavy criticism following reports of operational failures, including malfunctioning of the biomodal accreditation system and the late arrival of electoral officers to polling units across the country. The election was also marred by allegations of result manipulation, voter suppression, and intimidation, as well as non-upload of election results from the polling units, amongst others. INEC on Wednesday declared the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu as the winner of the February the 25th election after polling blah, 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 to defeat the People's Democratic Party PDP Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi of the Labour Party and 15 other candidates in the exercise. My Q, or whatever his name is, said, I will say that the elections went well. Those who came out were not happy to express their franchise. Oh, we're happy. So let me take that again. I will say that the elections went well. Those who came out were happy to express their franchise. There were challenges, definitely. There were some infractions, some of which actually constituted electoral offenses. But on the whole, I will score INEC as having performed maybe about 78 to 80% in the delivery of these elections. There will be an A for every exam, notwithstanding all the things, that would be an A for every exam, notwithstanding all the things that have happened, which we are not ignoring. That is why we are admonishing and advising INEC and recommending to INEC that in those areas where we saw lapses in the election held on the 25th of February, deliberate effort must be taken to make sure that those lapses do not occur again in the elections that are coming up on the 11th of March. Because when these lapses happened, it's impacted on the confidence of the public in the process. So there it is. And I think somebody has also sought an injunction. I think it was actually the Labour Party that sought an injunction compelling INEC to upload the results at the state level electronically. So there it is, and here they are. I have this interaction with this interaction between AJURI in Galali and Zain on a CNN, which I'd like to play to you. But let's come to the panelists first, and we'll kick it off from there. We'll play that interaction later on in the session. But let's kick it off first and go to a new name that seems to be joining us, Darati. So Darati, am I pronouncing it right? Good to see you, Darati. Are you there on mute? Darati, are you there? All right. All right. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. If it's not there, then it's not there. Let's get someone else on. So let me come then. Let me come to Efe. So let's kick it off with Efe. Efe, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let's kick it off with you then. And let's start it off then with the Nigerian Bar Association then scoring the election in its totality 80%, whilst acknowledging that there were some issues that still needs to be addressed for the future. Would you endorse? Are you aligned with that score by the NBA?
Yes, most definitely. This election that has just been concluded seems to be the most credible election that INEC would have INEC has organized ever in the history of this country. And I totally agree with NBA. I totally agree with NBA. Yes, it is not 100%. This is the first time deploying most of these technologies, and we don't expect to get 100% perfection on the first deployment. It's not possible. So I totally agree with NBA. I actually watched it on the news today, and when the president was speaking, and yes, I agree with all of his comments on the election.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, FA. This now coming together of the PDP and the Labour Party, especially in the Lagos State space. So they've seen that a window seemed to somewhat open, which opened on the 25th of February, and they want to leverage that to seize Lagos State from the APC. How potent is that danger that APC might lose Lagos if that alliance is formed?
One thing I would say is, even if the alliance is formed, APC can never lose Lagos. The events that transpired on the 25th of February and TINUBU losing Lagos State to the obedient was just because of a lot of things played out. We had the church playing a role in it. We had ethnicity playing a role in it, and we had the Muslim candidacy of the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress also playing a role in it. But the governorship election is a different thing entirely. It's a different ball game, and there's nobody that is living in Lagos today that would not give kudos or give honor to whom honor is due to. And when I'm saying who is this honor due to, it is Governor Sanwo-Olu. I can say out of the whole 35 states that has a governor, he will be among the top 3 that has performed excellently well. And one good term deserves another. So no matter how if they do an alliance of PDP, LP, NNPP, I can beat my chest and say it's going to be a landslide victory for Sanwo-Olu on the 11th of March. A landslide victory for Sanwo-Olu. GRV, if you notice, because I've been following GRV on Twitter, immediately after the result.
Sorry, who or what is GRV?
That's Gbadibo, the governorship candidate for the party.
All right, okay, yes, Chinedu.
Yeah. So ever since the election, the presidential election has been concluded and the winner announced, he has been very proactive on Twitter, posting at least 5 to 6 times in a day, which he was not doing before. And one thing I noticed that most of the APC supporters in Lagos have started doing now, they started making use of the social media space also for this governorship election. You know, for the presidential election, everybody felt the social media won't play a very large role in the election, and they made a very big mistake there. The social media played a very big role in the election. Even Obi, with the number he has, the old propaganda, I've come across people who have asked before the election, who are you supporting? Now they tell me Obi. And I asked, why are you supporting Obi? They tell me because Obi turned Anambra to London. Have you gone to Anambra before? Have you seen pictures of Anambra before? They say no. Then how do you know? I was told.
Anambra is a shithole.
I was told.
We've seen images, so not that I'm just being derisory from what we have seen.
I've seen images too, and there was a time Anambra was tagged as the erosion capital of Nigeria.
There was a time it was tagged the dirtiest state in Nigeria.
So these are things that the social media pushed this propaganda, and a lot of people keyed into it. A lot of people bought it. They believed every story that came out of it, and the ruling party felt the social media would not be effective, but it was very, very effective with the numbers we had. And currently now, following what I've been seeing online, even APC supporters in Lagos are even more proactive right now than the Labour. It seems the Obedient have gone to sleep right now after the election. They've gone to total sleep. So I'm very sure, I'm certain that no matter the alliance, and I'm very sure there will be no alliance, Jandor definitely will not step down for GRV. GRV will not step down for Jandor. So what played out in the presidential election will also play out in the governorship election with Sanwo-Olu winning.
But if Sanwo-Olu does win, actually before we go there, you say that you don't see the alliance taking place, but they are confident that the alliance will take place. So let's just humor that the alliance might take place. If the alliance does take place, who do you think would have seniority in that space? Who do you think will have seniority one, but who do you think has the most popularity too? Who do you think the momentum is with in that alliance?
It's a very difficult thing to predict. But right now, I would want, if it was before the to say GRV would have the most seniority between him and Jandor. That is Jandor coming down for him, and if we still remember, Jandor and GRV were once fighting for this governorship ticket under PDP. If you remember carefully, very well, vividly, sorry. Bode George, Bode George, the PDP chieftain, once said it, that GRV, he even advised Jandor to take GRV as a deputy. So with all these things, PDP, GRV, before the presidential election, I would say would have had the numbers to be in the senior position ahead of Jandor. But with what is playing out now, with the Obedient falling asleep, I think they are hibernating right now. I don't think GRV has, because he has some hip-hop thing playing out with him right now. They've been digging out his past for him. They've been digging out his old dirty past out for him, and all these things.
Sorry, whose dirty past are they digging out?
GRV Gbadibo.
Yes, no,
his whole hip-hop comments.
We are saying it is all over social media, and the fact that I can't speak Yoruba, it's just I can't see how that works.
Exactly, and Jandor has done more thorough campaign than him. I've had the opportunity to go through, check Jandor's campaign. He has gone to the Riverine area, even places where Sanwo-Olu has not visited. Jandor has done a very, very thorough campaign in Lagos State. So I'm not sure I'm certain that with those efforts Jandor has put into campaign, he definitely will not come down for GRV. But if I'm to predict, I would say Jandor would be coming down for GRV, because GRV most definitely the Obedience or his principal Obi would definitely not want that to happen. GRV coming down.
Efe, you said that. Sorry, am I pronouncing your name right? By the way.
Yes.
Yeah. So Efe, you said that the Obedience are hibernating. But I am not sure that I am with you 100% there, because they have really a moment in time, that obedient phenomenon. And we have seen they've given Tinubu somewhat a bloody nose in Lagos State. So that's the highlight of everything that they've done so far. The totality of everything that they've done so far is to give Tinubu somewhat of a little slap in Lagos State, just by getting marginally. It's only 10,000 votes, by the way, the margins, but still significant enough, the headlines that they won Lagos State. So it's somewhat of a minor slap. But if they don't, I suspect that they will put all of their energy to Lagos State to see if they can seize Lagos State from him. And if they succeed in doing that, then I suspect that Obi will go there to campaign for this guy, and he will stay there until the results are called. I think they're after Lagos State, the obedient space.
Yes, mostly they are after Lagos State, but I'm very sure the Yorubas of Lagos, the Lagos indigene who didn't come out to vote, one, the youths who are Yorubas and actually most of the youths supported Obi for the presidency, and that's why we had Labour Party bringing out rep, because most people didn't want to make a mistake of voting, um, mistaking the senatorial um, um, ballot paper for the presidential paper. So they voted LP all through. So I
Yes,
think it's going
that happened. That happened also in Kaduna. They were just not to be certain that they were voting for Obi. They just voted
yeah,
LP for everything that was presented in front of them, and that was it. You have an Okada
but
man in the House of Rep, and all this nonsense. Yeah.
but with this gubernatorial election will be a different ball game. And I can tell one thing for sure is most of the rigging, the Labour Party, I can say the Labour Party was the was the highest rigger. I don't know the correct English to use
No,
in
you
this
are
election.
right. You are right. We especially because even yesterday we were matching reports by INEC agents at polling units against the result on the IRL or the uploads, and so we know they heavily rigged because we've proven it just as early as yesterday. But carry
Yeah,
on.
I've even seen I've seen INEC, I've seen the EC8 form where the score of each party for each polling for the polling unit, where a single individual is standing as agent for all party and also standing as the supervisor in that polling unit, and all this happened in southeast. So the way they rigged in the presidential election, they would not have the opportunity to do so. And this time around, I'm very sure Lagosians, the real core Lagosians, are coming out to vote for someone, because this old Chinedu playing out for Gbadibo and all that, this whole high pop comment he has made in the past would actually um, um, reduce his chances. And currently now, most of the obedient now, most of them, I can say 70% of them have given up. The way they came out in mass to vote.
Efe, if they don't seize Lagos, and if Tinubu holds on to, he's already won the presidency. So if he has the presidency and manages to hold on to Lagos State, then he wins it all, doesn't he? So the whole Obi thing is a huff and a puff that did not blow anything down. It will, if they don't get Lagos, the whole of the everything will ultimately land as just empty noise.
Yes, definitely. But the question we should be asking ourselves is Tinubu willing to lose Lagos? Of course not. You cannot be building a house for a very long time, having a vision for a particular state, and in just a twinkle of an eye, you allow somebody just redirect the progress. Like Fayoshe said, Lagos is not a state for try and error. And I'm very sure the question we should be asking is Tinubu, not even the obedient, trying to take over Lagos. Is Tinubu willing to lose Lagos? I am certain that the most desperate person here right now to hold on to Lagos is Tinubu, because being in the presidency, he also needs Lagos. Lagos is a very key factor for him, and he needs someone he can talk to as governor in that state. So the most desperate person here right now to hold on to Lagos, who is going to put his all, and now he's not focusing on his presidency anymore. He has won it. So he's going to be fully on ground to make sure he reconcile with every part, every aggrieved party, whosoever. I don't know. Have you seen the way Teslim in Oyo State is campaigning?
No, I
The way
think I think I think Sheyi Makinde might lose Oyo State. You know, I just have
because
that. Yeah.
with the way Teslim is campaigning in Oyo State, I'm giving a prediction that Sheyi Makinde will lose Oyo. He's going to lose it. He's going to
Yes.
lose it to Teslim. So that same rugged campaign is what will come into play during this week. I'm seeing Tinubu leaving Abuja and coming down to Lagos just because of this election this week. So it's going to be Sanwo-Olu we win with a landslide. And the most desperate person here right now for this governorship election in Lagos State is Tinubu. So the question we should be saying, these questions we're asking is Tinubu willing to lose Lagos? And I'm very sure he's not willing to lose Lagos.
If Tinubu does not hold on to Lagos, then it will make the whole of his presidency a nonsense. Because the whole of the idea of Tinubu being the Nigerian president is to make Lagos a special project and then turn it into the international space that it should and rightly should be, so that it is Paris, London, Berlin, Lagos, you know. But you cannot have Chinedu there to synergize. It doesn't work.
It's definitely not going to work.
Yeah.
This is part of what I'm saying. With Tinubu right now in the presidency, he needs to have someone as a governor in Lagos, someone he can talk to. And I see that that bond coming in if Lagosians are thinking straight right now, they should keep their emotions aside. They should throw away their emotions, no matter how aggrieved they are. Even the Igbos in Lagos, no matter how aggrieved they are, they need to throw it away and make sure someone who returns, because it is going to be of more advantage to them. As if Tinubu at least taking 30% of the resources he has within his capacity as a president and deploying those resources in Lagos State. So, which is going to be a very high advantage, massive advantage for Lagosians. So Tinubu, like I've said before, and I'll repeat it, is the most desperate person right here. He's definitely not going to open his eyes and see. Obasanjo could not take Lagos State from him, so I don't see obedience. In fact,
You don't say Chinedu doing what Obasanjo cannot do. Chinedu.
In fact, recently I've come to this whole election that played out. I just came to the conclusion that this whole OB movement was actually the catalyst. There was the media. The whole media was the catalyst that quickened the reaction. And now the whole media right now is asleep.
The whole media was against the Tinubu presidency.
Yes,
and I cannot think of one media that supported him. Maybe some of them were somewhat neutral, but a little bit biased. But a lot of them were. Arise was.
Channels was neutral, but the worst of them all was Arise TV.
They're still campaigning against him, even.
Yes, Arise TV was played it out that yes, this person. It was actually clear they were quick to bring on people that were talking against him to their show. So right now, everyone
and that profile of Oseni is the worst example of everything. The worst example. It's just
very worst, and that was why they were quick to bring this guy on their show, David Udein. And right now, the guy is in a mess right now. I think Oxford University.
They kicked him out. Yes, Oxford kicked him out. Yeah.
So he's in a deep mess right now, and I'm not sure. I'm very sure that is also a big blow on Arise TV, bringing up somebody like that your show. So the whole media right now is asleep. The media was the key player in Obi's whole popularity. And that media is not playing that role now for Gbadebo. The media is asleep. I'm very certain that Gbadebo will not get half the votes Obi got in the presidential election in Lagos. This is my prediction.
Sorry, one man.
He
If
will not
I'm
get
going
half
to,
the vote.
if I was going to chip in, this governorship election, are they going to use the same system of uploading, or or INEC has agreed that they're not
No,
going
no,
to?
I think there's a court injunction led by Labour Party that they must electronically upload for this state space.
Okay, because that's another.
How they're
One
able
man,
to, I don't. How they're able to, I don't know.
one man,
Because
I'm
it's
not
just
sure.
yeah.
I'm not sure INEC would actually upload. We actually go into electronic transmission. Um, Labour Party with video evidence and many things that we've seen online. They had plan on hacking the system. It was very clear. That was their plan. They had plan on hacking the system. And that's why when I see people shouting, they rig, they rig, they rig, you have somebody that did not campaign the whole 36 states and could still gather 6 million votes and you say they rig. The argument is totally baseless. They had their plan on hacking the system. And when INEC said they were receiving several attacks from Russia, from Israel on their system,
But
and they had to just shut it down.
But I really don't understand your point of them hacking the system, because if they're uploading the election documents, which are more or less like hard copy files, what exactly are they that they can use to reference the numbers, the digital numbers? What exactly are they hacking?
They can upload cloned numbers now.
Cloned what
They
numbers
can
are
upload a clone numbers. You see sometimes when you see
Can I
digital
interject?
Yeah, hold on, Zeta. Yeah, land that point if FA, and then let Zeta come in.
you see when you see very skilled people who are good at who have digital skills, when they edit things sometimes you would be confused if this is the real or the fake document. So everything was already planned out for them. At least there was a video to that online that was trending with Peter Obi's
Oh, you mean the
present.
one in America? Is it the one in America?
Yes, the one in
No, no,
America.
no. I think that was a misreading of what was. I think they were offering to build him apps. I don't think it was a rigging plan, unless that's how you
but,
understood
but,
it.
but, but, but the word hack was mentioned in that video.
All right.
There was an intention to do that if he agrees to that. So, but we don't know if he agreed to that plan. It was in that video. He said, "We will hack. If you want us, just give us the go ahead." So it was not sure if he gave them the go ahead or not. We're not sure about that. But I think out of all the old candidates, it was just from his side we had that word hack, not from even Atiku.
Sorry,
How those
Efe, sorry. Your last name is Noaise, right?
come again, please.
Hello? Your last name, is it Noaise?
Ignore I'm from Edo State.
Nogaise, I mean, sorry. I know, Nogaise. Are you the Nogaise
Yes.
family from Edo State?
I don't know. I was born in Lagos, so I don't know my family
No.
like
This is
that.
another Chinedu. This is
Okay.
another Chinedu.
It is another Chinedu. Don't worry, we are counting. Our eyes have opened now. We are watching out for the Chinedus. But Zeta wanted to come in. Zeta, you wanted to come in. Zeta.
Yeah, somebody just asked a question. Good evening, all of you.
Good evening, Zeta.
Somebody asked a question. If it is a scanned paperwork and it's uploaded, how can they hack it? Is there anybody who is a hacker among you here?
I don't think so, no.
Anybody who is studying cybersecurity?
I think Ola has a specialism in that. Ola is a specialist in all
Ola?
those.
Is Ola here?
He is here, but it may not be at his system at the moment.
Okay, you can ask Ola. It can be edited.
So why can't they edit the ones right now? Well, if they were actually editing, what's stopping them from editing the ones uploaded right now?
Because INEC doesn't want to edit anything. There is no hacker. They didn't allow any hacker to jump in. So,
so what's the idea of hackers?
You are not understanding. Let me explain. Maybe Ola will hear me. If a hacker goes into your system, the first thing the hacker will do is to create traffic. When it creates traffic, it's only people who have the application. I don't know if INEC has the application to dictate the algorithms used. It can be altered, even if it's a paperwork. So far as it has entered a soft position, it can be edited.
All right. So there it is. So there it is. Thank you, Efe. So Efe, have a couple more words to some of your thoughts, and then I want to go very quickly to Darati because I want to document all the new voices just so we know what their politics are. But yeah, back to you, Efe.
Yeah. Come again, woman.
No, I was inviting you to round off your thoughts. So then I'll go on to. I was going to go to Darati, but he's disappeared again. So I'm not quite sure what's going on now. But
in summary, come March 11th, Sanwo-Olu would win the gubernatorial election with a landslide victory. Labour Party would not get half the votes they got in the presidential election. I see Jandor coming second in this election, in the governorship election. Jandor coming second, and GRV coming third in this election. And most of the LP candidates going for State House of Assembly, if any one of them would win, it will not be more than one lucky person that would be winning. So,
all right. All right, brilliant. Thank you, thank you, Efe. So let's go to Darati and then see if we have him now. So Darati, we've been trying to hear from you. If you're there, on mute.
Yes. Good evening, woman.
Yeah. Good evening. Good to have you.
Good evening, sir. How was the day, sir?
It was good. How was yours? Where are you joining us from?
Yes, I'm joining you from the Gambia.
Oh, good. Wow. Is this still Yaya Jammeh, or who are you? Who are you now? Are you Yaya Jammeh, or what? Who's in charge?
No, it's now Adama Barrow.
Adama Barrow. So
on the second.
Is it better than Jammeh?
Well, it's trying its best. Only that the first there was a lot of political turmoil as regards what is expected of him. The expectation was so high, just like a country that is kind of free from a long rule of I've tasted a bit of autocracy mixed with democracy. So I think the expectation was so high, but people were not the expectation were not met fully. But they still felt he was a better candidate to say pilot the affairs going into the second mandate given to him. So he won the second election after the first 5 years. And I think it's a lot of issues on ground, economic issues, global issues affecting his government. But I think he's trying to hold his ground.
What's the experience like living in Gambia? Are you a Nigerian?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. What's the experience like living in Gambia? What's it like? What sort of What's the experience like?
Well, the country is more of a tourist-based country with a bit of agriculture and little manufacturing sector. And well, I would say that one or two things I can say, probably their infrastructure in terms of electricity and some other like water and some other things. They are available, and it's one of the top spots for tourism in Africa and also in West Africa. So they used to have a lot of people coming around, and the weather is not that bad. So
what about security? Do you feel a sense of safety there? How safe are you?
That country is one of the most peaceful country on the mainland. I mean, mainland Africa. I mean, on the continent. That's one of the reasons why they call it the smiling coast of Africa. So it's peaceful. There's no issue with security. So, and it's not a big country actually. It's not a big country actually, but
about 3 million population thereabout, isn't it? 3 million.
Yes. So if a country is not definitely at peace with itself, it's going to affect the tourism sector. So the tourism sector is one of the main forex, the one that drives the forex for the country. So and they've been doing well, at least doing well as in that regard. So because of that peaceful nature of the country and very friendly atmosphere, the people, the locals, and everybody doing their thing.
All right, brilliant. So back to the politics, Nigerian space. Then we were talking about Lagos possibly being at risk because there's an alliance now being discussed between the PDP that is being arrowheaded at that Lagos space by Jandor and Labour Party that is being arrowheaded by Chinedu Rhodes Vivo and we're saying just how because we're coming off the back of the results from February the 25th. So we're coming off the back of that result, and we see that the natives are restless within the Lagos State space, and there's somewhat of a disquiet towards the politics of that space. So how big that risk is? How big a risk is it? This alliance that they could seize Lagos State from Sanwo-Olu, Jandor, and Chinedu?
Wow. Thank you, one man. You have made a very big point, and going by what transpired within the social media space the last few days, one could see that this election, it's a very wonderful one, and it says that it redrew the map, the political map of Nigeria. So by God's grace, in 2011, I had the opportunity of serving in the southeastern part of the country, which is Enugu State to be precise. So, and I understand the politics there to some extent. So going into Lagos, no doubt about that, a master tactician that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is, he concentrated more of his energy on winning that presidential election, just like you have said earlier on. And Mr. Ife even reiterated that fact that having won that presidential election is going to switch his attention more to Lagos. It's going to be a very serious election in Lagos. If you look at it, in fact, throughout yesterday, today, there have been a kind of a renewed initiation of the resentment, of the echoing of the resentment, between the Yorubas, the locals, the AJURI, and the guys that are the bona fide inhabitants of Lagos. I mean, the locals and the other Nigerian populace or tribe that domicile also within the Lagos space. Right now there is a discontentment that's come. We need to assert our superiority here, being this space being our land, and a lot of sentiment, ethnic sentiment and stuff being thrown around, and you cannot take it away also from Babajide Sanwo-Olu. This guy has made Nigeria proud. You might not, we Nigerians within that space might not really appreciate what that guy had done. That guy has he has pushed himself as one of the best face of governance on the continent, because many of those projects that guy turned out happens to be either one or like the largest in Africa or something, that have really projected Nigeria as one of the best destination in different sectors, going agriculture, tech, which at least we are giving Kenya and some other South Africa and so many other countries for their money. So this guy has a very good scorecard. In fact, as a matter of fact, I shared his scorecard today. His scorecard, and I was pleased actually. And that is
sorry, what scorecard? Where are you seeing this scorecard?
Yes, I saw something like that. Like it's like a kind of scorecard that was made for him. I think by his team to push the narrative of the need for him to be re-elected, going by the project, because most of the projects that he did, they were of global standards. When I say global standard, I mean these are projects that you find them in advanced countries. Fine, you might not really find expression in the eyes or the mind of people in Nigeria, but probably because some people might not have had the international exposure. But for anybody that had an international exposure, will know that this, if we have had this kind of thing in about 10 states, 5 to 10 states in Nigeria. I'm telling you, Nigeria will be, everybody they would like to troop down to Nigeria. But he's the only one doing that for now, actually. So, and some other one or two governments also doing that. So that is going to work for him. And the Yorubas, the Lagosians, call Lagosians, are going to come out in this next election, to kind of defend their own and kind of, it's going to be a kind of the guys that succumb to the woke culture as regards the need for us to change the governance system and bringing a new face into the Lagos politics, and the guys that are domicile. Now, let me let you know this. I was speaking to someone here and was talking about how entrenched the politics of Lagos has been in the heart of many Lagosians, called Lagosians. They see it as a business. That's what they eat. So everybody has his own share, and I don't think they don't want to lose it. That's where the problem comes in. They don't want to lose it, so they are going to work hard. They're going to mobilize. They have started mobilizing people. In fact, all over the country. I was following somebody that lives in Highland today, and you see many pages of people all over the world. I mean, people that are called Lagosians. They were also echoing that sentiment that no matter what happens, we can allow any other person to win election in Lagos at the presidential level. But as for the states gubernatorial elections, we are not going to allow that. But that is we are here to see what's going to happen. But I'm thinking more people are beginning to buy that idea that our own is our own. We must defend our own. So although it's good for democracy actually, but you can't still take it away from the locals. The people that own that land, they believe that this is a Yoruba land and we must protect our interests no matter what. The presidential election has come and gone, and if he was saying something the other time, actually we always want in Lagos, because Lagos has to be what is like the poster child of Nigeria. If anybody talks about talks about Nigeria, they want to talk about they are acting about Lagos. So he's going to use those presidential powers and resources, deploy a lot of them. So he means somebody that he can actually work with. And I'm trying to re-echo what if he just said. He's going to need somebody to work with. And Sanwo-Olu is not just a new breed of a politician. He started his political career at a very tender age. Like I normally tell people that they need to understand something. Asiwaju might be old. Myself, I've not been in politics, but I've followed the progressive politics over the years, from the stories and the things that we were able to see from the AD coming up in 1999 and so on and so forth. He has been very, very consistent, and he has built a lot of people. Like Sanwo-Olu is one of them, and he understood the politics of Lagos. So he would want to retain by hook, by crook. Retain that guy to make sure that he's able to use Lagos to attract the world to Nigeria. Nigeria needs Lagos actually. Nigeria needs Lagos. If you look at it very well, in the last 22 years, 2020, 2021, 2022, many of the foreign direct investments, foreign investment in the tech sector 60% of it has always come to Nigeria. 55 to 60%. About in 2021, I think it's about $1.6 billion. With half of it, more than half of it, 60% coming to Lagos in form of investment. All these financial technology-based investments, fintech startups and the unicorns, flowing into Lagos, and they really want to do something bigger than that. And having power at the center is very, very crucial to that. So anyone that will be, opposing them on that, we have a whole lot of people to go to face actually. But I know the obedient also, like if it was saying that it's as if they have gone to sleep. Now I know they were not happy about what happened actually. They felt, the INEC didn't do enough. But I can still tell you, the sentiment is still very, very ripe and like we can still take Lagos. We can still take Lagos. They are like, okay, let's see how we can still give it a shot. But
that's the last big project for the obedience, taking Lagos. If they don't take Lagos, then the whole thing, you cannot say they've succeeded because they've not achieved anything.
They have not done that. But there's a lot of backlash right now. In fact, I saw something from a write-up from Yule Duchi, that was saying that
too. Yes, yeah.
Lagos is not a no man's land. I serve in the East, and I know what it takes to set up something in the East. Like actually, when I serve in the East, I'm that kind of person that have that mindset that if I really want something, I think I should be able to do it and kind other people along. People told me that at that time categorically that you will not be given the land to do this project. But I said that don't worry, let me just talk to the person that was in charge, and the person gave me the land actually, and I was able to do the little project that I did that time. And so, but I know that in the East they still have that, other sentiment like you cannot come here and control the levels of one of the factors of production, which is land, and also some economic space. So, but it's not as if it's that bad actually. It's not as if it's not bad because I can say that they are very good Igbos. They are very, very good at enterprising and very, very tolerant. But I am seeing some kind of this ad mentality and this mindset of we can take it all. You can take it all. We're not deploying emotional intelligence. But should we say that somebody from the Igbo extraction should not be able to, aspire? I don't think the person is not out of context. It's a right that is expressed in the Constitution. But I want to believe that probably if somebody will have a kind of emotional intelligence and wisdom, we just say, okay, I can contest this with you. Actually, you know that I have the strength. Let take it or leave it. The Igbos have some level of strength when it comes to numbers in Lagos to command such things. So, but I was just going to think like probably they would not also want, especially now that Shiwaju has already taken power at the center. They may be looking at the backlash or something like, if we don't tread carefully, because I heard yesterday that one is a Igbo, one is a Indian Igbo in Lagos State, where they were toning down the political music that come.
Rhetoric.
The rhetoric that come. We are supporting Sanwo-Olu because they know what is going to happen. Like if they push too much, there might be some backlash. There might be some backlash, and nobody will know how it's going to come up. Since Tinubu, that everybody, this last election, the only people that have been very, very strategic in their engagement are probably these people from the southwest and people from the north. I understand the people from the north are much more conservative. Even when they said they are going to still support Asiwaju, you can see that they still maintain that that their conservative nature. To still say that we will still support some of our own person, which is Atiku. But in the Southwest, we were swayed both sides. Some supported Ashiwaju, some were supporting Obi, but we know on the ground that the vote still swing in the side of Ashiwaju. But in the East, everybody bear their flanks, and that's one of the issues I'm having with our Southeastern brothers. You see, when somebody is going to win, for you to win a kind of election of that magnitude, you need to deploy emotional wisdom and build bridges. I was looking at it, the way the Southwesterners were doing their thing. Some of them that were obedient, they were still very much open-minded, and they were engaging other people. But a lot of people bear their fangs far too much, so that if anything happens, there may be a backlash from the presidency. I don't think Ashwagi should also do that as well, because that could amount to misuse of executive power, and might not also do the Yorubas a great deal of.
All right, thank you, thank you, Darati. What's that name? What does that name mean, by the way, Darati? I've not heard it before.
Actually, it's just a kind of short name.
Is it guy name, Abi? That's your guy name.
Yeah. Yes, that's my guy name.
Roman, can I ask him a question?
Yeah, of course. Carry on, Zeta.
Where are you from? In Nigeria?
Yeah, in Nigeria. Yes, I'm from Ekiti, but I was born and brought up in Lagos, in Ibadan.
You say you are from where?
From Ekiti State.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Darati. So another voice to conjure with on the platform. So good to meet you. So now let's go to one of the stalwart voices on the platform who has been here pretty much since day one, as Solly, of course, who comes as Shore in this instance. So what's this? What's going on this time around? What's this one all about, Solly?
I'm here to fight for my candidate. Since everybody is going to court, I want to be a representative for Shore also. The other parties are claiming everybody is rigging. Me too, I saw them rigging. So I'm here to fight for my candidate because somebody stole his mandate. They stole his votes that he was supposed to get during the election, and then they are crying that other people stole their votes. So I'm here as a representative of AAC to support my president-elect, which is Sowore.
All right. And how did Sowore perform during the election?
They claimed that he had 14,000 votes, but I believe that he has 1 million votes that are missing. And we need to do an investigation with INEC, because I saw some children voting in some constituencies with Labour Party, and those votes belong to Sowore, so I'm here to fight for him.
So the underage children votes belong to Sowore?
Yes.
No, all right. I think those are illegal. Underage voting. I think that's illegal. Look at this guy. Yeah, you need to get your whatever it is, your narrative right next time. Look at this guy. No, sorry. So the Nigerian Bar Association scores INEC high on the presidential and National Assembly election. So a lot of people, of course, they are saying this is one of the better, if not the best, elections that we've had in Nigeria so far. In terms of the transparency, the whole election played out in open glare, to the point that people were able to contend where anomalies were. And if you look at the size of the exercise, we're talking about nearly 94 million people registered to vote. Do you know that those 93 point something, nearly 94 million registered voters that Mahmoud Yakubu had to superintend, do you know that that is more than twice the rest of the voting populace in the whole of the West African sub-region combined? So it's a mammoth of a task. So the magnitude of the task, this technology that was deployed for the first time, so all of that, the Nigerian Bar Association, they've permutated all of that to give INEC a 78 to 80% pass mark. Would you agree with them, Solly?
From the past elections that have gone on in Nigeria, yes, they deserve that mark, if not more. You know, like I keep on saying, how many people died at polling units, that came to vote? Unlike before, you couldn't go to an election and you will not hear of someone being unalived, either by the police or by talk. Or for me, as long as nobody was unalived, then to me it was a good election. How many ballot boxes were snatched? How many ballot boxes were destroyed? How many ballot boxes were stolen compared to the previous elections? Is far, far better than any of the ones that we've had before.
Sorry, are you
So
saying in Lagos or in Nigeria in general?
in Nigeria in general.
3 died
Compared
in Edo. Elizabeth Osadebame died in Edo.
who
They said
who
3
is that?
died in Edo, but that was a World Peace. But World Peace, I think the point Solly is making, which is a point that it's by virtue of the fact that we have made progress that we're not even acknowledging it as a point. In previous elections, all the narratives were about violence. Of course,
Yes.
there'll be incidents here and there. Of course, there will be. Hopefully, there will not be for the future. But certainly, none of the headlines coming through is about violence or killings or ballot
Yeah.
snatching, which is always has been the traditional storyline of a Nigerian presidential election. So that's a real leap forward. Is what Sol is suggesting.
Yeah. So to me, in my opinion, the next election that will encourage more people to go out, because the last previous elections, once you went out to vote, you don't even know if you are coming back home, right? Because the person that is in that polling unit may want to rig it, and for them to rig it, they have to chase everybody away or they have to snatch the ballots, whether it is aggressively or non-aggressively. But most of the time, I wouldn't even say most of them, all the time, it was always aggressively. This time, they had army everywhere. They had people watching the ballot boxes everywhere. They were even testing new equipment. People were able to count their vote. People were able to witness it. It was far, far safer than it has ever been before. Even if I was living in Nigeria now, based on previous experience, I would have been very cautious to come out to vote. Anybody that this is their first election will not have that fear of violence during the next election. I believe that during the next election, we might have more people coming out to vote, because there is less violence. So, and it's much more better. And
Yeah, carry on.
if you look at the way the votes were split, I don't think there's anything much for you to argue when it comes to the votes that these guys got. I don't think
I'm going to take hold on, sorry. I'm going to take you to that space in a moment, but let's stick with the Nigerian Bar Association feedback on the election first. So they've given INEC, as I said, a 78 to 80% pass mark, and as you said, and I agree. The narratives of ballot snatching, violence was not the backdrop to this election. It certainly was not. Yes, of course, there were incidents, but it's not the story that is coming through. But in terms of the technology that was deployed for this election, how successful was that by your reckoning?
Well, I didn't see any issue with it. I haven't done too much investigation on that, but so far so good. It looks like everything played out well. My only issue is that they could have used it more, because I noticed they mostly used it in the southern part of Nigeria. They could have used it more in the north, because those northern numbers, I'm not always sure about the northern numbers. I've always believed that northerners are not as many as they claim to be in general, whether it's for voting, whether it's for population. But I would have wished if they used it more in the northern states, because that means in the next election is the first time that they are going to use it there also. and it might be prone to some errors too. But so far so good. I didn't see any errors with the technology. I think it was fine. I think it was good. I feel like they can update it to have more features, because I heard that the only thing that it does is it transfers the results immediately. We need more features to be added to that eventually in the future. But it seemed okay. It seemed good. I didn't hear anybody complaining about it or saying there was any fault with it or anything like that. Yes, you would have had some errors, but Nigeria is a third world country. You can't be expecting everything to be perfect. The only errors that they had with it is errors that a third world country would have in general. So I believe it was good, but I feel they can do better.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, you see, like I said, I've always maintained that this system they introduced, other than 1993, is still the best. Because how do I mean? Like, everybody now can investigate. You can say, okay, you easily detect fraud. Unlike before, you can't even see the ballot box. You don't even know what is happening underground. But everybody now, you can go to the site and download and pick those things. See, even in the Western nations, the processes are not always perfect. But the only difference between the Western countries and our own country is that it's the human factor. It is human that we try all the best possible to make sure that they want to undermine the process. That is exactly what played out. But why did I say this system is transparent? Is that you can easily find something now to look at it backwardly, to do some kind of analysis, post election analysis, and you can see everything openly where they got those things wrong. And you now pick your lesson learned from that place and look at what you do in the future. I will give you an example of the tabulator machine I handle. Now, the tabulator machine I handle for our
mineral. Please don't get too technical, Ola.
I'm not getting technical. I'm not getting technical. You know that they manage to eliminate all this type of rigging that you see people changing this electoral sheet. How do I mean? The ballot paper itself, when you feed that ballot paper, now a tabulator at that machine will take it from them, and in the presence of everyone, you feed it to that machine. So the machine will scan it and will record the data and drop it in the ballot box. And there's a journal there, you record it on that journal. So there's no way, even if you rig it from now to tomorrow, all those ones they are writing the figure by polling unit by polling, you don't need it. Because at the end of the day, that thing, like that journal roll you normally see at the supermarket, if you just print the receipt of everything for the agent to see and sign, no manual alteration. So from there, you now have about 3 ways to control. So our INEC, they can look to that, because that one we perform the work of these beavers and store your data securely, and there will be no reason. So to me, in Africa, as we speak today, I think that's the best what INEC just did now is the best you can still get across Africa, to the best of my knowledge. So
all right, brother.
Very good one.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go on.
Nigerians don't really appreciate what they have. Just like what the last participant just spoke about. I don't know.
Ola.
Okay, Mr. Ola. You see, what that technology that they deployed, is very awesome. At least we are moving towards something, advanced. In 2011, I was a presiding officer. I was one of those guys that helped the country to have to move on to the database system, in which we have all the electorate, the database for the major electorate, the main, we call it what do you normally call it? Like the database for all the electorates in Nigeria. I mean, those that have registered voters. That was the very first time. Yes, voter register. That was the first time Nigeria moved from paper to to having a voter register that is domiciled.
Electronic database, yeah.
You get it? And since then, we have been moving. We have been moving from one level to another. I think Nigerians need to what? One thing that I discovered about us is that we don't normally look at where we are coming from. We like to quickly correct or compare ourselves with America, US, UK, Canada, and co. These are guys that have been in democracy for 200 years, 150 years, 100 years, 70 years, and we just want to get there. We need to understand something that at least INEC has raised the bar. Not only did they raise the bar of governance has also been raised based on this last election. Anybody that wins this election will know that at least something has been done. Then, because of that technological advancement, you have to go back to your base and do the right thing, or else the technology will fish you out one way or the other, because it's going to be getting better, and our electoral system will be good for it, and governance will work, and the dividends of democracy will definitely come to the people, and I think the people will be the center of everything.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. So back to you, Solly. So Solly, do you think this technology is somewhat responsible for the low figures that we are seeing? So all those phantom voters, all those voters that do not meet the criteria, because the technology now, it requires a baseline of age, and then you have to verify through some computer system that faces scan or takes your thumbprint. So all of that technology, do you think a lot of, at least some of the responsibilities for the lower voter turnout can be attributed to the technology deployed? Solly.
It can be attributed, and many other things can be attributed. If it's during the next election that we'll be able to figure out, what really happens during this election. Because previously, before this, there was no way to check, like you just said, no way to do scans, no way to test if this is the right person voting, all these ghost voters. It's just the same way in Ekiti. I think they found about 500 ghost workers at one point in time. When you put all these kind of technologies, people disappear, because you have to confirm before you get paid. You have to confirm before you vote. So this would have removed all these ghost voters, but not just that. The naira scarcity, the fuel scarcity, many other aspects. Some people did not were not able to vote because their polling units did not arrive there. Just a lot of things, So I believe that would have counted with many other factors. But during the next election is when we will be able to be sure.
This headline, Solly, how Tinubu emerged Nigeria's president with the lowest percentage of votes since 1999. Do you think that somewhat misdirected, that headline, given all that you have just said? The naira scarcity, the fuel scarcity, the weeding out of these phantom ghost voters and all of that, and then the introduction of a new dynamism to the political landscape. Do you think this is somewhat a misguided or a misleading headline? How Tinubu emerged Nigeria's president with the lowest percentage of votes since 1999?
Is somewhat misguided. I don't want to ask who wrote the article, but it's somewhat misguided because most of these things, I wouldn't say all, but majority of these things that were just mentioned played against Tinubu. Majorly played against Tinubu. If you think about it. But Tinubu is not the kind of person who would just sit down and like Atiku, depending on old methods to work. That guy, Atiku, barely campaigned. And Atiku depended on all these kind of movements like tribalism, the old methods of election, ghost voters, the old method of election, money buying of votes, the old method of election. Tinubu's gameplay was strategy from the beginning. Even from that NSAS period when he didn't mention anything. Even from the time they were having attacks in the north and he was donating 50 million. From the time he placed Buhari there. From the time APC won, that's when the game had begun. But some people won't know that. Power has to, when you understand and you look at the political playing field without being emotional and just using logic, you will understand that, okay, this is how it is. I'm not going to try and change the dynamic. They are doing power must change from the north to the south. No problem. I won't argue with them. I won't be emotional. I won't say, oh, the country is going against me. Oh, the politicians are bad. Whoever set up this one is bad. We must take their mandates. We must take them to. Nobody is crying. Nobody is complaining. He saw the playing field for what it was, put his northern candidate there, even though that it was a failure. But he went through the process of the playing field. Now, power must go from the north to the south. Like you people said, you guys are the ones who made up these rules, right? You said power must go from north to south. And he fought for that mandate. He still had people in his own party trying to play silly games. Like what happened in PDP.
But I'm bringing you back to the question. They're actually claiming that the 36% that Tinubu used to secure the victory, that it doesn't represent a majority, and therefore he does not command the popular mandate. What would you say to that?
That's everywhere in the world now. The Trump win majority of the Trump didn't win 100% of the votes in US. No president has ever won 100% of the votes. So saying something like that is just trying to play mind games on people that don't think properly. You know, it's all this kind of games you can play with people that have a low IQ. Where in the world has anybody had of 100% of the votes? Where? The votes were split, which is a good thing, which means that democracy worked. And the majority and politics is a game of numbers. The person that had majority of the numbers won. This is more proof that the election actually worked. Because when you have something like everybody voting for the same person, that's what happens in North Korea. That's what happens in China. That's what you see in places like Russia. So is that what they want? When they say this kind of things, you know that they are not trying to communicate and trying to spread this kind of notion to people that can think. They spread this kind of news to people that don't think for themselves. They spread this kind of news to illiterates, and they spread this kind of news to people that have low IQ. That's just it. But Nigeria is not like that, unfortunately for them. And all these kind of things, you can say it, but when you speak to a logical person, when you go to courts, when you go to people that are educated, it won't work. When you go to the international level playing field, it won't work. All you do is sit and cry and feel, oh, I was cheated.
No, leaving that to one side for a moment. What they are actually looking at is the percentage win of previous elections vis-a-vis this one. Obasanjo was winning in the 62% thereabout. 61% in the second entry. And yes, even people, somebody like Yadua, 69.6%. Even Goodluck Jonathan, 58 that was when he defeated Buhari in the first instance, 58.87%. And when Buhari took over governance from Goodluck Jonathan, 53.93%. And then when Buhari held on to power, 55.60%. So Tinubu now, with this election, they are saying this is the lowest margin yet for a victory, and it does not represent then that benchmark, 35.2% Tinubu of the votes cast.
Okay, I understand the question
right
now. Well, at the end of the day, he still won in terms of numbers. It doesn't matter how he won. It doesn't matter the percentages. The final question is, did he win? Yes or no? He did. All those other things they are saying doesn't matter. It's just like you are playing FIFA. Oh, this one, the referee did it. At the end of the day, who won the match? You look at World Cup. Oh, Messi did this one cheated. At the end of the day, who won the World Cup? Messi. You know, nobody cares. All these things have
One man.
passed. It may be true, but at the end
No,
of the day, nobody
hold
gets
on. Yeah. So carry off. Sorry.
it doesn't matter. You had 3 strong candidates. What were you expecting? You know, it's just people trying to play mind games. It's word play at the end of the day. It doesn't matter to me. In my opinion, it doesn't matter.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
President.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah, go on.
Are people contesting the percentage, or because I'm trying to figure out this issue of this percentage?
No, they're not contesting it, but I think they're trying to diminish his victory somewhat, that it does not represent, because what they are telling us is that with him scoring 36 to round it off percent of the vote, that is to tell you that that 64% voted against him, which is a total misreading. That's not to say. So 64% voted for other candidates, but the majority voted for him. It's more a trial reflection. But I think they're just trying to diminish that victory somewhat, that it's not representative of the popular will.
They are jokers then, because they must have known better than those people that put the constitutional requirement in place to say, okay, a quarter in each of at least 2/3 of the states as simple majority. So to me, that question should not even be coming up at all, because we have 3 popular candidates that in a very fierce contested election. So thank you. I got it now. So those questions of saying it doesn't represent the majority is just like a way to misrepresent data. That's a total misrepresentation. So to me, that's not an issue. Thank you anyway.
All right, brilliant. Did you want to make a comment, Efe? And then after you have gone to Zeta.
Yes, I wanted to say something about that narrative of him not having the majority vote. It is this set of people, Rufai and Co, they're actually pushing that narrative online, that 60-something% voted against it. That was what I just wanted to say.
And I also want to add something that I agree with what Ola is saying. He did have a certain percentage in every region, so you can't push this notion that, oh, these people did not vote for him. In every section you had people that supported him. So what are they saying? It's not like his sector did not support him. He wouldn't have become president then. It's just a not so smart notion, but they will try to push anything.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So Zita, you're up next. Before I even go to any question, what's this rather futuristic vehicle that is shown as your avatar? What's going on there? Is that what you drive to the shops, Zita? All right, we don't have this Zita. So let's go from Zita then to Fatai, who hopefully. All right. So no, I was asking you about your avatar. Is this the
avatar? That's a slingshot.
A slingshot.
I'm inside.
Yes. Is it your vehicle, or is it one of those park ride something?
No. That's a slingshot. It's my car.
Wow.
It's a bike. A bike like car.
But
right. It's called a slingshot.
A slingshot. All right. So I learned something new. So yeah, a slingshot. But to this space then, this now somewhat trying to diminish TINUBU'S victory by insisting that he did not cross the 50% mark and his victory is not representative of the mass will. What are you making of that? They're saying it is Rufai Hussaini that is championing that space.
How many people contested?
Yeah, but, sorry, are you ready, or do you want us to come back to you? You look like you're in the middle.
Can I come in the next 10 minutes, please?
All right, come back in the next 10 minutes. Let's go to Fatai. Fatai, are you there? It's going well, isn't it? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, sure.
No, if you're not ready to go, then we can go to someone else and come back to you. Are you ready to go?
Or maybe you can go to someone else a little bit. I just woke up. I need to get organized.
All right,
can I go?
All right. Well, let's
Yeah,
come
yeah.
to you then. Let's come to you then, Ola, and pick it up then from where Solly stopped. It really just a quick commentary, not so much the technicalities of it, because I'm not sure that they are querying the technicalities that he did win, but they're somewhat trying to diminish his victory by saying it's only 36%. So what do you make of that, Ola?
Well, like I said, people that are saying that, like I said, they are just jokers, nothing more, jokers. Because the writers of the Constitution, they must have envisaged you have three very popular candidates that even appeal to their ethnic sentiments. So I don't know what people are saying, because like what some people are suggesting that, oh, Nigeria should have majority of the vote. Are you saying, okay, if voter is 100 million now, that the winner should have like 60? Are you seriously? So if now things like that, we create unnecessary constitutional crisis, and in the wisdom of those people that wrote our constitution, they knew
No,
that
no,
this
no,
thing.
no, no. Don't take it to constitutional crisis. But what they are saying is actually they are going by the antecedents, because I've read out the figures of previous elections, and the lowest was around about the 55% mark. So they're saying against that benchmark, it's not a resounding victory. So that's where, so not a constitutional.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Who are those people contesting there? For example, Buhari versus Goodluck Jonathan. So what else? But we are talking of a situation whereby we have three strong candidates and they share the vote almost very closely. So to me, I don't see any big issue in this thing that, okay, we are able to get a simple majority and you are expecting every Nigerian to agree. No, everybody will vote according to what they need. So to me, people should just move away. Whosoever that is bringing this idea, is the person's opinion, good, but I think that kind of opinion is not good for our democracy. So tomorrow, if we have like about 10 candidates that are equally strong, and maybe the minority, maybe someone now managed to go like say 200,000 were of popular vote and made the 24%, a quarter of the 2/3 of the state or the federation. So you said the thing is not representative. No. So this one, it goes beyond that simple majority they are looking at. But we should just base it on what the constitution is saying, because to me, we may even see something like this now more and more as we go advance in our democracy. So to me, those are just unnecessary demarketing, just to derive whosoever want this thing too. I don't, in my own opinion, I don't agree with that.
Oh, all right, brilliant. And to the prophecies that came through in the build up to the elections. So a lot of these are 419 pastors coming up with these fallacious prophecies. A lot of them are Oyakilome caught up in that, and the usual suspects, Pastor Suleiman. So what are you then making then of all of these so-called pastors and prophets and evangelists that come up with all of these predictions that never really hits the mark, but then again, go to their churches the next Sunday and it's packed like a cinema? So what are you then making then of the 419 preacher man and in the Nigerian political space? Chris Oyakilome, he told us that Peter Obi was going to be president. He is not.
One thing, one man, I pass that. When it is religion matter, I pass. I don't want to discuss that. So anybody that wants to say can say, but on religion matter, no, I pass. So
all right. All right. The Nigerian Bar Association scores INEC high on presidential National Assembly elections. So they said in the sum total of it all, not saying that everything went as it should do, but given the progression that the country has made, they are considering this a quantum leap from the last election to now this. So they are giving it a high pass mark of 78 to 80%. Do you agree with the lawyers?
Yeah, I may not agree with the quantitative awarding the quantitative award, but what I agree with is they are saying basically what I've been echoing there for the past 5 days. So they agree with my own sentiments, because any system that can help you investigate what went wrong, that can help you investigate what went wrong, and without boju, that even we the citizen can easily see with our eyes that, oh, things really went wrong this way, unlike those hidden thing in the past. So it's transparent enough. It's transparent enough. It's the most transparent as far as I'm concerned. We can see where some rigging, some riggings happen. You know, you have those people that have the original result from the polling unit, and you can get a copy from them, and here you see go online and verify. You know, so to me, it's so clear to everybody. So it gives everybody opportunity to come on board and participate and make sure that we hold whosoever is controlling this electoral process, we hold them responsible, and we hold our politicians responsible too. They should continue this way and just try to make sure that their repository, they make that as secure as possible, so that Nigeria can participate, so that even before going to court, Nigeria will say, oh, we suspect that the rig there. We can easily look at the rig in a certain area. So it is the most advanced in our issue that I see, and is the most transparent. So anybody that is talking against the processes, these processes without a cogent point, I think the person need to be questioned. The intention of that person need to be questioned. So you don't throw our country to the negative just because the thing has not met your requirement. To me, the Bar Association, they should help us preserve democracy. So I agree with them.
All right. Ola, I want to play you this interaction between Ajuri Ngelali, or whatever his name is, and a CNN anchor. So listen to this. It's all about Nigerian politics, and then I'd like your reaction. But let's listen to this.
In this election, joining me live now is AJURI Ngelale. Time now for the exchange, and we of course want to hear from the winning side in this election. Joining me live now is AJURI Ngelale, the spokesperson for Bola TINUBU'S presidential campaign. Thank you so much for being with us. As you know, AJURI, Nigeria has had disputed elections many, many times before, but I think this time was different. This time was different because this time Nigerians were promised a technology that would allow for full transparency. This idea of the results being posted almost immediately to an online portal where everybody could view the results in real time was really, really important. It would have also made corrupting the results very, very difficult. And so for this election to have the one piece of technology, the one thing that would have made corrupting the results difficult, all of a sudden, that technology doesn't work. Can you see why many Nigerians are skeptical?
Thank you very much for having me, Zain. Let me start from the fact that your framing of the situation is factually inaccurate. And I want to be very precise about why I say that.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Yes,
the technology didn't work.
No, I'm sorry, man. If you don't interject, I'll explain why your framing is inaccurate. Because you've said that only one technology essentially was introduced to essentially uplift or firmly accredit the kind of the legitimacy of the election. That is not true. You're referring to the IREP portal, which is the results electronic verification portal that was brought into place by the Electoral Act that ironically was
I said it would allow for full transparency. I said it would allow for full transparency.
I really do want to answer you, but I can't do that if you're answering your own question. What I'm saying to you, ma'am, is that there's a portal that was supposed to be used where the results will be uploaded in real time. You are right about that. And you are also right about the fact that it did not, the portal was not functioning properly at the point when the Collation Center was announcing results. That is true. Now, the reason why I said your framing is factually inaccurate is because the main technology that was brought into the electoral process that was not there in all of the disputed elections that you have referred to in the past is actually the BVAS, which is the bimodal voter accreditation system that essentially is a machine that the INEC staff will use to scan your face for your identity and scan your thumbprint to ensure that people are not multiple voting, over voting, and that we don't have false voters or ghost voters and fake results. That was the main technology. Now, what we've been able to put in place, which is the BVAS, right, had an 88% rate of functionality, of workability. That's important to note. In the European Commission report, as well as the report of...
So that's quite a salient point then. And that point that AJURI is making there is a point that we have hammered on this platform endlessly, that the main thrust of the election is not about some silly thing being uploaded onto the INEC portal, but that the people casting their votes are eligible to cast that vote, and those votes are being counted. And those votes have been verified by party agents to say it's a true reflection of that of what took place in that polling unit. And then if and when it is scanned onto the INEC server, it's a reflection of the copies given to the polling agent. So that is really where the election is, and not in the uploading, which is what AJURI is explaining to this lady.
Of the ECOWAS, that's the Economic Community of West African States, the Observer Group. They came in and said that, yes, it is absolutely true that the IREF portal, which we would have loved to have worked, was not working, mostly due to scaling up issues that had to do with what we saw, for example, with the Obamacare website. When so many people hit the website at once, you're talking tens of millions of people, and it shuts down. This is what we confronted with the IREF portal. And Nigerians understood that. But that is totally a separate issue from the actual process of voting and the validation and credibility of the votes that were actually cast. And that needs to be known to the international community watching this conversation.
AJURI, the accreditation of voters, that part of the technology worked, right? That means, that just to explain to our international audience, that means that you can't have fake people voting. That idea, that piece of the technology worked just fine. However, it is important to note the reason why there are so many Nigerians, millions of people across the country right now, you know the mood of the country, who are disheartened, is because the other aspect of the technology, the part that was supposed to allow for full transparency, I'm not talking about the accreditation of voters, that worked, you're right about that. But the part that was supposed to allow for full transparency, the fact that that didn't work let a lot of Nigerians down. Because as you know, there have been disputed elections in the past. In fact, the APC has disputed elections in which the PDP won. So you know what I'm talking about. When you have a system where the transparency is lacking, and INEC had 4 years to prepare for this, and they failed the people essentially. My question to you is, can you understand why there is skepticism here?
First of all, let's appreciate the fact that when we talk about the IREF portal, to say that it did not work at all is not true. What was the issue was that we did not upload all of the results in a time frame.
There were major delays. There were major delays.
Exactly.
And that's a problem.
Absolutely correct. There were major delays. And this has to do with the fact that if you're introducing a new technology, right, you expect that there's going to be a lot of interest in that website, in that portal, to be able to log in and monitor these results in real time, which is what we expected. But you also recognize that governments around the world in dealing with ICT that caters to tens of millions of people have had challenges, which is why I referenced the famous incident with the Obamacare website. When there was so much interest, it wasn't because the US government under Barack Obama was corrupt and they didn't want people to access healthcare. It was because the technology could not carry the instantaneous and massive demand that was placed on it in the moment that it was supposed to be used. This is what happened with the IREF portal. Fortunately for us, Nigerians are discerning and intelligent people, and they recognize that the scaling up issue is a real one that happens around the world. It just so unfortunately happened on the day of the election. But people also recognize that the process is not just about the IREF, and we should not deceive our viewers here. When we talk about the IREF, what it does in effect is it puts online the results that all of the parties had already mutually agreed to. So, for example,
and that is the point that we have been making. So I'm not quite sure why so much was wrapped around this upload or no upload. We've always said on this space that it is the results that being challenged that can invalidate the elections, not some silliness of how long it took the results to be uploaded onto a server. But the ludicrousness of it, you can see the frustration in AJURI's face.
At the polling unit where you have the BVAS, ensuring that you don't have fake voters, which is historic, by the way, we should get credit for that because it did work even by your own admission. Once that is done, what happens is that agents from all parties, including the Labour Party under Peter Obi, as well as the PDP and the APC, all of them are at the polling unit and they watch the process take place, and all of them have to sign on the dotted line to say, yes, it is true that the ballots read out are reflected on this result sheet. Once that result sheet is collated at the ward center, the local government collation center, and the state center, it's now sent into that IRED portal. This is the issue, Zain, is that many of the people you're talking about, whether it's PDP, Labour Party, or APC, they're not disputing the actual result. They're just disputing the fact that it didn't show up on a screen the way it was supposed to. It's not about the result.
Many people actually are disputing the result. We'll get to that in just a second. But when you think about the other things that there have been concerns about, when you think about the other things that there have been concerns about, we can put the technology aside for 1 second. I mean, when you hear that, you know, as a Nigerian, I'm sure this also disheartens you. When you hear that election work,
He could have please have used the glass on international television, but you can take the man from the creeks, but you cannot take the creeks from the man. I've always doubted it was Nigerian, but from that singular action, very much all this sapele water behavior.
Workers were threatened, right? The people were told you will die unless you make amendments to this paperwork in terms of what happened at the ballot. I mean, when you hear about that, when you hear about violence, I mean, we ran a piece yesterday showing thugs essentially running into a polling unit and attacking people. You know, there was one woman who had her left eye closed shut because of what happened to her. When you hear about that level of violence, and in addition to the technology not working the way it was supposed to, does that meet your definition of a credible election?
You know, what's most interesting about the question you've asked me, first of all, I'm going to answer your first question, which is absolutely it's disheartening at any point in time in which a process that you have methodically built to prepare the freest and fairest election in Nigeria's history has any kind of encumbrance, has any kind of glitch. Of course, that's something that disheartens me as a Nigerian. But beyond that, we also recognize that human processes are going to have human frailties according to the actual input of the actors involved. You've referred, and this is very interesting, is there's this widespread narrative out there, right? And this tends to happen when on international news programs, we talk about the developing countries, especially African countries, is that when something goes wrong, it's the fault of the ruling party. It's the fault of the incumbent government. That's the knee-jerk reaction. Interestingly, the example you cited with the woman with her eyes shut, that was actually a vote that took place in the southeastern part of the country where you are from, right?
All right, so I was waiting for that moment. You know, so from that moment, he has turned it into an ethnic thing. Because, of course, the anchor of the CNN program, this lady, she's of Igbo extraction, and him saying now that in the southeastern space where you are from, he has now brought her back into the Nigerian space and ethnically profiled her. So we'll see how it goes on from there.
Place in the southeastern part of the country where you are from, right? Where that Peter Obi won massively. The Labour Party won over 90% in the southeast, right? Of course, he is from the southeast. So when that happened,
there were instances of violence throughout the country. There were incidents of violence throughout the country.
For the ruling party in the southeast instead of the Labour Party. These are real issues. So my point is that it's not a political party issue. This is about the fact that you have individuals in all the political parties looking for undue advantage in certain regions to essentially suit their own interests. And what we have done is to leverage on BVAS and many of the other technologies to ensure that as much as humanly possible, we limit some of the criminal tactics of some politicians in these localities.
When you think about what happened in 2007, 2003, 2011, when the PDP won, APC lost. The APC came out, especially in 2007, if I remember correctly. The APC, your party, came out and said that there was widespread corruption. In fact, international observers actually agreed with you. Some people might look at this and say, listen, why is it corrupt system when you lose, but all of a sudden there's no corruption at a time like this when you win? I mean, what do you make of those criticisms? Because you have been on the other side of this in the past.
Yeah, once again, my dear sister Zayn, and I mean this with all due respect, our facts have to be right here, because the APC did not exist as a party in 2007 or in 2003. We were actually formed in 2013.
Okay,
the opposition party.
Buhari's party.
Well, so that's said. We don't base parties around individuals. Parties are political organizations made up of many people. Bola Tinubu was not.
You know that I'm referring to Buhari's party. Fine, okay.
Right. Okay. So Bola Tinubu, who is the? Let me explain. Bola Tinubu, who is the APC candidate who won this election, he was not part of that party that you referred to in 2007. Now, let me say this very quickly. The difference between those elections that you've referred to and the election that we have just held in this country today is the fact that those elections had no basis, no technology whatsoever, like BVAS, right? Where you have individuals with identification numbers that are tied to their thumbprints and their facial scans. We brought that into the Nigerian election system for the first time this year. It was this administration that did that.
And one of the most important aspects of it, the transparency didn't work this time.
This is why President Joe Biden openly commended President Muhammadu Buhari for the Electoral Act, because he knew that we were introducing technology to provide a free and fair election. Let me say this quickly. In those days that you referred to, people were literally writing results. They were making up fake names and writing results with fake names. That's why if you look at the election counts in 2003 and 2007, they are about 10 times the turnout of this election.
Okay. I had not watched this before because I just saw him flash it up on his face, and I thought it was something we could share together. But pretty much everything that we're saying, at least a lot of things that we're saying, you are hearing it now from this guy. So a lot of these are 36%, etc., and the voter turnout is all embedded within the fact that technology has now made it is weeded out the ghost voters.
They are about 10 times the turnout of this election, simply because we put in technology to ensure that you cannot use ghost voters and ghost results. You actually have to have the face and the thumbprint. We did that, and that's why we're confident about the acceptability of this election, which has presented President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president.
AJURI, because we are running out of time, I do want to ask you probably the most important question, which is how is the APC going to heal Nigeria right now? There's so much division. When you think about the fact that, you know, Tinubu got about 8.7 million votes. This is in a country of 200 million people. If you look at just the people who actually voted, it's 24 million people, 15 million people did not vote for Tinubu in this election. There's so much division. I know he talks about wanting the country to heal and wanting to bring people together. How does he do that?
Well, this is the beauty of democracy, right? And that actually speaks to the issue of the legitimacy of the election in the first place, is the fact that so many people did not vote for the presidential election winner, just as it was in the US, where you had a historic number of people voting for Donald Trump, but he still lost the presidential election. That is the sign of a healthy democracy. In fact, President Muhammadu Buhari lost his state to the opposition. Bola Tinubu lost his home state of Lagos to the opposition. That speaks to the credibility of the process because of the technology we put in place. Now, on the issue of healing, this is very important, which is why in his first remarks as the president-elect, Bola Ahmed Tinubu said, look, these were my political opponents in this election, but the election is now over. These are my brothers. I'm going to join hands with them. That is Peter Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, and Atiku Abubakar. And together, we are going to rally our supporters and the citizens of this country together to build Nigeria for the benefit of every Nigerian citizen. And we have run our campaign on the basis of what we call renewed hope. It is about the establishment of a new consumer credit system so that millions of Nigerians can have access to home mortgages and car notes the way that you have it in the West for the first time in history. We are building our agenda around industrialization, using Nigerian labor instead of importing all sorts of finished products from Germany and America. We want to produce those in the country and create jobs for our youth. This is the agenda that Nigerians bought when they elected us, and that is our mandate, and that is what we are going to perform under the leadership of President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the APC.
All right, we have to leave it there. We are out of time. Presidential campaign spokesperson.
You know, I had always detested this guy, but I have to say that was a supreme performance.
No, it wasn't a supreme. No, it wasn't so supreme as you claim. First of all, in terms of the the injury, that woman, it happened in Sululere, not in the east or whatever he was trying to. That one was just a lie. I don't know what he was lying for. The other one,
many people have said. Many
it was
people
in
have
Sululere. It's in the
many
news.
people have made the point. It was not in Lagos. Many people have made that point. It was not
What
in
point?
Lagos.
It was
Many
in
people.
Lagos.
Many.
What many
No,
people?
no, no. It was,
I can bring up. I
no,
can bring
no,
up
no,
the
no.
news. I can bring up the news headline and the picture of the
Bring
woman in
up the
question.
news. That's why they don't talk about it anymore. It did not happen in Lagos. They made it. It's a propaganda that they made it look like it was in Lagos, but it was not in Lagos. He was right.
Where did you get your information
and
from?
also,
Where did you get your information? I got my information from a news outlet in Nigeria, in three or four news outlets.
I have told you, I've listened from many people, but I will take him. He works in the government. Actually, he works in the government. He will have more facts than you do.
No,
right?
he's biased
More
because he
original
works
facts.
for the. That's the biased report from his side. Anyway,
you are biased. You are also biased.
No, I'm not biased
and
because I'm actually working with actual information.
Wait.
Did you not understand what bias is? He's biased because he's actually defending his party. Whatever comes from his...
This is how you look at it. Whose information is more legitimate? That you are listening to with many levels of propaganda, and him that works in the government that have access to
him that
data.
works for the ruling party.
Let me land.
He stands for APC. Don't say he stands for. He's not neutral.
Just one second. I will land. He works in the government.
He works for APC. Stop saying he works for the government. What do you mean he works for the government?
Of course, he works in the Buhari administration. Look, even that you don't know. He works in the Buhari administration, and also as he is speaking
APC, so he's not neutral.
Can you just let me speak? As he is speaking there, right? What he's speaking there is carrying the reputation of the Nigerian government on international stage. He has more to lose to misrepresent than you do. So I take his information over yours.
And he corrected the reporter many times. The reporter did not even have right information many times. She just came with propaganda. But I'm sure you will not speak about that.
Sorry. I'm very happy that. Sorry. By the way,
do you see how many times she was corrected?
Sorry.
Okay, let's go to the Beavers. Let's even go to the Beavers. The Beavers are correct. That was another wrong report because I don't understand what you mean by it stopped people from overvoting. Because as we all know, we saw a lot of reports that showed underage children voting in center. So what was the Beavers' role in stopping
underage
that?
people voting
Children.
Where?
Woman was saying, well, in this is highly biased. He reflected it in the southeast anyway. So what did
I reflected it. Did I not play a video? I played a video now.
You played a video. So I'm trying to say, how did Beavers work in that particular instance?
No, Charles. When they registered, what you are doing?
Can I interject?
Hold on, Zeta. Yeah.
What you are doing is exactly what I'm telling someone in the forum. You are trying to overfeed everything. You want.
I'm not overfeeding, but I'm pointing out facts that
wait.
No.
You have no facts. At least whether underage or overage, human being show face, right?
What do you mean human being show face? Isn't there in the electoral act that you have to be 18? What do you mean human being showed face?
Someone can stay in the comfort of his room and generate a million name and still put something. But even the other age we are talking about will still be required to go to that place and still put his finger to still verify and his to still verify. So all those ones, they are just room for improvement. But based on what we have now, it was difficult for politicians to import machinery to come and vote in Nigeria. So, see, don't expect 100%. Just give pass mark when it is due. Once you can cross.
All right. Hold on. Let's hear from Zeta. Zeta, come in.
Somebody was saying underage children voting is over voting. I'm beginning to fall out with my English.
It's not a clear representation of.
Thank you, madam.
It is not a clear representation of who to vote, and those votes don't count.
Let me finish. Okay. Overvoting is that you have a particular number you expect to vote.
And those numbers, wait. And those numbers are attached to specific age group. Am I correct? Are those numbers attached to age group?
Let you talk.
Oh, yeah, talk. Let me not interrupt again.
A particular number of people represented, they registered, they have their PVC. at that point, they are qualified to vote. Whether they are registered wrongly or they're not registered, or they're supposed to be registered they're supposed not to be registered, but they're registered. The moment they scale that stage, they are counted, and nobody should call them overvote. Overvoting is what we used to see in those days, when 5 people will come to the polling unit, qualified to vote. At the end of the day, that polling unit is recording 1 million. That is what is called overvote. So if those underage were registered and they have their PVC and they were accredited, maybe I don't understand English language. They are not overvoted.
Madam, you understand English language perfectly, but there is even a second point. One man, we argued this point here on this platform before, right? So Beavers does not detect underage, okay? You go in there, it's like you want a passport. You tell your age, right? You tell your date of birth, they record it. The only problem is that you will carry that age for the rest of your life. So it's up to those underage people, right? It's up to those underage people. Actually, it's a crime, but it's a crime for them, right? But there's no technology that can tell you your age. Even right now, even if you go anywhere you go in the world, no technology can tell you your age. Beavers is not to wait. Beavers,
hold on. Let's not get into that. Let's not get into that technology. Carry on.
I'm not getting to technology. I'm just making the point. There is no technology that can detect your age. It can detect your range of years. Like if you claim you're a teenager, they can take bone marrow or whatever, and they can predict that you are not a teenager. There's no technology that can tell you the date you were born, the day you were born, the time, second, year you were born. There's no technology that can do that. Even football clubs are struggling with it right now.
The last thing I wanted to chip in.
Wait, don't jump around. Let's address it one by one. So Beaver did not promise you that it would detect age, right? You go there, you register, you tell your age, and they put it. So you carry that age. So that is not Beavers. That is not on Beavers. That is on the person who registered first.
Will you agree that?
How is the faulty system? Look, brother, you couldn't even make a description between overvoting and underage voting. So don't worry about that.
In the law,
don't worry about that.
They approved.
Hold on.
That person is the criminal.
Hold on, Fatai. Hold on, Fatai. What Charles is saying is a legitimate point. Because if the system allows, and of course, those children would have been coerced into doing that. So if there's that loophole in the system for people to just boss in all these underage children to pad out a voting block, which we saw play out in the video clips that we saw. So that's a big chasm in the system right there. You know, that's something. Yeah.
Fatai.
No, not at all.
No, I would like to respond to that. Fatai, sorry. You see, one man, we are just expanding this thing unnecessarily. If you want to tackle something like that in the future, that means we have to have a national database that you can now connect Beaver to do all those things. But if you keep dwelling on this one now, then we are missing the bigger picture by just going to some kind of the minute of those things, and we are going to just wipe away from the entirety of that. So I don't think
it's not a minute though, because we saw heavy numbers of underage voters both in the southeast and in the north, and just from the clips that we have seen, we have to speculate if there were sufficient enough of them to have swayed the votes.
So okay, one man. There's no way you can discover that now. So shall we say now, because he cannot detect overhead, we should not set it aside? So
no, we're not setting it aside. No, hold on. We have to identify that it's a fault in the system.
Let me
to be addressed in the future. Thank you, Fatai. I'm done now. Thank you.
Yeah. One man. What I'm telling you that it's not a fault in the system. If what you're saying is the fault, then there is no fault, right? All overage football players are playing. Are you telling me that Barcelona as a fault for not being able to detect people that are overage who are playing in Barcelona as underage. I am telling you that there is no technology that can tell you the second you were born, the minute you were born, the date you were born, the time you were born, and the year you were born. The maximum technology, which by the way costs a lot of money to even detect if you are within a range of time, within a range of years, right? For one person, right, you have to do MRI. It involves MRI technology and many things like that. Millions and millions to detect somebody, even age range to detect you could not be between fossil record. Fossil is based on some fossil technology, reading, something like that. It needs, like, for one person, thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars for just one person. So there is no fault in the system. The system is built. So you go and those people, they were not busting. They registered before the voting. They registered to take PVC. So once you register to take PVC, you go there to tell your age. You will carry that age for as long as that record exists on you. So it's not the system's fault. It's your fault. You committed the crime and carry it for the rest of your life.
Let me buttress what you're saying. Can I interject?
The bed, you have to show me the picture, how we turned out.
Yeah, carry on.
Mr. Charles, your picture.
It's bad.
Can I interject?
No, that was Charles having a private conversation, but carry on, yeah.
Let me buttress what Fatai is saying. One man, are you saying that the people registering for PVC, somebody walk up to them and they ask, what's your name? He tell you the name. How old are you? He says, I'm 19. And you say, no, you are not 19. Get out.
It's only because hold on. It's not, yes, and I'm about to answer. It's only because I've deleted the video just as I was making room for other videos. But if you saw these children that are voted in the Southeast, visually they were underage. In terms of their voice projection, they were underage. It was patently, they were like between the ages of 11 to 13. So they were unmistakably underaged. And they would have even been more so when they registered, because they were telling us who they voted for.
And if they bring you their birth certificate to show that they are 18, what are you going to do? If they bring you their birth certificate, if they go to bring you their birth certificate and they tell you if I bring you my birth certificate, I tell you I'm 18 years old, how do you tell me I'm not 18 years old? Because you think I look like 12.
Well, by the time they ask you, there'll be some or behavioral or psychological or mental tests.
Yeah, right, and that would detect the age.
Of course, now you will know it's 12. You will know it's 12.
Excuse me, is that the part of the job of the INEC to do some psychological questions to find out who is young and who is old?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a database, so we have to revolve to that.
Now you're talking. Just like Ola and Fatai said, if you want to start this, you will start recording birth.
And that means we are putting the cat before the horse now. So the beavers is not necessary.
National Commission of whatever will have their database, and it will be hiked into whatever machine. It will be put inside whatever machine they're using, so that the moment you put on your name and where you come from and who is your mother and who is your father, it will tell them your age. But for now, you cannot. Somebody cannot walk in front of you and say, I'm 19, and you say you don't look 19. Get the hell out of here. I don't think that will be done. I don't think so.
Okay.
Can I interject?
Yeah, before you hold on, before you interject, whoever sent me the clips of those underage girls voting in the Southeast, can you resend it to my Instagram? If we have the visual, if we have the
we are not disputing the video. We are not disputing the video. We are saying to you, how do you tell somebody that? How do you tell somebody who tells you that I'm 18 years old and you say get out of here? You are not 18 years old.
If a 10-year-old comes up to tell you that he's 18 years old are you in a position to detect?
It's the same way. It's the same way a 10-year-old will go to the pharmacy and ask for drugs, and they will send the person.
I heard it.
Wait. We are not talking gossip conversation here. We are talking official. Aki and Popo, when they were doing those movies like 10 years ago, how old are they? If somebody comes up to you, brings you proof of his age, you're telling me you're going to kick him out. Somebody can be 30 and look at 19. That if I bring to you my international passport, okay, I mean everybody is even a traveler. When many people travel with fake documentation, when they get to the airport, if the document
not many people or just you. Well, carry on.
No, don't worry about it. I know, don't worry about it. Wait. I'm just making a fact. Everybody is talking we are not from Nigeria. That we are not from Nigeria. When you get to the airport in the advanced countries, as long as the passport is detected, as long as it's not fake passport and everything is right, how are many football players who are playing under 17 when they are already whatever it is? So I am telling you, this is not a fault of the system. This is a fault of life, right? As long as, if you tell me that they were not asking for proof of birth certificate or proof of identification, they are just registering them, okay. But at the registration point, how do you kick out somebody who brings a proof of their age just because he looks younger? I mean, I'm sure it probably will be a crime.
I even know somebody.
Where's Fatai? Because what we are simply demanding about this process, to me, is ridiculous, and I agree with TPP. Because see, at the point of registration, that is where the duty ends. If you want to use everything to detect the age, do it there. But at the election, Beavers was just to match your face and your thumb with whatever you have. As long as Beavers says you are the one, it's okay. Then take the lesson learned, go and redevelop and find a way to treat the system for better. But people are asking for 100%. How bad?
But why when people want to get driving license, why can't a 10-year-old go to the road safety commission and get driving license? Why is it very hard? Why is it easy for people?
Because they have to bring proof of their birth, proof of their age.
Yeah, but okay, if they bring that and call, will they give them a driver's license?
Exactly.
Of course they will give you. How many
Sorry,
people
can I interject? Sorry, I'm trying to interject since, and you guys be talking. First of all, Beavers, I cannot say constitutional is a guideline what Beavers can do. What they showed to us in the House, the Senate, where it was approved that Beavers is going to stop overvoting and stop underage voting. True or false?
No, they never said underage voting. It's going to detect the identity. It's going to detect the fraudulent in the
No, hold on. Maybe you don't get what I'm saying. The reason, the guideline, why they introduced Beavers, it wasn't for the South, it was in the North, because there was a lot of argument. It was Jonathan time that there's underage voting from the North and overvoting from the North. Beavers, this technology, will stop those things. Now, and it was so much money was approved for them. Billions. Hold on now, let me land now. Hold on, let me land now. You'll be talking. Hold on now, let me land, please. Hold on, let me land. Now, since they have told us that to get their way. Now the Beavers has come and couldn't perform his duty. Is it not right for the citizen to ask the people, this is what you guys told us he would do before we gave you this money to do that? Now he's not performing that duty. Why is it so? Is it wrong?
No, War Peace, you are taking them out of context. See, let me tell you what thing. They benchmark these Beavers against the former process. That is where people are saying now, what we are doing here now, we are now making global. We are now making global assumption. You have a system, you want to improve on that system. That is where you take this thing. So Beavers is improving on the former system. Voters registration is where you give with whatever overage, whatever you want to, with your national identity card or whatever you present at that point. Then you've presented that now. Some people are the habit of now capturing, buying voters card and use it to do some kind of fraudulent calculation on the election day. But this time around, they are saying we are not going to give room for someone to just acquire all cards and use it to rig or to forward a kind of funny name to use it to rig election. But the actual carrier of that card will be there that day. They are going to use both your biometrics to identify you. And once they identify you, automatically they've already eliminated some cooked figure already.
All right. Let's see what they're eliminating. Let me play you these videos.
Okay, voters card, eh? Okay, okay, party voting.
Labour Party.
Okay. Okay, favor five.
Daniel.
Daniel, okay. Daniel, you vote in the Labour Party. Okay, so bad. I think I'm married. Can you your card? Can we marry now? Can you? Okay. Okay, this is Daniel. Daniel voted for Labour Party for obedience. No problem. We just want to get his details. Thank you.
Now, one thing in that video.
You go see voters card, eh? Okay. Okay, favor five. Okay, okay, party vote to me. Labour Party keep vote to me. So you are obedient. That's very good. Can you voters card also? Alright, this is his voters card and he voted for Labour Party. Thank you.
So
My name is Ira.
Okay, Afai.
My name is Ngozi.
So which party did you vote for? P2B, that is Labour Party. Can I see your voters card? Alright, and you voted for P2B?
Yes.
Meaning you are obedient?
Yes.
Very, very good.
So can I see?
I vote P2B.
Keep Afai. Okay, this is Nnamdi and Ifeanyi. Alongside with the other videos we've seen, they voted for P2B in the land of Ezi. But Ezi couldn't vote too. No matter what, you not vote. You need to not vote in Ezi. Okay, you need to Obo. All right, this is to assure that they voted in Ezi, in Anachanot local government Ward 10, and they voted for Peter Obi, and they voted from Unit 10. Right? Yes. All right. Thank you very much.
So any system that allows because you have to imagine that those people would have registered to vote at least a year, 18 months before we were seeing them. Even when we're seeing them now, they look like what 12 years old thereabouts. So they would have been about 10, 11 when they any system that allows that is faulty.
One man, I think what we are doing is shifting where the blame is supposed to go. The blame is supposed to go to the people who organize those children, who are using children, who are using children to commit crime. This is where the blame is. The blame is not the system. If those people who organize those children give them proof to tell that they are 18. What do you expect the Beavers people, the people registering them to do? If somebody comes to you, no matter what you think, if I come to you, I say I'm 18 years old and I provide for you all the proofs, what are you going to? You are going to insist that I'm not my age? Are you my mother? Are you my father? You cannot insist now. The blame should go to the people. I mean, I don't understand why we always have. I don't know whether it is self-surrender. We leave the people who commit the crimes, and we are blaming the people who are. What do you expect them to do? What do you expect Beavers to do? I don't get it. I never get it.
So there's no vetting process. You are saying to verify the age of a.
What is it? That's why I said previously. I say it, and I guarantee the day somebody come back here to the platform, and I hope some people who knows can hear. They should come here and bring the technology that can detect your age, the day you were born, the time you were born. That if somebody who can bring that system, Barcelona is interested to buy that technology. Barcelona is interested to buy that technology. I can tell you that there is no such. You can only detect people's range, and you have to go and do fossil test, bone marrow test. You have to take each of those children to the hospital, whatever. Even I don't even know we have the technology to go and do tests on their bones to understand what range of age they are.
Hold on. You need a medical test to tell you that those children are 12 years old. You need that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you that if they bring to you the proof that they are not underage, they bring proof to you that they are 18 years old. What if you were the INEC of registering, doing the Beavers, whatever, and somebody brings to you the proof of his age? You are not his father or his mother. How do you tell him you send him away, send her away, and he comes back and brings you all the proof? Okay, what do you do then? He brings you all the proof. What do you do? It doesn't matter what you think. It matters the document, the proof, the birth proof. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what you think. You can see Aki and Popo, and you can believe they are 10 years old. But it's up, that's your own belief. It has nothing to do with nothing.
You see one man, I think Fatai hitting it on the head there. You see one thing. Like, let's focus on what Beavers want to do that day. The registration processes can be fixed later. Yes, we agree that, okay, possibility of underage people registration is very possible. Then we can think about that later, right? But the major purpose of this is this. These Beavers will not allow you to cook figure. As he achieved that, yes. Because now these people we are calling on that, they presented their card at the polling station, right? And they asked them, if you look at that card, I believe that there's an age on that. Now, even age on that, it's not the word of mouth. Okay, put your biometrics, and your biometrics says you are the owner of the card. What do? You will say, because I'm suspecting you that you are less than this, and you go. That's a serious issue. You don't know. So next time, you go to right from where they are doing the registration and correct that. Beavers is just to tell you, oh, I have 100 registered voters here, and people that are coming here, they are no more than 100. Simple as ABC.
So it Beavers just tells you that you have 100 voters here, not legal. The legal part does not apply. That's what you're saying now.
Charles, like I tell you, you don't overfeed, you don't achieve 100% perfect system. Even
no, this one is not even about 100%. This is 0%. Because as far as I'm concerned, what you're saying is that
you don't.
It doesn't put that clause of 18 years is legal to vote does not apply.
What's the purpose of Beavers? If I may ask you, before we take this thing wide, what's the purpose of Beavers? If I may ask you.
Well, going by what that gentleman said, he said that it's to more or less to stop double voting, if I'm correct.
So that's what we are saying. So whether rat, even if rat or antelope is having its biometrics there, as much as it equates the total number of expected voters that will not exceed what they were expecting, that means the Beavers has done its own part. You can now ask for further technology to do whatever you want to do in the future, but we can't be using what we are seeing now to now judge that Beavers has failed. Just like when people are saying IRF has failed. IRF is just like a data warehouse for you to just archive what you've already achieved. It's not to determine the outcome of this election. It's just for you to be able to investigate. So I don't really understand.
Ola, let me even add to it. Even add to you. Look, you cannot convince people who are already set on a default mode. You understand? Everybody can believe what they believe. What I see in that video is a heartbreaking exploitation of children, right? That is the crime. Whether if you expect a technology that does not exist, even in America, you think that when they put their finger on the Beavers and maybe you do electric shock and bring out and write on and print on their forehead their age. If that is your own expectation, thank you for your fantasy world. You can carry on with that. But what I see there is exploitation of children, and it's a disgrace. They should go after the people who are exploiting those children, and that is the crime.
Do you agree that using underage people can also be termed as cooking up numbers?
You should go after
the question. No, the question I said that using underage people can to be cooking up numbers.
No. It does not equal cooking up number. Cooking up numbers means that we have to also number in our database, or we accredited 5 people, like as Madam Zita said. 5 people came to the polling station, and we are recording 1,000 people.
You see the problem we have in Nigeria. We are the law does not even apply to us. You see that we have 5 people or 5 legally aged people, because I don't understand this. We just have 5 people and we just put them in the vote.
What do you mean legally? No. It's 5 legal age people. The legality of the age is recorded on the card. Somebody say he's 18 years old and he registered as 18 years old, right? The legality is if you are 18 and the card says that she's 18. Now, if you want to detect that is not 18 years old, you go to FBI and employ FBI to help you catch the criminals who are exploiting children, who are registering children as the age that they are not. That is another crime, right? That is what the government should go after. They should go after those people who are exploiting children. It's a disgrace. Those are children. They have their life, right? And if these beavers is permanent situation, those people will carry that age for the rest of their life. They have taken life away, years away from those children, and it's a disgrace. They should go after those people. Who the heck is this person making noise on the background?
Okay, let me just.
I'm trying to see where. Who is that coming from? That sound. I think it's I think it was coming from you, Charles. Charles, there's heavy background noise coming from somebody.
Sorry, I think it was for me. Sorry, I was in the bathroom. Sorry.
All right, sorry. Karen Charles. Yeah, Karen. Yeah. On mute.
Let's paint this scenario. Let's paint this last scenario. Let's say this party was like, okay, between TINUBU and Atiku, okay? And it was just those two parties. And we found out that Atiku had 60 million votes and TINUBU had 4 million votes. And this video now rolls out in the north. Will you deem it fit as legal or illegal? Do you deem it fit as something that cooked up the numbers that made the election results not transparent?
No, Charles, that's another scope entirely. This is not the issue we are talking about. We are talking about the process of the verification, as that process achieved its process of looking at the numbers of expected voters. As it achieved that, yes. Now, politicians, when we say politicians rig election ahead, that is one of those things we talk about. They look ahead. They started even rigging election from the population census than when they are doing registration. So even if you don't have those numbers on those days,
thank you,
for those numbers, they now add it on that election day, even when they are not present there. But Viva is saying you are not going to write a figure more than what we have on the register and what we have present on that day. That is what Viva is supposed to achieve. What we are talking about now is high level, so academic. So it's not the scope of what we are talking here now. I have 100 voters here. Oh, those people that vote that day, are they within the boundary of 100? Yes or no answer. It's a categorical answer. So trying to do research, expanding the thesis is totally out of scope. So to me, Viva is very credible. Whether we like it, there's a room for improvement, yes. But for better than what we used to have, absolutely. So to me,
Ola, sorry to interject. Well, yes, as you said, we are questioning we are turning our question to the wrong section. We are supposed to question the process, not the function of beavers, right?
No, I'm saying we are supposed to question beavers within the scope. What is the scope of beavers? The scope is to ascertain the number of voters present compared to what you have on the register. So if on that day 100 people authenticate, you want to make sure that those people, the 100 people that do the authentication, they are the exact 100 people. You present your card, you put your biometrics, and it confirms you are the one. Good. It's not as if you say, okay, we have 100 voters here, and we saw.
I got that. Sorry, I got that. What I wanted to quickly say is this: the software or the machine, it needs two factors: the human factor and the software or the algorithm factor, right? Now, and for you to operate properly, you still need both factors to work. So you cannot say because one worked, one did not work, because one that works supersedes the other. No, both of them have to work back to side by side. Now, the human factor is the people that see these young people that will not input them into the machine. Of course, the machine, there's no machine that can detect somebody that is young, is 1 year or 2 years. Whatever you put into that machine, you route into that machine. That what the machine will keep as data. So you need that two factors to work. So you cannot bring the beavers to the market or to the place after you have overwrote the code that you come and say it works. What about the human factor?
Can I interject?
Yes.
All right, yeah, all right, interject, but then I want to move the conversation and I want to go to what is going on. It wasn't even anything that we brought up, but it's just come to my attention. What is going on in Tunisia? I want us to have a quick chat about that, but let's hear from you, Zita.
What you're saying is what we have been saying here. Somebody, since you have already said it, we don't have something to dictate somebody's age, like pinning it down. Yeah, we have something that can say around your age, like within this space, that should be your age. But we don't have anything that we say exactly the time you are born. You just said it. So how do you expect somebody to walk to you and tell you he's 18 and you say he's not? How does that work? You are still the one that said we don't have something to dictate it. So the human factor, what do you need the woman to work with? His eyes?
All right. So has anybody been following what's going on in Tunisia? Does anyone know anything about that space? No? All right. Let me bring you up to speed, but because it's a cause of... Yeah.
I was watching it. Very interesting.
Well, interesting is not how I would describe it. It says Nigerians' orders attacked in Tunisia as President Said says Black Africans are criminals. So we're back there in that space. Several Nigerians, as well as Ivorians, have fled their homes in Tunisia in the face of state-sanctioned attacks, are taking refuge on the premises of their country's embassies. They were attacked by Tunisian nationals as President Kais Saied continues to deepen discrimination and unfair prejudice against dark-skinned people from Africa. Mr. Saied recently announced that sub-Saharan migrants were on a mission to weaken the country's Islamic Arab identity, and their presence in the country has to end. There is a criminal plan to change the composition of the demographic landscape in Tunisia, and some individuals have received large sums of money to give residence to sub-Saharan Africans, migrants, he said in a statement. Mr. Said also spoke at his country's National Security Council meeting, convened on the matter, and referred to the migrants who have sustained the country's informal economy with the surplus cheap labor as herds of illegal migrants. He argued that their presence in the country was a source of violence, crime, and unacceptable acts. Mr. Said insisted on the need to quickly put an end to the migration, as it was an unspoken goal to consider Tunisia a purely African country with no affiliation to Arab and Islamic nations. Since the announcement, hundreds of sub-Saharan migrants have been victims of targeted attacks, with the majority having their housing, jobs, and freedom withdrawn. Forum Tunisia, an advocacy group in the country, said over 300 migrants have been arrested in an onslaught on trumped-up charges. Something or the other condemned the assault on rights of migrants and called on Tunisian authorities to fight against hate speech, discrimination, and racism against them. So this is what is going on in Tunisia. Black African vagrants, according to we thought they were Africans, but now they are not. They want to be Arabs and they want to get rid of you. So anybody has any thoughts on that before we move the conversation?
One man, those not African people, they don't consider themselves as Africans. I don't know if people have encountered them in Europe there, but few I've seen since my days of traveling or 9 countries I've been to. Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, they don't describe themselves as African, they call themselves Egyptian or Tunisians. And they look down on Black people. We Black from the West or how will you call it, South Africa or whatever. And I don't know why it's like that. Probably because they feel they are yellow, they are closer to to Europe, make them Europeans. I don't really know. And if you come to look at it, they are not even Africans to say. They are some of them are Persians and Arab that invaded that land and start populating there. But that hatred they have for black people, I don't know where it's coming from. They hate us so much. And the crime they are saying, they do the same crime too. When they like Lebanese are doing a lot of crime in Apapa, in abroad, they do the worst crime. I don't know where we have this feeling come from, but it's very, very sad and it's bad.
One man.
You know the thing with those people, I've always and you find it almost even with the Somalians, the Ethiopians, etc. They want to distance themselves from being black, but the Arabs don't accept that they are Arabs. The Arabs don't consider them to be Arabs. They are certainly not Europeans. So what are they? You know?
No, one man.
One man.
See,
the Moroccans.
Let's get this right. Let's get this right. See, Africa is a geographical expression. So when you look at how they create continents, it's very fortunate or whatever this thing for them to be with us. But we are talking of race. They are totally different from us. Whether we like it or not, they are more of Arab. They are not black people. So let's just face that fact.
Well, what do you mean whether we like it or not? Are we begging them to be black, or what do you mean?
No, it's just an expression. No, why should we beg them? I'm proud of my race, so it's not a crime that we are black. That's just the whole feeling. That's just the way it is. We shouldn't see Africa as black. I think that's just the misconception there. So, Africa, we can see Africa as multicultural. So it's not or multiracial.
Yeah, but from what the president of Tunisia is saying is that they are Arabians, not blacks, and you hear that often.
Yeah, they are Arabian. That's how they feel. So they feel like because that's a race too. That's a race. So he's
but that's not their race though, is it?
No, they're not blacks then.
Africa is not a race.
Nobody's saying they are blacks, but
black is a race, so they're not blacks.
Black is a race.
No, but they are not Arabian either. Are they?
Okay, what are they? Because Arab is not a continent. Africa is a continent.
Are they not Moors?
One man. Tunisia, these Arab countries, especially Egypt, they have many times applied to join European Union. So that in that respect, it's not totally surprising how they feel with regard to where they want to be. But I think this news you're reading now, I think if it's a new phenomenon, Tunisia is very late to the game, right? So when some of us are very passionate about Nigeria, right, we know things, right? When I say passionate about Nigeria, I'm passionate about having a strong government, a good government, a well-run government. Nobody will do that. The way from my experience, I would say that saying African is just to make it like it's not just Nigeria. The way I say it is probably more a target at Nigeria, and I have it's not just Tunisia is late to the game, right? Tunisia is late to the game. There are many other countries who are doing it to Nigeria, targeted than Nigerians, but this is not the right time or the right place to talk about it. I'm saying
why not?
Things I have proof about the Nigerian embassy. I have on many occasions have to talk to them about it. We need a very strong government. Nobody should take us for a joke like that. It's a disgrace.
Can I interject? Can I say something on this space?
Yeah. Come in, Zeta.
You see, most times we just when these things happen, it's like somebody just jumped out and start hating on us. Sometimes I look deeper. I remember when Nigerians had issues in Brazil. It was a long fought issues. And then they came together and start correcting some certain things that were being done by certain Nigerians. They have to prove to the Brazilian government that I'm not actually like that. Number one, when you are in another person's land, it's on you to prove you are good. It's on you to prove that you are worthy living with them. It's on you to prove otherwise of what they think about you. Not on them to say You're a nice person. So since our government is not good and we keep moving, I have had an opportunity of somebody I told that I'm from Africa. And the sons told the father that there is nobody from Africa. Humans don't live there. I'm talking about in 2021. That is an animal kingdom. The boy has to be brought for me to see him, and I had a long chat with him. And you won't believe what the 14-year-old boy told me. Anyway, that's by the way. But when things like this happen, I don't just jump into it and say, how can they treat us like this? After all, Nigerians has been there for so many years now. What changed? That's the question.
Yeah, madam, in this situation, what is the problem, right? Is not whether if they find some people who are behaving badly, right? This is a government-backed organization of even people charged with trumped up charges. They make up crimes, they fabricate crimes, even within their court systems. Even judge, I have personally witnessed judges fabricating record, right? I have seen many documents. I have reported to the Nigerian embassy cases of judges fabricating record against Nigerians. People who are not Nigerians, they are claiming to be Nigerians. People who are not Nigerians, the government is ascribing Nigerians to them in order to nail them. There is a whole lot of things going on. We need a very strong government. We are not a joke country, but we have a joke of a people running our country. We don't deserve, for what God has blessed Nigeria with, we don't deserve what Tunisia is just Tunisia is not the only country. It's not the only country. They are just new to the game, right? You're not new to the game. It's a disgrace. We need a country with a government that runs like a country is supposed to run. If we have that, they don't. I mean, they don't even have what it takes to treat us like that. But because I don't know, it is what it is. Right now, it is what it is, right? But this is not even the right time or the right place to talk about it. You know.
So what do you mean that it is targeted at Nigerians? What's led you to that statement? That because when I read that statement, it put me back to the German experience where they wanted a pure race type of country, and that's what I thought. But you are saying it's targeted at Nigerians. Why do you say
that's what I'm saying. I know what I said. What I said is a documented statement that the Nigerian embassy in Israel is aware of it, and I speak what I know. It's not about Tunisia. I don't know about Tunisia, right? I'm hearing the news now, but I am telling you, Tunisia is new to the game.
One man, you are right. There are some. Can I interject, please?
Yeah, go on.
I don't always remember to say, can I interject? I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. Carry on.
You're right in the sense that for somebody like me who have, never mind, there are some countries that don't want that mixture. There are a lot of factors behind this thing that is happening in Tunisia. Marrying them, having children with them, working so hard, collecting little more than what they are supposed, like disenfranchisement, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of factors. It's not just a straightforward thing. And most countries in the world today, apart from America, that I will tell anybody that America is the only place, I make bold to say it because this is a global platform. America is the only place where blacks are well accepted. Take it or leave it. But
no, you can't say that. They are in the United Kingdom.
They are super.
Why are you laughing? Look, I spent most of my life here. I was born here. I'm telling you that they are in the United Kingdom.
Yeah. In America is the only country on planet Earth that blacks are super comfortable. I will say that anytime, any day.
No, you are not in a position to say that is what I'm saying. Which countries have you experienced for you to be able to say that?
Anyway, one
I
man,
was
let's
comfortable
leave
in Lithuania.
what I'm saying is
No, that's too broad a statement to make, I think.
okay.
Yeah.
One man, let's leave that.
One man, this is madam, madam, what you are talking about is a general discrimination against black or against a particular race or whatever it is. This is general discrimination. What is going on is not general discrimination, or maybe it is mixed, or maybe it's a sort of general discrimination. I don't know. But what I am talking about, is targeted attack on Nigerians. This is what I'm talking about.
But hold on. Why are you saying it? Because you keep saying it, but you are not able to expand on it. So, are you able to expand on it? Because we are mystified. Why is it targeted at Nigeria?
Yeah. The reason I'm not able to expand on it. The reason I'm not able. I am totally like I said to you. And I'm saying it. The Nigerian embassy.
So no. Just tell us what we need to know. I mean, what is it? Is it some state secret? What was
the reason? Even it posts. Look. Not even only that, they will take people, right? They will create fake travel document, right? They will use it to send people to Nigeria. I reported to the Nigerian embassy that even whatever you think about it, this is a national security problem. Other countries cannot create document, have no respect for our embassy, create fake document to send people to our country. I'm not saying.
Are you talking about the? Are you talking about the Tunisians, the Israelis, the?
No. The Tunisia, like I said, I don't know about Tunisia. I am listening to this news right now. I'm not talking about Tunisia. I'm saying Tunisia is late to the game. It's not just Tunisia doing it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying of targeted attack at Nigerians. And I'm saying that the reason I'm not talking about it is because I have talked about it with the embassy, the Nigerian embassy in Israel. I'm so mystified at the level of their paralysis. It's a disgrace. There was I
know. Talk now. Highlight it so that it's something that is publicly known.
Can I interject? Let me
it's just why is shrouding it in ambiguity and mystery is what mystifies me. If you feel Nigerians are being targeted, we are Nigerians, so give us the heads up so we know what to look out for.
I have reported it to the Nigerian government, to the Nigerian embassy. I have reported. I'm not saying I talk. I have reported many times with documentations.
Okay, cite an example. Cite an example of what you reported.
Okay. There was like this one I referred to. There is a Nigerian, I think it's currently now in Slovakia, right? So they use fake documents, right? With the only reason I don't know, I don't want to get myself into legal implication. That's why I say it's not the right time, it's not the right place.
No, you don't have to give you don't have to give the specific names, just the narrative behind it.
Yeah. What I'm talking about, what I'm talking about, right, is so there is a Nigerian. The government created fake travel document, right? Because they were supposed to the Nigerian embassy is supposed to provide a travel document, right? So because it was a trumped up charges against him, right? Stuff like that. They couldn't go to the Nigerian embassy.
What was the charge?
He was charged for fighting police.
All right. Okay.
He was sent to prison for fighting police. So let me even tell you. So he was sent to prison for fighting police, and the rules is right is to get him to prison so that they can use the fact that he's been convicted as a ruse to invoke automatic deportation. The guy who was married was with a Slovakian girl, and they got married. they refuse to issue the certificate, right? The guy does not even want to. He wants to go to Slovakia. You understand? So on the guy, but they didn't have access to his passport. His passport with the girlfriend, then now wife. So they then created, because of the criminality with what they did to him. They then created a travel document, right? They don't care about the Nigerian embassy. They created a travel document. Then they take in connivance with the airline and the immigration of the other country. So they would take them, send them to that country, lock them in a detention in that country, a country that's no longer in the European Union. So no access to anything. They will beg to go to Nigeria. The condition they put them, they will beg to go to Nigeria. And that's how, and they will send them to Nigeria. Also about Nigerian immigration, it's a disgrace. So they get to Nigeria. It's already on the law. If somebody is not carrying no Nigerian passport, right? Why don't you send them back to where they are bringing them from? And so they kept doing many. So I said to the embassy, if people can send people to Nigeria without Nigerian authorization, without the authorization of Nigerian government, how can they not send terrorists to Nigeria? Through our official airport. We are not even talking people walking in from Benin or from the porous border. You can send in high-level terrorists into Nigeria that way. If you can just send people into Nigeria. I discussed with the embassy. It's a whole disgrace what is going on. I know, I am saying what I know. People that I know that are close to me. It's a whole lot of mess. But anyway, it is not the right time and the right place. Not because of anything, just because of legal implications. But I have informed the Nigerian embassy.
Just finally, that third way country, is it Israel? This person it was arrested in for fighting the police in Slovakia, and then it was forcefully rendition to Israel.
In another country, not in Slovakia. He wanted his girlfriend is from Slovakia. They are not in Slovakia yet, so they want to get married. In fact, they are done their marriage, and they are expecting certificate from, when you get it, then you can get the card, the European card or whatever. Then they can move out, right? The guy was a student. With a valid student card. Right? It's a whole lot of mess. It's a whole lot of mess. And the reason I'm keep repeating is this: that I have reported not one, not two, not three, so many. How many Nigerians have gone missing? It's a disgrace. I don't know what the embassy is doing. Sometimes I'm so pissed off. I think over the past couple of years, is one of the things that I destroyed my what do you call it? My anger situation. They are very nice to me. They speak to me nicely. The embassy people are very nice to me, I have to say. But that's not the point.
Woman, I think this is a systemic problem, and I'll have the leadership, the Nigerian leadership, to blame, because like the points he noted, first of all those attacks in South Africa and stuff like that, these are things that is watched all over the world. The name calling and everything about Nigerians and things like that, they've associated us, they've really blacklisted us internationally, and the Nigerian government does not even try as much as possible to try and redeem that image. Also, I think the Nigerian government, in terms of representing its people, standing up for its people, they do a very poor job. And that's why a lot of nations...
Thank you, my brother. They don't stand up for Nigerians.
A lot of
they
nations
go about
take
calling
advantage.
Brother, sorry to interject you. They go about, especially this, what they call it, this, the office with foreign, not the official foreign ministry, the one headed by this madam. I think she's a very nice person.
Abike.
Abike Dabira, be a good be a good ambassador. Be a good ambassador? Are you going to fight for your country? The government exists to fight for its people.
Can I interject?
No, hold on. Fatai, why is it that you especially are the one going to the embassy to report all of these things? Are you some sort of advocate? What is your role in all of this?
Because of private, where do I start from? Let me just leave it at this. I have people that are close to me that have been victims, Nigerians that are friends of mine. I have a friend of mine in Nigeria who in the process died. The Nigerian embassy is aware of the death of this guy. It's a disgrace.
One man, there was a story about a lady that died, something like that as well, that happened, is it last year or something, in prison or something. Did you hear of that news?
No. What happened?
I can't remember.
This is not
lady that died in custody in another country.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go on.
No, what I'm saying is not even I'm not even talking about a death in the prison. I'm talking about a death in the course of this sending people to Nigerian without even a simple respect for the Nigerian embassy, without creating fake documents.
All right, tell us how that process works. So they arrest a person on trumped-up charges in country A, but because country A has a rule of law, they cannot act at will. So they then rendition them to country B, who then holds that Nigerian in such a hostile condition that Nigerian would then beg to be deported. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Thank you for even giving me that liberty to use country A and country B. So the Nigerian.
No, we want the specific names of the countries, by the way, but because it's just to give us the picture of what is going on. But
that's why I want to interject, because this finish.
No. Wait. Let me just say. So country A, country B. So there is a Nigerian that is arrested on trumped-up charges, taken to court. They create fake documents in the court, connivance even with the court. So the connivance is to send them to prison by all means necessary. So sending them to prison by all means necessary then creates the automatic premise to issue deportation, right? So they create automatic premise to issue deportation. So in order to avoid getting travel document from the Nigerian embassy, because then to get the travel document, the Nigerian has to sign the travel document paper, and the country A government also has to sign the document. So when they approach the Nigerian government and the Nigerian government talks to the Nigerian, he has to explain his experience about what has happened, what has gone down. So they avoid all that process. So they then use forced deportation, right? So they take the Nigerian, they take the Nigerian, send it to country B, because there is no direct flight. So they send it to country B. In country B, who is not a member of the European Union and does not care about detention rules, right? So nobody can access them any longer. And this guy talked about how they have to just say, please, just let me go. And this country B then assists to continue the illegality of sending people to Nigeria without authorization of the Nigerian government.
Can I ask you a question on that country and country B? How is country A sending a whole human being to country B without any papers, without any identity, without any passports, because that's basically kidnapping?
No. Country A
because it sounds like you're saying country A is kidnapping them and transferring them to another country.
Exactly, it's a kidnap. That is what I call it for the embassy. Country A creates a fake travel document, not of Nigeria. They put their country's name on it. Country A, and they write on the front page travel document, right? So they create. It's like I create a Cameroon passport to send somebody to Nigeria.
What?
And I'm saying, excuse me. I create a fake.
Fatai, can I ask a question?
Up to me. I won't lie.
It's not adding up either because you are too vague in your description.
Exactly. This is my myth. This is my myth. This is my myth. This is my myth. I will ask permission from that my friend who, thank God, after they did this to him, they first deported him to Nigeria through this stupidity. Actually, I call it kidnapping. Is now the lady went to Nigeria to get married, and they are in Slovakia. I will ask a permission. I will ask from him a permission if I can send it to you. I asked him, and I sent it to the embassy already.
Fatai, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, the narrative you just gave now, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Now my question is, let me just say it this way, if I understand what you said. Country A was trying to deport a person from country B. Now, hold on.
No, to Nigeria through country B.
Hold on. Wait, okay, fine. Country A was trying to deport somebody to country B. Now they falsified the document.
No, through Nigeria through country B, because there is no direct flight to Nigeria from country
A. Okay, let's do it this way. Nigeria is the country C. Let's say Nigeria is country C.
Yeah, thank you.
Nigeria is country C. Now, country A wants to deport a citizen of country C, Nigeria. Because there's no direct flight. Hold on. Because there's no direct flight, they have to falsify the document of country C, Nigeria.
Thank you.
The person through country B.
They falsify it. They don't even create a document of Nigeria. And that time, this guy was during the COVID time. Then they falsify. That time you need to get this COVID whatever certificate that you go on the Nigerian Ministry of Health and you get this barcode, whatever. They falsified that. They fed false information into the Nigerian database to get this paper, and that is clear on the face. It's clear on the face of the document. They forged the guy's signature on the document they created as travel document.
To be honest,
and so they deported him. Hold on. This your story is too vague. I mean, it's too nebulous. Now,
it seems like too much.
Let me understand, because I'm in this field. That's what I'm asking you. It's a field that I'm always interested in. Now, there's one thing I want you to understand. Every country that wants to deport, they have to liaise with the representative of that country in their land.
That is the missing. Yeah.
That's the protocol.
Yeah.
That's how they do it. You can't just deport somebody without consulting.
Yeah, exactly. This is where the problem is. This is why I call it kidnapping. They don't follow that protocol. They create a guerrilla protocol to target Nigerians. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about normal protocol.
Ask me a question. Is this something you witnessed, or is this something that your friend told you? Did he tell you?
No.
You witnessed it?
No. It's something I witnessed. I know more information than I will speak about.
You saw them doing all these things with your own eyes.
Look, my brother, the Nigerian embassy.
No, it was party to the incident. So that's what he's saying.
Well, it seems like too much.
But why would they falsify Nigerian document just so they can deport a Nigerian to Nigeria? They don't. I mean, I don't know. Is it a European?
No. I think he said they falsified an Ivorian, unless I misheard.
No. They falsified.
No. That's a different. Go on.
They create travel document of their own country to send people to Nigeria. On this travel document that they even created, they falsified the guy's signature. Right? Not only that, they fed falsified information, and you can imagine that time with all the problem about COVID. So they are sending people with virus into Nigeria. Even there's so many levels of it. They are feeding, and under the Nigerian law, if I, as a Nigerian, feed false information into that portal of the Nigerian Health Authority, it's a criminal offense. So they feed false information, by the way, address, because they don't know Nigeria. Number 2, Maitama Street, Lagos, Badagry, Ondo, something like that. That's how they create that. That is an address for you.
Fatai, I think there's more to this story than you are telling us here. Or maybe
no. I said that up front. There is more to it that I'm telling. There's more to, and I said it's not the time and
it's
place.
still vague. What you're saying is still vague. That's why some
I
of us
know. I recognize it's vague. I recognize it's vague. That's why I said the specificity. I have given the specific information to the Nigerian embassy in Israel. I'm saying with specific, the embassy in Israel.
Well, the only thing I agree with you on is when you said, I think we need a government that is for the people. I don't even understand why we have ministry. I mean, a diaspora and what kind of. You see, Nigeria is the kind of a country that they just don't do things according to. If the whole world is doing one thing one way, Nigeria will be doing their own in a different way. What is the meaning of a diaspora? Is it chairwoman or whatever they call her? Abike Dabiri.
Yeah.
I mean, what? I mean, that should come under the purview of the foreign affairs ministry. So why would they have a different?
Different, yeah. I don't get it. If they want to have a department under the foreign ministry, yes. It's supposed to be a department under the
diaspora who has an office different. Our office is not even in the ministry of it's not the ministry of foreign affairs.
Can I interject?
It's not there. It's outside.
Let's say from Zeta.
But I need a little clarification. The people they are sending to Nigeria, are they Nigerians?
Well, the ones I know, because they're people close to me, right? They are Nigerians. But how am I supposed to know how many people they have sent?
Okay, because there's I will say, but they have some issues with. I don't know why they do that. Any black-skinned person outside of Africa black skin, they tag them Nigerian. I don't know why they do that, but
Madam, sorry, before you go on, just to interject this. Actually, after I have informed the embassy a lot, okay, they sit up a little bit. So the consular had to come one day to witness this situation. So that day he came to the detention where they put the people they wanted to deport. By the way, first of all, they lied to the consular, to the embassy, that they want to deport 300 Nigerians. They need to sign that Nigeria should send them aeroplane. And I said to them that I have my people, I know about that detention center. You cannot find 10 Nigerians there. That Nigerians should send them aeroplane to deport 300 Nigerians or whatever.
Which country are we talking about? Just so we are clear. Which country?
It's a European country. That the best I can say for now. So
okay, is it East European?
No, it's not East. It's not East European.
If he says he doesn't want to divulge any information more than what he has, let's not press.
No, I'm not pressing him because the only reason why I'm asking is if it's a Western European country, which would be Spain, France, etc., then you have a vague idea of just what is going on. But if it's one of those Slavic countries, then you understand that it's a different system. So it's just
it's not one of those big European countries. It's not Eastern European. You understand? Actually, it's closer to the Middle East, the country. It's one of those small countries. I don't want to.
Okay. All right. Okay. Go on. Yeah, I'm with you now.
So the consular went there. So when the consular went there, and they tell the consular that you should issue a passport for this person, Nigerian passport, so that they could deport him. So the consular said he spoke to him, and he said no, and he said to me that he told them, this is not a Nigerian. He doesn't even speak Nigerian language. He doesn't speak anything. So right there, he confirmed to me, right to his face, they are trying to make him create a passport for a Nigerian passport for a non-Nigerians. That is the level to which it is. It's a whole lot of and I'm saying the one that touched that touched me most in this cause of this stupidity. One Nigerian lost his life. Another Nigerian, I don't know where he is missing.
And you are acting as an advocate on their behalf between the holding nation and the Nigerian government.
I am acting as a Nigerian who is saying that because Nigerian government don't develop a backbone to fight for Nigerians. To fight for Nigerians.
Anyway, to me, that story is not adding up, especially for the fact
Sorry to interject. See, there are certain things that is going on that this Mr. Fitai cannot say. You got to understand that we all are not new to traveling. Let me tell you one.
Something is going on. Say,
wait, hold on. Let me quickly say. Let me quickly tell you. Let me quickly tell you one.
Sunday is not a, hold on. Sunday is not a shouting something now. If you don't know that, Fatai is telling you that it's been deliberately vague for reasons of confidentiality.
Yeah, I have my argument too, because Nigerian students lie a lot. They go through a situation.
Hold on,
Sorry, brother, just 1 second.
For the Nigerian government to defend you when you're always
excuse me, Sorry.
That's why I said
sorry, excuse me. I have
vague, then why
sorry,
bring it up? Okay, bring up a real example that you will not be vague about. It's not arguing.
Excuse me.
You can't keep blaming the Nigerian government.
Oh my goodness.
I've seen situations.
Excuse me, Solly. Can you wait for
hold on, Fatai. Let him make that point. Yeah, go on, Solly. What's your pushback?
I'm a student. All these countries you are talking about, Tunisia, Libya, this thing. I went to school with people like this. I know why they are racist. I know about their countries. All these things they are doing. I just wanted you to finish. This story is what Nigerian students do a lot. They will not tell you what they did. They will not tell you how they got into that situation. When it's now time for Nigerian government to help them, because they've lied so much, they will not even want to tell Nigerian government the truth. So how will the Nigerian government help them? So many times Nigerian government has come to defend Nigerian students and they always look stupid going back. Because Nigerian students will not want to say the truth. They will not want to tell you what they did. They will not. This story is not adding up at all. How can one country send a whole human? That's human trafficking. That is literally human trafficking. Even if a country wants to do that, it's not going to be easy for them. They know the crime they are committing. They can be sent out of Europe just for doing that. We're talking about human rights. The story is not adding up. If you have a story that you don't want to be vague about, then you can talk about it. But this thing is not adding up. You are being vague about it. Okay, then tell another story. Why are we arguing about something that is vague? I have real stories to tell.
Have you landed?
Yes.
Have you landed? Okay, thank you very much. I said up front, right? So I am the only thing I'm happy where you landed is that it's a serious problem. I am telling you something that I know. I'm not telling you stories. I'm not telling you a market story. Okay, I'm not telling you market story. I'm not telling. And like I said beforehand, I said one man. I will ask a permission from my friend if I can send to one man documents. I'm not talking all this one you're talking about. I know, but by the way, all this one you're talking about, every country is doing it. I'm not. I have upfront. I have excused those people who are doing those ones. They can send them to. If you find all these people doing whatever, you can send them to prison. I'm not talking all this. I am talking a deliberate orchestration of people in government of country A to the country in Nigeria.
Hold on, Zita. Fatai, what value does this guy have for that much of an effort to be made? What value does he have? It cannot just because he's black. What value does he have?
Well, it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things. Immigration, asylum, and all these things in Europe is $1 billion industry, €1 billion industry. So there is monetary problem. There is, and all of that doesn't matter. I am talking about specific to Nigerians. Right, I'm not talking some general things or some Nigerians are doing whatever.
Okay. Hold on, please, Zita.
And by the way, when it comes to the veracity, I am talking something. I'm not talking something out of the blue. I'm talking something. I have documented evidence. I have documented evidence of a Nigerian I have a document of a Nigerian girl that was through this process. Also, they did though. Men were used to deport her. It's a disgrace. I'm not talking something. I'm talking things that I have. Like I said to you, all of these documents I have sent to the Nigerian embassy. The information, everything I'm saying here, the Nigerian embassy knows everything.
Oh, okay. Why do you think Nigerians are being singled in this way? What is it exactly by your own understanding?
Okay. For this particular perpetration of sending to Nigeria, I think it's because they have tried it many times that the Nigerian immigration authorities doesn't. I mean, if you want to get to the Nigeria airport, so I think for this particular one, they know they can just send people. This is the beef I have with the embassy. So they can just send people to Nigeria, and doesn't matter. No, don't need the documentation from Nigerian authority. They can just create any papers, connive with another immigration authority, and they just send people to Nigeria. These are what I know. How many you don't know? How many have they sent terrorists to Nigeria?
Can I
How do we know?
Oh, all right. Comment Zeta.
If I may get Fatai right, what he is talking about is the process of removing those people from the country, not actually what they did. The process of
largely that, but also the Trump. No, I'm talking. The way I say it's a target is the trumped up charges.
Okay.
Trumped up charges.
I don't even know why some people are saying what Fatai is saying is vague. I will make a specific example you guys can go and check on. When Obama was deporting people in his own time, he bundled all of them and put in a plane and dumped them in Lagos. Go and check your record. And those guys, when they landed, they were screaming that is not their country. Some said that from Ghana, some said that from Sierra Leone. I don't really know why outsiders do that to Nigeria. Everybody with black skin happened to be a Nigerian, and I don't like it. But I'm surprised Fatai is saying this, and some people are saying it's vague. It's vague. The one
Can I explain to you why everybody black is Nigerian? It's because some people enter Nigeria and they apply for Nigerian passports even though they are not Nigerians. I've seen that one with my own eyes. I'm not saying anything vague. Second thing is, most of these other Africans, when they commit crimes, they tell the people that they are Nigerian so that they will not realize what country they are from. This happens a lot in Dubai. This happens a lot in UAE. A lot of these other Africans, the moment they are caught, the moment they do a crime, they say that they are Nigerians. That is why
I agree with you.
Nigerian.
Let me contribute to that. Let me contribute that. Yeah, that happens a lot. Many people commit crime. They say themselves to Nigeria because of the perception that the Nigerian government accept readily, like cheaply. They accept cheaply. If they say a Nigerian did this, the Nigerian government will not even argue with you. Right? Because the Nigerian government has made it easy for all these people for the generalization of Nigeria. When you see that madam Abike Dabira going, be a good ambassador with Buhari. The one thing I don't like Buhari about, hey, be a good ambassador. Look at Nigeria is the ministry in the defense of America. Oh, everybody clap. So the other Nigeria, there's no discrimination against Nigeria, except you get to the bottom of it. That's why you're a government. The Nigerian government made it easy for the overgeneralization of crimes in Nigeria, and they made it easy. So essentially what I'm saying is this. So when they make up all these trumped up charges, right? They have a gateway passport that once they put Nigerian name to it, is Nigerian name essentially is an evidence of a crime in their court. That's what they just put Nigerian, and there's no need. You don't need any other evidence. You don't need any other evidence.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, Solly, I'm telling you what happened. Brother, I'm not telling you.
One voice.
Let me finish. Solly, whatever you understand.
When it comes to international laws,
you can't
argue all these things.
You are telling me some very generalized when it comes to
Europe. I go to Arab countries. So you can't argue all this. It's not making sense. Okay, now let me point out one thing that you said.
It's not making sense to you because you are telling me you live here, What do I care? I'm telling you what I see, what happened, what I have documents about. I'm telling you what happened, what I have documents about, what I was a part of, what I have documents about. I'm not telling you this is what happens in this country. Of course, that is the clout now. This is normal law, but everything happening is only the things that are the normal law. What about the things happening under the ground?
Fatai, you see, the problem with the over the years, ever since this last time we had this citizen diplomacy, that was during this man's time. Professor Akinyemi, when he was in Nigerian Foreign Affairs, that was the last time. But that was during Abacha time, actually, I would say. Yeah, you see, the crop of the Nigerian Foreign Service that we have now, the crops of people in the Nigerian Foreign Service, they're not career diplomats, and they're not well trained. You see, these kind of things, these are what Nigerian foreign ministry should be handled very well, properly. You know, you can't just send people who are not Nigerian citizens to Nigeria and maybe falsifying documents in anyhow they do it, maybe in cahoot with the Nigerian embassy or consulate or mission in their country. But what I know is this, that I think Solly has a point, that there's a protocol, there's an international protocol that governs how to deport a citizen of a different country. But that some countries do violate it. Yes, they do. I've had stories in the past of people who were deported without following the due process. Just deport them, put them on plane, just ship them back to their country, any commercial flights. And then when the civic, because some of them, what they do is that they even go with them, with law enforcement agents from that country, could be the immigration from that country. When they arrive in Nigeria, they just hand them over to Nigerian immigration. So anyway, the point is, the general point I'm trying to make is that any government that is coming in, your so-called TINUBU government coming in, if he comes in, that is, if he ever comes in, let him work more on that, the foreign service, because the Nigerian foreign service is it's the way Nigerian citizens are treated abroad. Look at what is going on in Tunisia. They have a far-right president who is stoking these embers of hatred and homophobia, whatever they call it. Now the Tunisians are not going against black people over there. But if Nigeria has a very good, we get our craft together, our governments and everything together. Our attention will not be distracted to just governance. We will be focused more on our citizen diplomacy, because that is how you can improve your posture in the international community. You don't mess with Nigerians, because the government won't take it lightly. They have other ways, other avenue they can, put sanction on the country that treats their citizen anyhow. But you see, we know we don't get it. We have not get our crap together in that country.
Yeah. Well, rational man, my brother. I'm not. Look, I understand deportation, immigration. These are very complicated issues for every country. Every country have serious problem with deportation. So if in trying to deport somebody, they didn't follow. They had to deport, like as Madam Zita said, with their Obama situation. Like, for a lot of people, a lot of countries do this. Even those advanced countries that Solly is talking about, Germany does it. They pack during that Syrian situation. They will just pack everybody, dump them in Afghanistan. So don't talk about all these. This is process. That won't happen. I'm not even speaking about that. I'm speaking about witnessing orchestration. I'm not speaking about they're trying to achieve they're trying to the complications of immigration, like they are boxed into a situation where they have to do this underhanded general deportation, or like complicated. It's complicated for every country immigration program. I'm talking about crime against Nigeria, against the sovereignty of Nigeria, and crime against being a Nigerian. I call it a crime. That is the specific word I used for the embassy. I said, this is kidnapping. This is kidnapping. This is what I'm talking about.
Did you? I don't know. When you spoke to people from the Nigerian embassy, were you able to speak to either the consular officer or the defense attaché?
The consular. So they just have a new ambassador late last year. He came to Cyprus. I met with the new ambassador. I spoke with the ambassador. I told them everything. Before the ambassador was appointed, before the ambassador was the consular, the person, the consul, whatever they call his title, who was responsible, who was in charge. Every time we talk, every time send me a message. Even whenever they want to come, like they want to come to Cyprus, they let me know. I'm not talking something vague. If I'm not vague is issue of I don't know. I'm talking because other ramifications.
Sorry, let me tell you.
Time and place is my problem. I have.
Sorry, let me tell you. Sorry, let me tell you one of my weakness in Singapore. I was a student in Singapore before I came to Japan. There was a time we were coming from Colombo because I thought my destiny was what I was studying in Singapore was international studies and computer science. So we were traveling around all the time. There was a time we were coming, they stopped us at Changi Airport, that is Singapore. That time they were writing out people back because they had to keep us to sort us out. Then when they kept us, you know what they were using? There was a guy they always bring out to threaten people. If you don't sign to go back, they will do like this. There's a strict law in Singapore. You cannot overstay in Singapore. You can only stay 2 weeks in Singapore. When you overstay, it was that death penalty. There's just a Nigerian guy that overstayed that refused to sign. They kept that guy in deportation, airport deportation underground cell where they take everybody to. At that time we came, the guy was staying about 7 years and 8 months. The guy has grown beards like Moses. The guy has lost his sanity. They use that guy to come and confront you. Like, if you don't go, but they'll bring the guy in chains. This is what I saw. If we don't sign this paper, we'll make you look like this guy in Singapore. Then our UN came to sort us out. We were like 18 of us, and we left. Do you know, after a year and 2 months, when they only executed one Nigeria, when Obasanjo was fighting for Nigeria, right? Is when they released that guy to Obasanjo.
But we're struggling to hear you well. But Fatai, if you look at your screen, is this the sort of facilities that they hold the Nigerians in? This what we're saying here. So
sorry, I was talking without. Oh, this is even this. Yeah. In many respects, this is it Cyprus?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That place is called Punara Camp. It's worse than even Spain. This is even a good picture of it.
So this is the sort of thing that is going on there.
It's worse than what is being displayed.
One man, I was in Cyprus. I know what happened. All these things you are saying, you can't argue with somebody that travels. See, that camp in Cyprus, man, that's why I don't like vague things.
Nobody has said anything.
But it was about to make it seem similar.
All right, let's just move on. Since nobody,
people running from the northern part of Cyprus to the southern part of Cyprus. There are many ways for you to run from the northern part of Cyprus because they just cut it in half and they use like small barrels to put the division. So some people can just jump over. Some parts are very secure, some are not. So those parts that are not secure, they usually catch a lot of people. Okay, some people, if they enter South Cyprus, that means they've entered Europe. From there, they can find their ways. The ones that they catch, they put them in this camp. Now they are in the middle between North and South Cyprus. Some of them, they deport them. Some of them, they send them to refugee camps in some countries.
How did you go?
No, sorry. But I want him to land. I wanted him to land.
Let me ask
No. Hold on. Let Fatai land, and then we'll move on from there. I think I'm confused by this conversation, but
Charlie, anyway. Do you know what is going on with the fake colleges in Cyprus? Do you know about the fake colleges? Do you know how many colleges they have in Cyprus?
What is
you were in Cyprus.
You tell me.
No.
Tell me.
Do you know the college?
I've been debunking you since. Tell me.
All right. This is
one might. It's very important actually. It's very important actually. You didn't debunk anything. You understand? Let me tell you. So, do you know the operations of the fake colleges?
Just talk us through.
The fake colleges licensed by government. By the way, do you know the operations?
They are migration portals. They are for fake migrants. I mean.
Look, all this one that you are saying that people are coming from the UN buffer zone. There is a UN buffer zone, whatever it is, and there is places they jump. Okay, do you know about the people who are bringing them in? Do you know how much they used to bring them in?
What are you trying to tell us? Because
wait,
the last time I spoke, before you spoke,
I'm trying to tell you
that's
that
not what you are going to say. So I'm waiting for you to speak. Then I'll reply.
No,
You
because you went a little bit specific, and I want to take you on the specific, and I want to tell you that so many of those people crossing, right? So when they bring them, the police take them, right? Since they've been talking about it, they say, "Oh, he's an agent." They have never caught any agent. The police take them and take them to Punara. They know. You are talking about orchestration. That you are talking about the propaganda they tell around. I'm telling you about what I know. Even this immigration situation you are talking about, I know some. One man, there is a story in Sahara. In fact, this one I can talk about it since you one man you show Cyprus. There's a story in Sahara Desert.
What was happening in Cyprus?
No, hold on.
I already told you now. You don't understand now. You said you live in Cyprus. What I have told you.
Let's change this topic, man.
Okay, I know. We will change it 1 second. What I have told you, if you live in Cyprus, you already understood. So it means you don't know what is going on. There is a story. In this Punara camp. Let me just tell this story. So there is a story in this Punara camp. That camp you showed. This one happened maybe a couple of months ago. The embassy also was aware. Actually, it was the embassy that first contacted me to confirm the story. So they said there was a girl that was raped. I have sympathy for victims of rape. I'm not talking about rape. So the girl was raped in the middle of the night by five men, and they said they are Nigerian. There's a Nigerian girl that was raped in the middle of the night by 5 men. Now, if you see that camp, sometimes in one little tent, 10 people, 5 people are living there, right? It's a tent they are all living in. So in the middle of the night, the girl doesn't know anybody. The police can't find the people. They don't know. He doesn't know them, doesn't see their face, doesn't know anything, but they know they are Nigerians. Now, I told to the embassy, if that story happened, I said to the embassy, if the embassy cannot get to the bottom of this, by the way, this is a story that was published by the authorities, even to the point Sahara Desert carried the story. And I said, if we don't get to the bottom of this case, because the embassy contacted and their contact in the immigration to tell them that they want to take care of the girl as the Nigerian government, to let them know about the girl. Till today, we don't know the girl. So we don't know the girl. They said 5 men raped a girl in the middle of the night. They don't know the people. They don't know them, but they are sure they are Nigerians. In the middle of the night, in where 10 people, 5 people living in a room.
This your story is getting to. Just move on, please. This is your story.
This one that I'm telling you about is reported by Sahara reporters, and I will find the story and post in the comment section.
One man, can I ask Rational Mind a question, please?
All right, go on. But but that'll be the last question, and then we'll go back on stream. Yeah, go on.
It has nothing to do with what Rational Mind. Why did you say if he's gonna be there?
No, it's still oh God, still give it up now. You have to know when to surrender. Rational Mind.
Surrender what now? Surrender what?
TINUBU is your president now. What's the if still doing there?
Bola is not my president. Bola is not my president.
He doesn't need to be your president. He's the president of Nigeria, not
the president of Nigeria or some Nigerians. Maybe some Nigerians.
He's the president of Nigeria.
But he himself said it now. He said, "I know majority of it did not vote. I mean, the majority of Nigerians did not vote for me."
He didn't. Not majority of Nigerians did not vote for him.
So what are you talking about then?
I asked you a question. Why did you say?
He said it now. That's what he said. And I said,
if he will be there,
majority of Nigerians did not vote for me. What are you arguing? What is the argument about?
My argument is, why did you say if he will be there?
When I say if, well, let's see how this case goes. Hold on now. I know if you laugh, I may laugh him off. No problem. Everybody can laugh anything. So the point is, if he ever gets there, we shall see. This legal case in court. We shall see.
I've told you to prepare right poison. You refuse.
Madam, I mean, I'm okay here. I mean, I'm in a very beautiful hotel here, enjoying myself, having my 2 days rest.
Come on, continue.
I'm enjoying myself here, so I don't get any problem. And people get problem. I don't get problem. So I mean, so it go be their president, they maybe become their president, they don't concern me. And then people will go vote for him. Even though maybe they do the rigging, like a fella talk about. People no go vote, and they say people vote. Thousands to millions. Which kind election be that? That one election. Rigging my election, that is an election. He himself said it now. He said it and said, I know the majority of you did not vote for me. 8 million inside that many million. It's about 90 million people that register for the election to vote. They do all the mago. They prevented a lot of people from voting. The one with the figure where they turn upside down for themselves. They turn upside down for themselves. They try to make people look like say, oh, we lost all our own stronghold. I lost Lagos. I lost Kano. I lost Kaduna. I lost the president state. They can look like say, after all, you people, you won us in our other parts of Nigeria. Forget it. We know all this crap. We shall see how that plan pans out.
Okay, rational mind. If you are asked to score this election, the percentage, what will you score it?
Have you ever? Do you speak French?
No. What I'm saying.
Zero.
Let me rephrase my statement.
From
1999 to date, all the elections we've been having from 1999 to date, if you are to compare with those ones, what percentage will you score this one?
Well, for me, I've said it. I don't want to compare this election to other elections. You know why? The reason is because the euphoria that surrounded this election, the beavers, whatever they call it, the new technology they said they were going to bring into it. That was why I would not compare this election to any other election, because we thought that these beavers would do that wonders that we all thought about they were going to do. But they sabotaged it deliberately. They sabotaged it so that it will not work. They will perpetrate this rigging. Because I know if they use that beavers really work the way it was supposed to work.
One man, sorry, I wanted to ask a question, rational mind. This election result, because there's a theory that I don't know why when it comes to the counting of votes, they always start from the south, the southern belt, and leave the north for the last. But my own theory was that was more or less like, and that's what this uploading of election results were meant to do. It was meant to make things transparent in real time, so that there won't be any.
Exactly, that was the point.
There won't be room for anybody to do calculations and say,
that was the whole point.
Here.
I don't know what AJURI was talking about.
You understand? So what I felt was that they counted everything on the south, and they always leave the north or that stronghold as last. So by the time they do that rough mathematical calculations and say, okay, this is how much they're leading us with, this is how much we need, they will do that mago and now declare results with that one. And
can I ask you a question? The last speaker. Can I ask you a question?
I never finished answering your question though. You just jump in and then.
No, conversation and moved on from there. But where Charles says is a question that a lot of people have noticed. And like you said, a lot of people see it as that is what they used to rig the elections. They'll get the numbers from the south and then just decide. And because there's no real auditing of the elections going on in the north, not in any significant way.
I think somebody on this platform said he has been part of election in Enugu State.
Several people. I don't know, but several people have been. Go to the point. I'm not sure if they is that a fair. Maybe that's a fair.
If you are in the south and you've been part of election or you watched election in the south, by 5:36 p.m. nobody comes to vote again. But in the north, they vote into the night. I'm not disproving what you people said, though. I'm just saying that might be the reason. If you're an electoral officer, you are waiting at the polling unit. By 5 p.m. in the south, nobody is coming. In those days, when they don't use beavers, by 5 p.m., nobody is coming again. But in the north, as at 8 p.m., you see a long line, and you just have to allow them vote. I think that's the reason, but I'm not saying what you people are saying is wrong. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. But that's a question that a lot of people, that's a space rather that a lot of people have noticed that that question that Charles just asked. And I'm with you, Charles. I think it's just they'll give you the euphoria of thinking whatever, and then they'll just release whatever figures from the north and tell you that they've won. I don't see why the northern figure should not be. I don't see why the northern figure should not be. Yeah.
One man, did you know that the beavers were not used in the north to accredit people? Do you know that?
I don't know that. Where are you getting that from?
Okay, don't worry. I mean, as this case unfolds, this is a legal case unfolds. You find out.
No, where you getting that from? Because you've told us a lot of vague things on the that has never panned out.
Oh, that never panned out. Oh, one man, true.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Hold on. On your platform here,
yeah.
60% of the things I say, they come to pass.
Like what?
Like what?
You told us you told that TINUBU will not get the You told us TINUBU will not get the ticket. He got it. You told us that the Northerners will stab him. They did not. You told us that he will not become president. He has become. Now you are telling us they won't swear in him and he will be sworn in. So the direct opposite of everything you say to us is always the truth.
Oh, right, really? Okay, we shall find out then.
One man, another question. Why is it that the INEC in itself, has there been any southern like chairman in charge of INEC? Why is it always a northerner in charge of that particular institution?
No, I think Maurice Iwo was a southerner, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No. The first two chairmen of INEC were southerners now.
Southerners.
The Igbos. Humphrey Wosu.
No. Yeah, so the first two INEC chairman. No, where's Gobadia? Where's the Dokpaye? Dokpaye was the first, Gobadia was the second. The Gobadia died. They removed Gobadia. They left Afro also. The first two was southerners. It was Jonathan that changed it. Brought Jaga. The Jaga brought this guy. You understand?
All right, let me ask this question and take it round. So under the TINUBU presidency, what 3 to 5 policy changes are you expecting from him that you think will impact on the Nigerian state? So let's kick that off. Let's kick that off with Solly. What 3 to 5 policy changes are you expecting from him that you think will immediately impact on the Nigerian state?
Policies. I don't know what his policies are, but what I'm expecting
or actions. What 3 or to 5 either policy or that you immediately
Action.
that will impact? Yeah.
Actions definitely for sure. Electricity. You know, they are going to. I believe, because they've been talking about it since, especially in the APC section. That electricity section, because they want to get electricity to Lagos, especially because of all those light rail that they are trying to do, because they are not just trying to have it just in Lagos, they are trying to spread it to Ogun, Ekiti, and Osun states. So they have a very big grand plan for that, and they need a lot of power for that. Secondly, with that electricity issue, they know that they cannot create a high amount of jobs, but if they create a good environment, an enabling, yes, the word is enabling, an enabling environment for the people, they know that at the end of the day, is Nigerians, they are resourceful, they'll be able to find something to do with that electricity, and they can use it in their next election. So those are the kind of things that they are working towards their next election, things that will support and they can use to push their next re-election. Then secondly, apart from electricity, we're talking about cryptocurrency and the financial aspect. They are going to have to fix all those CBN issues. They are going to work on the Aboki exchange issue and all this kind of black market rates. And they are going to reintroduce, cryptocurrency into the Nigerian market. Those are the two things that I have a very high percentage that I'm sure that they are potentially going to work on. Any other thing, I'm not really sure. But those are the two things that I've seen come up a lot of times in their camp.
All right, brilliant. So that same question to you, Zita. What are 3 to 5 impactful either action or policy Are you expecting from Tinubu to immediately change the country around and point it in a positive direction?
The first one, just as the last speaker said, I want them to hands off both generation, distribution, and transmission. The government should hands off. Just as he promised, I think his government should do more of administration than participating. Then secondly, the government should do more of administrative job than doing business. Okay, the third one is security. I think they need to pass a gun law in that country. Not just passing the gun law. I want them to make it, I would love if they make it very, very tight. In the sense that if you possess a gun, even if you did not use it without license, it can be death by hanging. I want it that tight. Then the next thing is, I will not call it police, state policing. I will not call it state policing, but I would prefer that every state will have something like a gendarme, a little kind of policing that will be very close to the community, something like that. They might be reporting direct to the federal government, not to the police itself. Something different in the police system in Nigeria. Then the fourth one is education. I hope what he said about education, he will be able to do it. And one more especially, the very brilliant one, I want them to have an opportunity of having a scholarship to go to any university in Nigeria that they wish to. Then the fifth one, if I say this now, they will throw stones at me. You see these Pentecostal churches, maybe they should start paying tax. Thank you, woman.
Sorry, whilst you're still with those Pentecostal churches, one of the topics that we were looking to discuss when we kicked off was all these so-called pastors that made the predictions around the elections and obviously did not pan out. So people like Oyakilome were telling us that Peter Obi would win. He did not. People like Johnson Suleiman, he was telling us that Obi would win. He would not. As also others told us Atiku will win, they would not. But what all of them told us was that the Lord told them that this or that person would win. So what are you then making then of these pastors, their false prophecies, and still the volume of people that they command in their churches?
Anyway, I don't know. You know, when it comes to that Pentecostal space, some people are too emotional about it. Some of them should be sued for making utterances that didn't come to
why are
pass.
you making it only Pentecostal? Why are you not asking the mosque to pay taxes?
Did the mosque prophesy?
No, don't go that route. No. That's
No,
We're
just
talking about. I
asking.
think we're
Hold
talking
on.
about revenue generation. The
Wait,
mosque,
yeah,
I don't know if
talking
they
about
collect tithes or anything like that. I think that's
They
where
do.
the problem is.
They give contribution to the mosque. People make contribution to the mosque.
Okay.
So
Rational mind, I
hold
ask
on,
the
hold
question.
on, because when
James
you start,
prophesy.
I don't know when people stir up things like this. Don't get me wrong. I'm anti-religion. I mean, don't say I'm a religious person, but not on the point of whereby I promote one religion or above the other. But what I'm saying is this: that if you have to tax religious bodies or churches, the same also apply to Islam. You have to tax them too. So that's what I'm saying. So whoever generates more money among them, you tax them based on whatever they are earning.
So in Islam, they
So
say
don't say,
bring 10% of your money.
well, however they get their money, either they get 10% or the people bring whatever, but they tax them. They declare how much they make. Each mosque, each church will declare how much they make, and then they will tax them based on that. So you cannot tax Christians and leave the Muslims there. Leave them alone and not tax them. That's not equity. So if you are promoting that, then you are looking at considering the ticket that these guys they hold, Muslim ticket,
I don't think he's even. I don't even think he's even going to touch
Well,
any.
I mean, since he's one of their
because it will emphasize on that Muslim stuff, that narrative, and it will affect him in the next election. So I'm sure he will try as much as possible.
It might not affect him because they've perfected their rigging very well. They know how to read. They'll still get them in there. So my point is this: that if you have to say that as a matter of policy, that is the policy that they should, because I know Jagaban has already said it, that he wants to increase revenue, meaning the way he's taxing people in Lagos in every ways, it will tax you Nigerians. To all of you, to everybody in Nigeria die, he will be taxing them even when they are being buried.
Rational mind, that's sentimental.
He has to tax the people who goes to mosque, the Islam or their imam, whatever they declare, people bring to the mosque. They should also have to be taxed too. So you want to start a fire. Then when you said they should tax only church and they leave out mosque, that is a recipe for disaster. A political upheaval you're trying to cause. Knowing that these people, they are Muslims. So let's I'm not saying that maybe you said this deliberately, but let us sometimes reflect before we say certain things out. Because right now Nigeria is charged.
What is charging Nigeria?
I mean, everything is charging Nigeria. The religious, political, everything is all mixed.
Okay, one man, back to the prophecy. I think those people sometimes they need to be sued for all their prophecies that never come to pass. That's my submission. It's
would you say it's a fraud what these people are doing?
That's why I said
yes, because they tell us 419. I think 419, that article is obtaining by deceit. And a lot of these prophecies, they are obtaining, but they are 419 now. All these people, these so-called
I don't think they're 419. Let me just tell you something, one man. You see, these prophets and everything, they work hand in hand with politicians. What they sell is hope. As a matter of fact, they're even responsible for making that country, Nigeria, as peaceful as it is. Do you understand? If not for the notion of hope that they sell to Nigerians, believe you me, people will have been on the streets. But most of the time, they have a way of, I think they also work, the politicians realize their importance, because even when things are charged, these men of God have a way of making people still believe, even if a government has failed. Pray for them, do this, do that. So I think it's they balance each other out. They check themselves out in some ways. So I don't think they're going to touch them. I don't think there's any reason to do anything. They're just going to let them go their way as long as they don't start making it.
What's all that banging noise?
I closed the door.
As long as they don't start making it too political, as long as pastors don't start attacking people in person in terms of politics, then it's fine. But as long as they try as much as possible to help them, give people renewed hope and everything, just like politicians do with their promises.
But one man, do you believe in those prophecies? Let me ask you. Any of you people believe in those prophecies?
Of course not.
Those charlatans.
No. But sorry. I don't believe in the prophecies of these people. But the wider question is: do you actually believe that those prophecies can be true? Are there circumstances, or are there people gifted to that capacity to foretell what's to come? So I'm not sure. Outside of native Babalawoism, that's the wider question.
Why will you believe Babalawo and you will not believe that there is a
some people, there are some pastors that they have
rational mind.
They use traditional to their, in addition to whatever they do in their church. Yeah, there are some pastors like that. So that they can foretell with precision what will happen in the future. I doubt it.
See, prophecy exists, but the thing is this: we should know that this thing is all by faith, and you can only prophesy according to the level of your faith. Otherwise, you made some kind of prophecy, you are just speaking on your own. So that some prophecy fail doesn't mean that those people are not really men of God. But sometimes a man of God may get things wrong because he's still a man.
Yeah, but then that puts it in the realms of guesswork, isn't it?
What I can say is this: as human being, wait now, let me launch. As human being, I can say we just need to find a way to restrict ourselves. So because when we don't restrict ourselves, sometimes when we even have good intention or when we are doing the right thing and we get a wrong result, people start doubting us. So like in prophecy exists, if you can believe in traditional, so why can't you believe in alternative to that traditional? So the thing you cannot take away is that there are some people in this world that are gifted differently from us. There are some that
no, we see that in football, so we know. But if you are saying if a lot of these prophecies and often instances, especially during electoral cycles, all these big name so-called pastors, they come out and make a pronouncement, and it is almost too often an abundance. They never get it right, which is then to say, in the privacy of their churches, they are having all of these prophecies into other people's individual lives. And because of the sort of respect that they command, all those people individually, they in the directional thrust of their lives is shaped by the prophecies of these charlatans. But then when they come into the public glare and make all of these prophecies that can be verified or not, often instances they prove to be a lie. So this is the real damage that they cause. And they say you can get it right or you can get it wrong. If you can get it right or wrong, then it's a lottery ticket, is it not? It's a flip of a coin, not a prophecy.
The rational mind needs to rule now. Pastor, rational mind needs to rule now.
You said I should hold on, right? And I hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on for you. All right. So, you see, for me, the thing is this prophecy thing that we see in Nigeria with Nigerian Christian religious leaders. It makes you to ask so many questions. I belong to that school of thought that in religion that the times of prophecies are gone. Whatever people do right now, it's just we all know it's just for the business of wanting to appear to their devotees or their people who attend their church as being that they have the approval or the blessing of God. So for me, any prophecy beyond what is said in the scriptures in the Bible, I don't look at it as anything as prophecy. The thing is, you see, if I have to open that aspect, we turn this conversation today to religious conversation. But for me, I just want to put it out there that all this prophecy we're hearing from these people, they are entirely going away from what they are expected to do, as spelled out in the Holy Scripture, which is in the Bible, which they claim to represent. It is entirely from it. I mean, Jesus Christ, when he was on earth, he never prophesied about who's going to be the next king or who's going to be the next emperor ruling in Rome. He never concerned himself with that. And I've said it on your platform here many times. The focus of Jesus Christ was winning souls for the kingdom of God. We see what the pastors now they do, not because they want to command power, they want to be more relevant in the society with the new government or whoever comes in power. That's why they do all this crap that they do. So for me, my advice to Nigerians is that for a religion as we know it today is entirely a deviation from what it was meant to be originally. And if Nigerians can understand it that way and put religion in its proper place, as meaning that it's just something you want to use as an avenue to communicate with the supreme being, which is God himself, the Almighty. If you look at it that way, don't just look at one pastor as being that means by which you get to talk to God. Well, it goes, what I want to say will go too deep than what I just said. I don't just want to go into deep, but what I is just saying that prophecy depends. What does it depend? No pastor is granted that power by God to prophesy anything that has to do with the government or whatever. Your work strictly is to look for the lost souls. Those people whom you can bring to God, not to be talking about one president or one governor or one councillor who's going to be the next God. That's not what you are ordained to do. But then let me just leave it at that, one man.
So,
all right. Rational mind, the noise in your computer, it gets increasingly worse, actually. It's just a real... we have to listen past that noise to hear your voice. But yes, Ola, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say to rational mind, look, um, I'm not a prophet and I'm not a pastor, but one thing I know about a prophecy is um, it depend. You may be you rational mind now. Maybe you are a pastor and your bias is towards Obi, and you sleep and you now have a dream that Obi will be the next president. Just because you believe that you are spiritually fit, you may say Obi is the person that we win. In that situation, you may be walking in the realm of your flesh, not actually in the realm of the spirit, because you're already biased. But it's different from maybe you are not even thinking of anything, and you are seeing open vision, and you are seeing what you even never thought about at all. So it's a totally different thing. So I don't know. I'm not in the position to judge anybody, but whether a pastor got a prophecy wrong is what I'm telling you. It's not going to make me believe that it's not a pastor. I'm just going to believe that okay, this pastor may get something wrong just because he, as human being, he has his own personal bias, and maybe along that line, he got that revelation based on what he was thinking or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. But now trying to find a way now to get on pastors or religious leaders is not what I will personally subscribe to, because like someone rightly said, I think the rational mind, that why we are still holding that country together today is the hope that those religious houses preach to the people. Just because look at Nigeria, if you don't even believe in God, if you don't, we are that wicked, right? Without even believing, the fact that we believe in God, we are still that wicked. Just imagine, flip it around and say we don't even believe in God. Man, a jungle of animals filled with lion may be better. The level of wickedness we are going to show. So those we still, no matter what, whether they get it right or they get it wrong, we still have to honor these people for whatever they are doing. Personally, you see, you give me a prophecy does not necessarily mean I'm going to believe you. In that, maybe that's my level of faith, I'm a level of understanding. But some people will believe, and I won't blame them for believing that. But I won't, because of that, say, oh, we should scrap it. No, I won't, because they have their role. Those churches and mosques that you see, those people, especially those people that are not extremists, they still participate in keeping the decency in our society. They are one of those people that are reducing crime in our society. They are even one of those people that are contributing to social responsibility in our society. So to me, I think we should be very careful how we handle those churches. But if we now get religious leaders that maybe is caught up in crime or whatever, it's another thing entirely. But at least now, let's just put religion in its position and let's respect those religions. So to me, some believe in prophecy. As for me, I believe in my own. That's why that when I do analysis, sometimes I say, when I use my brain, when I use my sense, this is what I think is going to happen. So it simply means that I'm talking from my senses. But if I now want to go by faith, if it happens, then I will have to accept that what happened is beyond me. That's the way I see it. So, pastors, kudos. For those people that were able to come out, kudos. But they are still the ones that are still going to absorb the consequences of their predictions. So, to me, it's not enough for me to now say, oh, they are no longer pastor or whatever. So, that's just my opinion. So, yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So let me do some administrative stuff, and then I'll take the conversation on to. We carry that question on round the TINUBU question. This is TPP, a new name to the super chat space, I suspect. It says that this argument is baseless. Don't you need proof of age to acquire a PVC? And then the BVAS matches the PVC with face and fingerprints. So that was that conversation wrapped around underage voting. So that was the super chat to that space. The only room for error is if somebody provides fake proof of age to get PVC. So that's TPP still trying to force that conversation via super chat. So thank you, TPP. So from that to this, Thomas Adedeji, a different Thomas from the one that usually hosts sometimes. I think someone just issued those cards for them to manipulate the election. Everything is possible in Nigeria. So still speaking then to that space of those underage children and their voters card. Sonny Uta, he comes in, Ola, you are wrong, rational mind is right. So that is now to the current conversation going on. So thank you for the super chats. And whilst I'm still within that window, let me acknowledge you already know where I'm going. As soon as the session starts, just as regular as clockwork, Ayo does as Ayo always does, and it does there by the coffee thing. So that's Ayo right there buying the coffee. So thank you, Ayo, who continues to be the engine oiler of the platform. So thank you, Ayo. So that was Ayo. So now we move the conversation on and we take it in the direction of, let's come to you, Efe, since you are already unplugged. So Efe, what we are actually asking is the 3 to 5 expectations that you're having of TINUBU as it starts. So what 3 to 5 things do you think it should be immediately doing to have the most impact? So to that, Efe. All right, we don't appear to have Efe. So let's take that then to Ola. So let's kick it off with Ola. So thank you, Efe. So I'll be using that as closing remarks somewhat. So Efe, thank you. So Ola, then to you, that question, your response.
Yeah, the first thing I want him to address immediately he goes to that place, if it's possible, like in form of executive order, since it's within the purview of the federal government, is those unnecessary items in the exclusive list. If you first of all take them out so that the state can participate simultaneously to create development in the state or within the region. So one of those things is electricity. One of them, just as many things, even one of them is the energy issue too. You try as much as possible to take all those anti-development section. You take them out. So you do that to liberate the economy. Then secondly, it may look odd, but the better we tackle it, the better. So the idea we tackle it, the better, so that it's going to have a long-term impact. The fuel subsidy that he wants to remove, please remove that. So if people will cry because of that, I make sure it's not going to go beyond a year. So, and from there, people should be able to see the benefit in terms of how it's going to open the economy up, and it's going to give people job for a very long-term benefit. So then industrial cluster and power generation. You know, from 2015 APC, the manifesto, they talk about industrial cluster that they are going to feed with power from there, so that we can restore our manufacturing. So we expect him to do that within his first 100 days in the office, so that we should be seeing the impact of those within 1 year. Because if you can do that, it simply means that you can attract many investors at the same time into that sector. So, you know, someone can say, okay, I want to pick Ogba, I want to pick Agbara. So if you have so many people that are picking up those industrial cluster and you are creating new one, so simultaneously you are creating job. Then the third one is I will merge them together, the security and agriculture, all those cassava and agbado that he mentioned there. So one of the first things I will expect him to do is to find a way to localize security, police. So everybody should be able to police his state and his local government, and chase all these criminal elements that are living in our forest away. So if they can chase them away, that means that our land will be secured for agriculture. So whatever you want to implement in that agriculture, your cassava, agbado, everything, you can do that. Meanwhile, as he's saying, recruit. I will expect all those security personnel too, for the police, the military, to have more personnel so that they can make sure that that place is that's a part of a sector of that economy is fully liberated. Then the fifth one is the issue of education reform, the reform, because this one is so critical. When we talk of education, it's like we are limiting this education to bachelor degree and master. No. Our technical school, the dead technical school, this is time for us to restaurate, to bring those technical school back. You can't be going to Cotonou, going to Republic of Benin and Lomé to bring someone that will be your bricklayer, someone that will do your house job, someone that will do that, because we've lost the skills. And the fact that our people are not encouraged to do those jobs because they believe that, not only they are seeing it as blue collar job now, they are even seeing it as brown cloth job. So people don't want to do that. We should find a way to make this lucrative, and not only that, you now give them proper education. Someone that will be doing wiring, house wiring. You don't need to go to Polytechnic to have HND or to go to university to have BSc before you start wiring houses. And many degree holders they are employing that are climbing pole around with all this disco. You don't need that. You just find some technical school that maybe right from your secondary school or from when you finish your GSS, you can go there and learn the proper skill and do all this, so that we can face out all those foreign jobs, all those jobs we give to the foreigners, we give to our own people.
What happened? All right.
I don't know. Maybe he talked too much. I said everything I was supposed to say.
All right. Ola, whatever happened, come back. I don't know what happened there. But that was Ola. Let's come to you then, Charles. So, Charles, you pick it up from where Ola was before he dropped off. I was just inviting, what 3 to 5 impactful things are you expecting from the Tinubu administration as it kicks off to repoint the country?
I'll start with the oil and gas sector. I think his number one focus will be on the subsidy removal and the refinery. I think those two are the major things you work on, as well as how to improve, increase our production capacity, which has dropped during this Buhari regime. So there will be a lot of projects in the oil and gas sector. And then secondly, his second point will be to the education sector. I think he has found out that one major skill gap that his party lacks is from the youth. So I'm sure he's going to go into a lot of social welfare projects for students in terms of job creations, in terms of welfare products, probably in terms of IT, helping out with IT, startups, as well as ASU strike, ensuring that the educational sector is in good condition during his time, because I think he knows he has a lot of work to do to win over the youth. So I guess there's going to be a lot of projects on the youth. Then the last one will be on security. I think that was one of the reasons why he took Shetima as a vice as well, because probably he has more insight on that insecurity issue. So I think he's going to, I don't know how they're going to do it, but I think he's going to try as much as possible to curb the whole banditry and terrorism acts within Nigeria. But in terms of things that people have mentioned, like electricity, hospitals, good roads, those ones, I don't think they can fix that. That's a project that, to be honest, Tinubu himself is not going to fix anything. He's really not going to do anything. The only thing I can see him doing in general is probably improve the revenue generation capacity in terms of the structure that the model Lagos states use, improving on the tax structure, improving on various revenue source generation sources for Nigeria, not just the oil and gas sector. But apart from that, I really don't Just those few things I've listed, but things like electricity and major projects that and industrializing Nigeria, I don't think that's feasible under his own reign. I just don't see it happening.
You don't see things along as state police and all of those sort of language.
So no. You see, the problem is that so going by these elections, like we all said, the states had a major important role to play in these elections, and I think for now, now that the federal government have realized the importance of states, I think they will be wary of actually ceding power to them. I think they will just have to, from time to time, just manage them. Maybe if a situation occurs that APC controls maybe half of the country, then they can risk it all and give states that kind of power. But for now, I think they will just have to manage it for now, because right now they know that giving states further power will only weaken the center, and that is what they will try and avoid, especially when it comes to winning elections.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Charles. So thank you, Charles. So thank you, Charles. And so Thomas, are you here?
Yes, please.
All right. So thank you, Charles. So I was actually about to be rounding off because I was coming up to the final.
Oh, no, you asked me.
No. I'm going to come to you, but I wanted to hand over to Thomas, who can then carry on.
What about me?
Yeah, no, I'm handing over to Thomas, who will carry on. So, Thomas, are you ready?
Yes, please.
All right, so I'll hand you over to Thomas. We were going around, Thomas. I'm not sure if you were listening in the background. We were going around. Yes. So pick it up from there and follow the order. We lost Olabo. He came back. So pick it up from there. And I think we just had Charles speak. So pick it up from there, and then just take the question round. So I'll hand over to you. To you, Thomas.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys enjoy yourself. Let's all conclude his 5 points. Then we move on. Thank you.
No, I think where I was just to say, okay, give technical education to engage the youth, and that alone will help us take guys away from the streets. Those ladies that are involved in some kind of, those you see on Allen Avenue or I see John or wherever, I think that you'll be able to take them out of those all those arenas. So I really believe that doing that.
Ola, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that Allen Avenue. It's not going anywhere.
I know, but
there are some people out of them, they even have job. They just choose that as, you know what I mean? They just
how did you know that, Thomas? Did you encounter them or you engage them? How did you know?
I went to Nigeria.
It looks like you know what we don't know now. So please tell us.
So I went to Nigeria. I told you I lodged in Okwebi Allen. Then at night, my junior brother, my wife said, I've been talking of these Okwebi Allen ladies. I will jump into the car, 12 midnight, me, my wife, and my brother. And we went there. If you hear what these guys, some of them, they have job, they have good job. They just decide to do it.
How did you know?
That's the question. See, let me tell you one thing.
For you to know that someone has a good job, there must be some kind of.
I don't say good job. I don't say good job. They have job.
So for you to know that they have job, you must have got some level of interaction with them. You can't just see a lady on the street. Thomas, I have job. I just want to come out. No, it means that it's either you are engaged in the trade. You patronize, or something is happening there for you to know. If that is not happening, then I cannot take.
So what are you insinuating now? What are you insinuating?
I'm not insinuating anything.
I know what is insinuating, but that is not true. Even me and my wife was there, so don't just think to that direction.
That was Nigeria. Nigeria, you're a very responsible man.
I know. No, the way
Ola, I will not deceive you. Some of them, they have not good job. They have the job that can carry them along. They just choose to do those
Okay,
things.
look at it this way, Thomas. I live in Oregon. So when I say I live in Oregon, all those places are where I can even walk with my leg. You know, like I can jog, I can tell you. So and I happen to be someone too that used to go out on nightlife. So used to even go to all those pubs, used to go to. So when you talk, I want to know this. When I ask you, just asking your level of involvement for you to know. You know, maybe you used to go there to go to all those clubs, to party there, to drink. You know, you can still go there without even carrying, without even touching some of those people. But there must be some kind of level of conversation for you to know those things. So to me, what you call job for those people, I tell you, if they have job, they will rather be looking for like a man friend outside to go with than to go and do that risky job. You may not know that what they are doing there is risky. Sometimes the police will go there and raid these people. See, you just need to listen to what some of them will say online, maybe where by the time they interview them, to know what they face when they are doing those dirty jobs. So personally, I don't believe they have job. If they have job, then that means they are grossly underemployed for them to come out. I don't think anybody want to go out, just want to, a lady will say, oh, this is what I want to be doing. No, that means that we are going to be very, very unfair to them. So technical education, like skill and trade, whatever, take them out of street. That makes the fifth point that I would like to raise. So to another person. Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ola. Rashomon, you want to go?
Okay, let me take a go. And
Yeah,
I will
go.
start by saying that I'm not expecting anything much from an immoral man as Bola. Bola to me is a very immoral person.
Immoral is, what is
it's a very immoral. Yeah,
well, this is your president now. Gbọ́lẹ́mà parí ìjà pẹ̀lú bàbá. Ẹ parí ìjà yìí.
Kò sí ìjà mi ò ní jà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ mi ò bá jà. Ó kàn yẹ pé mo ti máa ń sọ. I mean, I always say it and I will not stop saying it. Ẹni bá máa dáṣọ fún ẹni tọrùn ẹ̀ la máa kọ́kọ́ wò. Meaning that I will look at what he has done in Lagos. Yes, you can say Lagos is better than any other states, yeah, by virtue of what Lagos State is, the status of Lagos, the revenue that Lagos has. No other state has it. So what we're getting from the so-called people that he has made, the different governors he has put there after himself, which everybody keeps using as the yardstick for his performance, it does not commiserate with the resources that Lagos State generates. So that's an immorality on that part. That a man would use his own influence and have his own companies in the name of Alpha Beta, milking a state, that is immoral. That a man will appoint his own daughter as Yaloja of Lagos, of the old Lagos or Nigeria, I don't know whatever that goes, it's immoral. That a man will use his influence and his status as the vice of Lagos and appoint his own son as a signage director or whatever he is, or his son's whatever company, working with Lastra and being the only body that can give you a go-ahead, a green light as to where you can erect your signage or whatever, advertisement or whatever, billboard, is immoral. But a man will perpetuate himself as the one who dictates who goes in there. For me, it's immoral. I can go on and give you a whole list of so many things that could make me consider this man an immoral plan. And when a country has an immoral president, let's forget this idiot that is there, they call Boo Boo, that we're calling it's not, well, I was also misled, but I come to realize that he wasn't that integrity man as the people maybe I wasn't really fully convinced too. But I was one of those people that felt maybe because of what he did in 1984, maybe we were able to replicate that, but we were misled. I mean, himself is even more grossly immoral, if not even immoral. So my point is this, that I don't expect much from him. But however, if you ask me, whoever becomes the next president, which could also be possibly him, there's so many things I want them to look into. But since it's 5, I'll try and narrow it to that 5. Now, for me, the first thing is the constitution of Nigeria should be reviewed. There should be a new kind of constitution. Do I expect this guy, Bola, to do it? Nope. I don't expect it. Because if he does it, then he will lose that power that he so much crave. That guy loves power. He wants to be known as very powerful man. Because he's so powerful in Lagos, that is why it's been very difficult for anybody to dislodge him or to uproot him from Lagos as the one who holds sway in that Lagos. I just hope this guy does it coming this Saturday. This Bandebo, or whatever his name is able to unseat him. I hope so. Because this man is so powerful that you find it very, very difficult to even, so many things he does, he goes just like that. And I'm sure he's going to go to the grave with so many things, atrocities he has done. So my point is
so
this.
you want Diet Coke Yoruba to be governor of Lagos.
You see, this is one thing I have. This is one problem I had with one man this morning. When I heard him, I was busy here doing something. And I heard him. I only just made a comment that what the crap is one man talking about? You see, I think it's time for us to stop this ethnicization. Let me call my own word of this politics in Nigeria. For the fact that my great grandparents of each side, one is Fulani, one is an Igbo of origin, does not make me not a full Yoruba. Most of us here talking here, even one man is talking, hey, I'm a full or your man. If you were to trace his link somewhere around along in his lineage, he's going to find out that he has somebody who is probably not even Yoruba of Yoruba extraction. So why we always just
but you are not a full Yoruba now. You are not a full Yoruba.
Omoko Yoruba lawa.
You have the traces of Fulani.
But you say you are Fulani Yoruba now. So what am I here?
Yes, now.
I married a white person. So if my kids that are all mixed, somebody grew up, they are Yoruba, because my virtue say their father, I'm a Yoruba man.
But are you dismissing DNA?
What DNA? What is DNA? Can you hear the sorry? What does DNA?
But DNA is 50% of mother and the father, isn't it?
Well, it's the man that gives the thing that makes the woman produce, right?
No. DNA. I'm talking of DNA. DNA is 50%.
Well, definitely.
So if you have a wife of Fulani extraction, your kids cannot be full Yoruba blood.
Let's not go into all this minute thing that are not really important. It's a standard worldwide, or it's an international norm that, at least in most countries, that a man, you only hear, maybe in some culture, but you only hear that a man takes up the name of a woman for a family. A woman has to take, if I marry today or I marry tomorrow, or anytime I marry, the woman will take my name. So that's just it. So all my kids produced from her takes my name, my son name, and she has to take my name. Maybe in some few cultures they don't do that. Maybe in most cultures, it is the man that gives his name to the woman. So that settles that aspect. So this guy, the dad, is one of those Lagos socialites that have been there. I think the Vivo family or the Vivo or whatever they call themselves. I think they're one of those like Alexander the Gomez. Portuguese of the Portuguese origin. Are you telling me you want to tell Gomez that Gomez is not a Yoruba man because he's of Portuguese origin? Because his people came back from Portugal. From Portugal, they came back to Echo to come and settle back. So you see, when we trace all these things, we all find ourselves having some things in our lineage. So let's not throw this all around. For the fact that his dad is from Echo, even the city hall that he usually talks about was built on. The Lagos Island City Hall there was built on their properties, and their father's property, I think, which they gave to the Lagos state government. So he was able to trace his link to Lagos that, my parents, not that his father is an Igbo man or his mom is a Yoruba woman. Like Adeleke that we have even in Osun State, which is the state of origin of this, what's it called, Oju Bola. His state of origin is the guy that is there. Is his mom not is not an Igbo woman? But he bears Adeleke. Adeleke is their last name. That's their father's name. Why didn't you say? Why didn't we say? Oh, okay, because his mother is an Igbo woman, then he cannot become a governor in Osun State. What are we talking about? Let's drop this ethnicization of this politics.
No, rational mind. You are getting it wrong.
Okay,
we never say we never said he's not competent or he's not qualified to be governor of Lagos State. He is qualified, but we are talking culturally. Why will you have a governor that can't even communicate in Yoruba in a Yoruba land? That's not acceptable. Can you say that?
I've heard him speak Yoruba.
No.
Listen. I've heard him speak Yoruba now.
Do you want me to play videos? I have videos.
Play the video.
Yes, continue. I'll play videos now. Continue. I'll play videos.
Aspect of it, I would like to see those videos. I think I wasn't here when man was playing those videos. I was just listening to him because I was driving to a very distant place. I kept losing internet at some point. So anyway, I could not see those things that he was referring to. But I heard him this morning on Rudolph's platform when he was talking, and I was like, no, man, drop this whole thing. I respect you, one man, but please, there are certain places, certain things you don't have to do, you don't have to talk about. So the point I'm trying to say is that, I mean, I've heard him speak Yoruba. Maybe he's not as fluent in Yoruba as you would, like my own kids. I mean, sometimes I speak Yoruba to them. But then I mean, if I speak Yoruba to them, they hardly can understand me. And then even when they speak it too, they hardly speak it. So the point I'm trying to make is that does not make them less a Yoruba. I know language is our culture, it's our identity. I know. But the fact that he grew up in Lagos, he speaks Yoruba, because one of the reasons why my kids could not really speak Yoruba much, or as I would expect them to speak, is because they're always with their mom. They're always with their mom. And their mom is not anything even close to my African. So what do you expect? It's only once in a while, when myself and their mom, we just play around and mess around, and then we start talking Yoruba that she'll understand a little bit. So my point I'm trying to make is this: let's not judge the man. I understand that should be a problem. God knows I'm a very tribal person too, but the point is, for me, is his character. What is bringing on board? What is he bringing to the table? I mean, this guy, I've looked at his records. He said he has worked for city of Louisiana. I mean, it's a county in Louisiana. He's an architect, that is one thing I want somebody who's an architect, because one of the reasons why Abuja, up to when this man was there, El-Rufai, yeah, when Babayaba was there, one of the reasons why Abuja was able to maintain a little bit of sanity when it comes to urban planning was because of El-Rufai. He was an architect. He knows that this has to be done right. So if this guy, because I've always said it on this platform, another platform, that if we do not get the urbanization of Lagos very well, Lagos is a slum. It's a mega slum. And until when we get that orderliness when it comes to zoning of places, residential quarters, commercial areas, this is when you can say, yes, Lagos is an international city. So if this guy is coming on board with that background and being the one who is leading, who is spearheading the government, let's see maybe he's going to bring that. Yeah, but I don't really expect much from him, really, because he's going to meet a mess. Because I know by the time these people leave there, if he ever wins that election, they will frustrate his government for him, because he will come there meeting a lot of things that they've covered up for many years, a lot of debt on a lot of things. Maybe they will even drain up the coffer before they leave. I just hope they don't do that. But if they do that, it's going to be a mess for the first 4 years. That guy might not even do anything, because he's just trying to fix things that have been already messed up. So my point is that we need somebody who is more, with international exposure, not the likes of the people that TINUBU is bringing, who are ex-this, ex-that, ex-cocaine.
No, rational man.
Wait, let's play this, please.
Okay, play.
Yeah, let me play this.
And I'll say Echo Edide.
Did you hear that?
Come on!
And I'll say Echo
Come on. What
Thomas,
I've seen that. I've seen that.
No, Thomas, let's even forget about that. See, to me, I
Wait
don't
now,
see
wait,
anything
Ola,
wrong.
wait.
The APC government have come again to be talking about how Yoruba should run, making the Labour Party victory in Lagos State seemingly a tribal.
Did you hear that? I should take it again.
The APC government have come again to be talking about how Yoruba should run, making the Labour Party victory in Lagos State seemingly a tribal affair. But I'm here to say a big thank you to the mainly Yoruba people that voted for His Excellency Peter Obi. For the first time, Alimosho fell to another party.
So, did you hear that?
Thomas, if I may say something. You see, what to some extent, I support what Rational Mind is saying. See, personally, language should not be, it is good to know the language, fact, but then language should not be the reason you say someone is not a Lagosian. I understand we have our own peculiarity. I know it's because some reckless people, the way they will tell you that Lagos is no man's land. That in alone can create some kind of disunity. It's very, very, we can call those an irresponsible statement. It's like, even in America and Canada today, even they still recognize the indigenous people. You know, when you see First Nation, you see the Inuit, you see all those Indians. So, but then they try to include them in whatever they are doing. They try to know that, okay, we took this land away from these people, or we met some people when we came to this land. Now, look at Lagos now. Everybody, like I'm from Ekiti now. How will it sound if I'm coming from Ekiti and go and tell Oyekon or Madioba Akiolu and say, oh, Lagos is no man's land? Seriously? Will they come and tell me that Ekiti is no man's land in Ekiti? I definitely not take that. But let's just look at, okay, those belong to those people that created that kind of situation. They are irresponsible people. Now, this guy now, his father is Yoruba. Maybe the father is Lagosian, for example. So some of us here that we are even talking now, we even see some of our children that cannot even speak our language. How will it be tomorrow now that your children now, you now find themselves in their community, they now want to vie for a position there, and you are saying because they cannot speak the language, that has disqualified them. I don't subscribe to that personally. That's just the way I see it. So I would just say, instead of using
Ola, all my cribu is culturally is qualified. Don't get me wrong, but we can't have a person. We cannot even communicate in fluent Yoruba in the Yoruba land.
No, Thomas. Like I will still tell you the same thing, that it does not matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
As
really?
Okay, what's the official language in Nigeria, for example?
Forget it. But everybody know that.
No, we cannot forget about it. If the official language of communication in Nigeria is English, this one can speak English. So see, don't use language to disqualify. I'm sorry to say this, I don't want to descend so low to the level of campaign that some obedience used against TINUBU, like all those anti-shaker, instead of looking at the policy, or you look at this thing from the constitutional angle, from the legal angle. Is this guy qualified to run for that position? If he's qualified, then let us use the law. Don't let us just create our own kind
of... sorry to interject you. Sorry, thank you. I've been making this argument for the past 3 days on this platform. I don't know if people are listening. And this was the thing I was trying to say.
Please, you cannot win this battle. I told you.
Hold on. Thomas, hold on. Whatever you are saying here, you are very tribal. You're not looking at it from that angle. And this is what I've been saying. I make this point that how can you from Ife or Ibadan determine the person that will run? Determine how the person in Lagos, how pure Yoruba he is. You that is not there from there. You that is not from there will come to Lagos and be commissioner. Then a Lagosian cannot decide to run as a governor. Let that privilege be for the Lagosians alone. If the Lagosians there decide, the party decide that this guy is not Yoruba enough not to rule us, that is up for them. But not you from outside determine who is a Lagosian or who's not a Lagosian, who is Yoruba, who's not Yoruba enough. It's very wrong. It's the kind of, that kind of. I said if you go on that narrative to start campaigning, you have set the bar so low, you will open a deep wound. Then it will become now what of this? If you want to start claiming Lagos, other people come out they have the same right to that Lagos too. We don't have to go there. If you want to argue on principle, on infrastructure, on ideology, fine, you can do that. But standing on tribal ground as to win an election, you are creating a big problem for the next 10 years, in the next 20 years. It's not good. Thomas, I've been saying this for a long time. You think I've been tribal or trying to claim Lagos or whatever. You know how much you feel as a Yoruba man, you have a lineage to Lagos. I am a Benin man, I have a lineage there, I have a palace there. But you never see us Benin saying that. Lagos is for Lagos. I'm not saying Lagos is for Yoruba people or Igbo people, but they are Lagosians.
Please, I can still give you chance in Lagos because I think we are a bit, you know what I mean? We are
I know, no, that's why I said we should not go there. We should not go there. We're not Lagosians. We're not Lagosians. You and I are not Lagosians. Let the Lagosians decide.
The only thing I just want to say, this
idea
of Lagos is no man's land is the only thing that.
Yes, see. Sorry, let me quickly say that idea. Let me quickly say that idea.
Before I forget, let me land this point. A rational mind was saying the other time that the people that TINUBU were using that are not exposed. I think a rational mind is so. I disagree with you, and you are actually trying to ridicule what those people. Did you know that? Are you aware that this guy? Do you know the level of Sanwo-Olu education? Have you ever? Do you know how far this guy has traveled to? We fake dollar. This guy attended Harvard, or if it's Obina, you quickly tell us the shortcut that he did. You understand? So you can say you see when you go to Harvard, one of the most noticeable alumni of Harvard, Sanwo-Olu is among them. What are you talking about? So if you are saying this is my point. I'll let you continue. That's ridiculous, to be honest.
Hold on. I'll let you continue. If this Vivo guy or anybody, whatever international exposure he or she has had, as long as you work on that TINUBU puts you there, you will never make headway. That's my point.
So we want somebody. We want the red line. Anybody there? Blue line now. Are you saying they are not headway?
Say that again. What do you say?
The red line and the blue line, the raid they are doing, and the fourth mainland raid they are about to kickstart. That they've already got the partner that they work with. Are you saying things like that? You don't describe them as headway? What are you talking, bro?
I'm not saying.
Are you saying Eco Atlantic?
You asked a question now.
Are you saying they are not a headway? No.
You keep repeating yourself now. You asked the question and you answered the question. Will you allow me? Or is it a rhetorical question? Is it a rhetorical question?
No. Yes. Now, because when you look at development, it's slow.
You asked me a question and you answered the question. Did you ask that question so that I can answer you, or is it just a rhetorical question?
Okay, please answer me.
Okay, now good. I just said to you that anybody but TINUBU under the TINUBU dynasty will fix. I'm sure she'll be able to fix Lagos. We want a total a way of a divorce of Lagos from TINUBU. No matter what international exposure you've had, don't get me wrong. Fashola, even though he's not a real proper Lagosian, he's an Ekiti guy. He's from Ekiti State. What's his name? Ambode, even though he claims to be from Ikorodu, he's an Ilaje guy. Sanwo-Olu, I think he's from Ogun State. So now, if you look at all these things, even Jakonde is not he's not a Lagosian. He's from Kwara State. Maybe only General, what's his name? What's his name? What's that? I don't know. Maybe it was public. I can't really say that. Let me not go into that. So my point is this: anybody, no matter how highly exposed you are outside there, as long as you work for Tinubu puts you there. You will never make headway. Now let me go to your question. I'm not saying those blue line, those things they did, those are very good, laudable projects, which even Babaka Keri has always wanted to do, if not for this idiot that is there today, that really sabotage or that just scrap it in 1983 or 84 when he was there. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that you said they make blue line. Blue line that they make for how many years? You know Ethiopia did something within 2-3 years. They did a rail from Addis Ababa or whatever to the coastline of Djibouti. How many years did it take them to do that? But look at how they use that rail, whatever within Lagos. So how many miles? That thing, yes, the total mileage of that thing is not up to 70 miles in totality, and they are using for how many years to construct it? And every election cycles they use it to campaign. They give Nigerians, like somebody was saying earlier, I was listening to somebody today on one platform. It made me even really think. It was like more like a token. Like, that was why I said at the beginning, look at the revenue Lagos State is generating. Look at what they are giving back to the Lagosians. That is not governance. That's not governance, I'm saying.
Rational mind. See.
What? Listen. The total money Lagos State generates, it's only used to service TINUBU'S dynasty. His empire.
Rational mind. See, I will expect
what are ordinary negotiations who are taxpayers?
Rational mind. Let me respond to you there.
You have so many health centers with no drugs. I can't go into any health center. Why are many people going to private hospitals if really they have health centers? Somebody here some few more weeks ago was here arguing with me, telling me that health centers in Lagos State are functioning. Why are many people going to loot? Why are many people going to other places?
Waiting now. Let me respond to that area of the
governance is not about you just doing
rational mind. Do you know? Do you have the idea? What's the cost of this project you are talking about? Do you have idea of the cost of the project?
Well, I don't need to know. I don't need to know the cost of the project. I don't need to know the cost. That is why they are there. That is why they are there. They should have.
See, because
what are you arguing about? Dude, what are you arguing about? What's your argument about?
Yeah, let's Ola talk. Let us speak over ourselves. Yeah, Ola finish. The national man will come in. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, rational mind. See, it is very easy for us to suspect that Tinubu is corrupt. I'm not even saying it's not corrupt, but when you now want to frame this allegation, let us be analytical in the way we present things. Now, when you say 50 billion monthly revenue for now, do you think the entire 50 billion is just 50 billion like that? That's no cost of generating that revenue, and that's one thing. That's one thing there. Then, so because they generate 50 billion every month, so 50 billion, there's no cost of administration. Everything is have to be for capital projects. You don't look it from that angle only. If you don't have the information, I don't have the full information, and when I don't have that full information, I won't just go on Tinubu just like that for what I cannot substantiate. Then, secondly, you are talking of this blue line, the red line. Have you ever considered the politics behind this in over years, the type of the battle these people went through, and how they were even managed to secure the capital they are now using to implement this thing? So you have to follow the event into the right detail before you make comment. You can't be comparing Ethiopia and Nigeria. You don't know the politics within that terrain, and you don't know the cost, and you don't know the basis of estimation.
Don't tell me I don't know the cost. Hold on. Don't be making this assumption. And just
I'm not making an assumption. I'm just saying that I'm not going to make information that I cannot substantiate.
Hold on. When Tinubu, when Fashola started this project, we had the money that was earmarked for it, and it was said that they were getting private and whatever. It's going to be private and whatever, however they said they were going to do it, and the money will come in, and they will do it. Now, Fashola was there for 8 years. Amode was there for 4 years. Somebody was saying to me in the comment section that Ambode abandoned it. For information, Ambode did not really abandon that project. The project was still going on, but it wasn't in full support of it. I don't know wherever you're getting your information from. It wasn't in full support of it. It wasn't giving it the real needed attention. It was going on. The project was going on, but it was so slow because it was not a partnership of just Lagos State. It has private partnership, but it wasn't really giving it that attention. Maybe we're giving it, putting Lagos State money much into Lagos State part of money into that project. It was going on. Don't come here and be misleading people on things. And then you're calling me a fuller. Yeah, if I know I have fuller blood must have been mixed over the centuries with other bloods of Yoruba. So don't. I'm not. If I'm a Fulani fully, then I won't be speaking Yoruba the way I speak Yoruba. And maybe I speak Yoruba better than you anyway. So let me just leave that person there. So my point is this: that what you're talking about, Ola, is that you're making this assumption that I don't know this, I don't know this. Look, you see, we come here and other platform, especially these batified people, and I'm not saying you batified, but batified people and other people, trying to make excuses for these people. The same thing we're making an excuse for this low kind of election that we had, despite the 300 billion. Just let me give you an example of that election. They spent 300 billion naira on this election. And what did we get? We got mediocrity. And nobody's probing this idiot that got the money from the National Assembly. And nobody's even probing him that all this money we voted for you gave to you to do this go and acquire this.
But rational mind, this election is the most free and fair election we have.
You see, when people just throw spanner into the wheel like this, you just throw spanner. I don't even know where this spanner is even coming from. We're talking about something. You're talking about how is it free and fair? How is it free and fair? What is the fair? How is it fair? The fairness there should have been that fine. We talked about this. What's it called? Beavers will be used to accredit people and to transmit the results. And in many polling, there was reported that
no. Beavers were never stipulated to transfer results. Beavers is to capture you when you're coming to register, when you're coming to vote, to accredit you. That is it. Beavers is not for.
That's all.
Yes. That's all.
You see, this is when you
mislead. Ola, am I right? Am I wrong?
No.
Beavers is just to capture. No.
You see, when you come here and say things like this, then you make people who have been saying some other things to look ridiculous. And then if you were to just to accredit people, then why would Mahmoud be saying that there will be real-time transmission? Transmission of what? From where? He says...
Anyway, rational mind. Sorry, brother. Actually, today, I'm no longer in the mood to get into this. Actually, I came here today to talk about that real-time uploading. I sent a message to one man on Instagram today. But this story we're talking about really upset me. Maybe another day we'll talk about it. But I think Thomas is right. There is different. Is the portal where they would transmit this thing is different from Beavers. Beavers is different. The portal where they will upload that is there are three things involved in this case. There is the portal, there is the back-end server, and there is Beavers. So it's different aspects. But I don't have the settled mind to talk about this. Sorry, but
let me ask a question. Let me ask a question.
I would like to talk.
Okay, let me ask a question. Why did the whole idea of transmitting the result from the polling center right there?
Yeah.
What did they come in?
It was a propaganda. Mahmoud never said anything, never told anybody that. I've listened to the Chatham House speech. He never said that. I've listened. I have read the direction. He said they would upload it, like when they finish this. I think there was one interview. He said they will be able. People will be able to see it from the portal after the process that day. I think that is where people. He didn't. Mahmoud never said that it will be transmitted from polling unit. The law and the guideline never said that they will be translated from polling unit. They will translate polling unit results. That is what the regulation and the law said. They never said they will translate from polling unit.
Okay, hold on.
Nobody said that. That was a fabricated propaganda. Mahmoud never said that.
Okay, good. I know this is how you would want to say it, because I've heard you many times, Fatai. I mean, I respect you. You and I, we've had behind the Even, I mean,
yeah. You know, we are just in the surface. We are just arguing.
Yeah.
No, everybody around good.
Yeah. So my point is this: that let me not say it maybe what I sound like. Maybe I'm condescending to you.
No, it's fine. I understand.
The point I'm trying to say is that, you see, when we come here and we spin things, let me use the word spin. We found out, like, we started asking ourselves, am I stupid for believing or
beware of spinners? Beware of spinners.
Forgetting what I heard, was it what I heard before or what I read from the act, because you said that in the act it says that the beavers will be used, the electoral that beavers will be used, and the transmission of whatever or transfer of result in real
the
time.
act never talked about beavers. Beavers, it talked about electronic whatever, but it didn't mention beaver. The island guideline mentioned beaver.
Hold on. The electronic transfer. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
You never said beavers, maybe specifically beavers. It's not about electronic device or whatever device being used. Why would you transfer? Why would you talk about transfer of results if already the like the way they did it in this election, whereby they did not transfer it, they took it to the collation center, and even in transit, the figures that were declared at the polling booth were different from the eventual result that was submitted at the collation center.
Rational mind. That is the noise of the obedience. Do you believe them? Do you believe them?
You keep saying this. Have we not seen? Have we not seen? No, you see, this is that's why I get tired of wanting to talk all this stuff. When I come here and then we start talking about all this like this, I just get so tired of it. Because it's becoming, I mean, for the past few days now, I've had a little bit of sanity in my head.
But rational mind, we've agreed that we have room for improvement. We are not saying.
You see, this is what we say. We keep using these excuses of, it's the first time, nothing is perfect. We can just allow it go for the first time. The subsequent time, my goodness.
But rational mind, I'm a technology person. You know that. Wait,
you said what?
I'm a technology person, you know that.
Okay, if you're
even for someone that's not a technology person, maybe you are an architect, right? Are you saying in your industry, there's no room for improvement? I've never seen any process in this world.
Not at the scale. Hold on. Not at the scale. The failure we saw in the system of the INEC.
Failure. I'm still asking you, what failure?
It's a deliberate systemic failure. It is not.
If you compare this against the past processes, for you to be speaking now, can you tell me what happened in 2019? In 2019, now you probably say, they rigged, but you could not even give evidence.
They rigged.
Wait now. Today, if they say they rigged, you can easily go to iRev and download a copy and compare for yourself. Is that not an improvement? That
there's nothing you can do on iRev. Hold on. There's nothing you can do on iRev. No, listen. Man, don't just say all these things. There's nothing you can do on iRev. Anything submitted at the state collation center is what will be transferred into whatever iRev you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now, the point is that at the day of election, the polling, the beavers has the capacity to snap. They say you can snap the result sheet. And that is when everybody signed, every agent signs that paper.
Yeah.
The election was declared on. They can snap it. That stays as evidence, and it has timeline. It can emboss on it that yes, this is the time that it was snapped. Everybody will see it, and then it stays there. You cannot falsify anything, except maybe you delete it entirely. I don't know if you can also do that, or you break the device. And I know if INEC has a backup in some other server where they can see everything that was snapped the first time. That is what the beavers were supposed to do, but somewhere along the line, they made it impossible for them to be able to assess that point. That for some sort of
Nigeria, different of people who have given great service to the country and particularly Lagos State. Starting with Justice S.B. Rose, the beginning of the last century, S.B. Rose was the second Nigerian judge to be appointed to the judicial system. He then moved on in.
What's going on there?
Thomas, what happened now? What's happening?
Yeah, go on. Go on.
Yeah, so my point is...
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So my point is that when you snap it with that beavers, They snap it. It stays there. It stays there. There's no way you can change it down. But I said you break the beavers on you. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know for certain. But INEC should be able to have a backup server whereby whatever thing anybody does on that thing, they can see it. So all this thing, like I said in one of my previous submission here on 1 month record, forensic science, I'm sure, would decipher all of this thing. We shall find out when they get. I just hope these guys, PDP and Labour Party, they could get real forensic scientists who will come and really do all these things for them. But the only thing I know that they might not be able to prove is maybe the videos that we've seen online of one certain councillor, or was it a chairman in Kogi State, tearing up, destroying ballot papers. Apparently, if these ballot papers were for APC, he won't destroy it. Apparently, it's a ballot paper that were vote from other parties, possibly maybe Labour or maybe PDP, and that guy should be sent to jail. Should be sent to
rational mind. Yeah, but that's a criminal offense now. It's different from beavers. That's a criminal offense now.
That's a criminal offense. Yeah, that's a criminal offense.
Hey, but it's different from beavers. That's not beavers. That's not to do with beavers and the technology.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about being able to prove that some of their votes were destroyed when they cannot see evidence of it anymore. But the only evidence you can show is you can bring that video and show to the jurists or to the judges. Now look at
okay, but video, anybody can make whatever video they want now. I can make a video.
Hold on. There was a policeman. His orderly was there. I know the police should be able to provide who that guy was, because if every councillor or every chairman has a personal police attached to him, they should be able to figure out who that guy is. The guy was there, and there was another army guy, a younger guy in army uniform, in the fatigue. He was there. In fact, he was even blocking the camera. The guy telling him move, and he moved, and then he was even looking at the guy that was videoing. This guy, the army should be able to tell us who that guy was, and they should bring them come and testify on that very day. If those videos were just cooked up, or if it's real, we shall find out through those people. So these are some of the things they should do. But my point is this: that election. And like I said, I don't even know why we go to this. We've been talking about what TINUBU should be doing. Let me go to that. Let me not even. I don't want to bore you up with all this story. Now, my point is this: if TINUBU gets there, my number one thing is that constitution, which I doubt you will ever do it. I think that was what brought us to all this story of election, whatever, because he knows if he does it, he will entirely get power away from himself, and he doesn't want to do that. I'm sure that guy loves power. He loves being called Jagaban. He loves being looked upon as a president. So he wants to maintain that hold. But I hope
rational mind. He didn't maintain his power outside the governor office based on the constitution. He derived his power. We can call it some referent power or political power, whatever. See, he brought some people up, and those people, they still think, wait, is it a lie? Is it a lie? Just tell me.
You keep saying he brought people up. How does that put food on the table of a common man in the street of Lagos?
Wait, I'll still listen to me. You say you love power. I'm speaking to the point you just raised. Right. This guy left power in 2007, and he still manages to control Lagos. So how possible? It simply means that those people that work with him, that are now leaders now, they still respect this guy. So that is, he can still replicate the same thing. Okay, when you see
brother,
okay, Obasanjo is outside the presidency, and people will still go to Ota to go and say, okay, Baba, who between these two of your sons should we pick? So why would they leave Kano? Why would they leave Kaduna and still go to Ota to go and ask Obasanjo? At least they see him as the former head of state. So what are you saying? Can anybody mess Obasanjo up in that country today? No matter how you are, you can't.
My brother,
it does not control the country. That was the last
my brother.
Even when the late Yadwa was there, he could not control Yadwa. Was he?
My brother. Sorry, rational mind. 1 second. Sorry, my brother. Brother Ola, you're just wasting your time. I have realized that you can never win against rational mind when you're talking about Tinubu. It doesn't like Tinubu, so it doesn't matter whatever you say. You can never win.
Like Tinubu.
No, it's an undo man. I know they have agidi like those of us from Ekiti, so I can understand. But I know that agidi, Ekiti stubbornness pass on those stubbornness. That's what I'm trying to show you this.
No. The issue is not that I hate Tinubu. The issue is I don't like his politics. His politics is too centric. I mean, it's Tinubu centric. About his dynasty, it's about him. In the process, he doesn't care about what happens to the common man, because anything that is supposed to be for the common man, he wishes to promote his own dynasty or whatever. That's just why.
How many politicians care for common man? It is outside of what they do.
So why are we here then? So why are you here then? Why are you here? Why are you here debating?
Every politician wants to realize their ambition.
But is it normal? Is that a normal thing?
It is what they put in place to realize that ambition that have whether positive or negative impact on common men.
Okay,
look at it this way now. Look at it this way.
You like example.
Wait, if this guy get to that place tomorrow and because he wants to make name for himself, he deregulates energy totally and people start investing in the energy sector and they employ people. He has achieved his own selfish purpose.
I wish you good luck with that if he's going to do that.
He's not going to do that.
But wait, are we talking? Oh, sorry, are we talking about Lagos politics now? We are talking about Tinubu politics. I thought we are talking about this Bagbo guy that is going to be the next contestant.
My friend,
no. We are even talking about the 5 things that you.
But that's what I'm saying now. I'm trying to say that these people keep interrupting me. Well,
no, you are persecuting Tinubu in totality. That's
that's what I do. You know me very well. That's what I do. I like to persecute him very well.
Let us look away from Tinubu and let's see what we think.
One man asked a question now. I'll land this room. One man asked a question. What would I like to see Tinubu do? And I said, this is how I began. I said he's an immoral person. I don't expect much from him. But however, since he's the one declared to be the one who president-elect now, until we see what the Supreme Court said, what I want to see him or whoever gets in there to do is to dismantle that constitution. And if they cannot dismantle it, at least take it to the point whereby most of those things in the exclusive list are taken away from the center, from the federal government. Policing, licensing of the driver's license, and all of those things should be allowed. I mean, should be under the purview of the states, and local government should be allowed to function. They should try and put in place a constitution whereby local government on its own can function independently of the state, which I don't even see what people are talking about. Tinubu, what did he do in Lagos when it comes to that?
Didn't Tinubu try? Okay, who first tried to take this responsibility away from FRIC? Tinubu was the person that first raised that issue of licensing, that state should have that authority to issue driver license and at the same time issue vehicle licenses.
But how are the local government functioning?
He was the first person to fight to take the creation of local government away from the federal government. He was the first person that tried to take exclusivity of the federal government away from power. So all these things you are saying are what Tinubu himself tried in the past. So why are you now saying someone that tried to do that?
Listen now, you just jump on me. You didn't even allow me even finish what I'm saying. And if I said I want the federal government to give the states, let it come on the purview of the states. But I said when it comes to local government, I want local government to function independently of the state, which is what I said Tinubu has not done in Lagos. For example, Lagos, each local government should be able to control, should have their own means of revenue. I tell you, this what's it called? This MC Oluomo, all this money is collecting. It goes to the state government. Whatever they say, they share it to the local government. That is not how it's supposed to be. Local government should take charge of anything within their jurisdiction. State, licensing of license plate number, vehicle license plate number. What's it called? There are other ways that the state government can generate revenue for themselves. But there are certain ones that should come under the purview of the local government, like this signage. That's how many local governments here in America they generate. You go to the county hall. You go get permits to get a sign erected on your businesses here. If you want to build house here, to even get a C of O, it is the local government here that will issue you that, not the state governor. I know many of my friends here, many of my friends in Nigeria, that have been looking to get a C of O for their properties. You have to go and see the governor. You have to know somebody that knows the governor to be able to sign it for you.
No, rational mind. What you just mentioned is under the governor, so you can't. The Land Use Act.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That should be taken.
That means they have to amend that law.
But TINUBU has not demonstrated that he wants local government to function. Local government to TINUBU in TINUBU'S dynasty, it is a means for him to rig the next election. That is how he functions. That's how he rolls.
Okay, but what we're saying is this.
It doesn't put local government in place.
Let's talk about the capacity. Let's talk about the capacity.
You're telling me that this guy is coming to do something wonder. What wonder is he coming to do when he has not?
Let's talk about the capacity that has demonstrated with positive impact. Now, if you replicate, okay, now there are so many things that TINUBU did in Lagos State that other states they've already copied. So it's in the public domain.
What did he do? What did he do? What did he did that common man benefited from? Tell me.
Common man. What's the definition? Okay, he employed Kai Brigade and he employed last man. You want to tell me that common man never benefited from that? Do you want to prove that the common man never benefited?
Kai Brigade, yeah. So yeah.
And last man. So common man. If you were in Lagos, and you used to work somewhere on the highland.
I know Kai.
You said what?
Momo Kai. I know Kai. I know. Take against
Kai. Okay. What about the RRS? What about RRS introduced in Lagos State?
What is the RRS?
From that?
RRS
that he introduced when he
that's the police, right?
Yes. So common man.
That's not him. Well, he can just name them, but he doesn't have any full.
That's not true. He bought them armor personnel carrier.
He can every state does that.
You know when Shinarabo was having free day.
Every state they do that. Yeah, every state do that. So what's so new about that?
Every state didn't do that. I said other states copied.
They do. No. Do not come here and tell us that. Don't tell me that. Tell me. So most states do that.
It was TINUBU that started equipping those people with armor personnel carrier. You will see them under Ikeja beat that time, everything decorum. You see all those things that used to happen at Ozumba and Badue, everything just disappeared. Then you now introduce using boats, using flying boats now to now do some kind of a marine patrol.
Hold on.
So what are you talking about?
Ozumba and Badue never got the sanity that we see there until Fashola.
That's not true.
No.
Ozumba and Badue
was a mess.
You see Oshoni Bank there. I will tell you if you don't know.
Was a mess during the TINUBU time.
Oshoni Bank along in Ozumba Badue, you know how many times they robbed that bank? That once they robbed it, they would just jump into Lagoon and go. Under TINUBU, when they introduced those armored personnel carrier, even if you try and rob it there, by the time you jump on that boat, on the other side, you already have some team of RS awaiting you there. What are you talking about, bros? When they will tell you about what we know.
Are you talking about the policing? Are you talking about policing? Or are you talking about the way Ozumba Badue looks as of the last time I was there?
It's because of what he added to policing that stopped all those rubbish.
Okay.
You understand? Police will only be using pickup. They will park themselves like 13 at the back of pickup. They will be running after the Shinarambo. They were nothing to Shinarambo. But one armored personnel carrier, with just 2 personnel within that armored personnel carrier, can even face some gang of armed robber at that time. What are you talking about, bro? You may not like that.
That's what you're talking about. It's just
you may not like the personality of that guy.
My recollection. Listen.
Let me tell you, I will know some of these things.
Just run now.
Just give me 2 minutes, a minute. Okay. Because I work in a bank. You know, I will know this thing. Even within the banking system that time, whenever we start hearing that they are snatching cars, especially in the east, you know, they will put the bullion van that we would like to try and take money along that place on hold because snatching cars around was a signal that time that a major robbery was about to happen. You know, even that time, whenever they were carrying money that through Owerri airport, you will see the gang of the military officer. You can have like entourage of the military truck, like about 20 to 25 of them just following the bullion van alone. But in case of Lagos, when they did that in Lagos, those people, they could no longer come to that Ozumba Badue to to attack Oshoni Bank at that time again. Because of that, the presence of that type of personal carrier, better equipment. Because you were not going to get a single police was not going to get injured that time. First, Tinubu introduced this thing. It's on record. We know this thing. So
I'm not disputing the fact that hold on. You see, I'm not disputing the fact that when it comes to security,
personal carrier on that beach at the Valley.
What is sorry now?
Phase 1. So
it's not a monologue. Hold on. I hear you. I remember Tinubu doing RRS. I know that, and the security in Lagos were improved under him. Yeah, I totally give that to him. But in some areas, the areas that I've just listed to you, I just mentioned, are the areas that bothers me a lot. Why I cannot see this guy as a leader who can replicate so much. But however, I will go on. I will give him an idea of what to do, if that maybe will help him. I know. I'm not saying I'm the only one. I know he has.
Okay, I just want to read.
The boy in this room now. I'm not adding anything to it. I'm not adding anything to it. Let me see what I want to say.
So let's National Mind land.
Let me land.
Let's National Mind land. National Mind land.
Now, my second thing, apart from the Constitution, which I fear you can do anything about it, but let's see what he can do. Now, the second thing I want him to look into is that I want him to be able to the National Assembly that gobs a lot of money through that constitutional amendment or whatever. Is there any way we can do a unicameral kind of legislation? Because you're talking about where is Kulata here?
Do you have unicameral in America?
Hold on.
Do you have unicameral in America?
We don't have. Listen. I'm even glad that Ola is here. There was a time I was arguing with Ola that you people don't practice, even though I've been to Canada a few times, but I never even occurred to me that they were federal states. Yeah, but you have unicameral there, right, Ola? It's not a unicameral. You have your parliament, right?
My brother Rational, can you give me 10 seconds because I just want to go. Sorry, because I have to go. I don't have to.
Yeah, go on, Fatai. We love to hear from you,
brother. Thomas, Thomas, as a one man gone.
Yes,
one man.
Yes,
has he gone?
Yeah. Yes, I'm the one that calling now. Yeah, he went.
No, because I sent. I sent some messages to him on the Instagram message, and I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, he will be in bed by now. I don't have his. I don't have his Instagram. I only have. Access to the to the stream. Maybe you can talk about that tomorrow.
I'll talk about it another time. I have to go because that conversation that getting from where it started from Tunisia is really upset me because it's something that I am a part of. As a matter of fact, on Tuesday, I'm going to go and be a witness in a case in court around all these matters. So it's something that is really
wait, Fatai. I wasn't there when you guys are talking, but I was listening in the background. I would not be I would not deceive you, my brother. You know me very well. It sounds vague as well. It sounds vague.
No, I know.
I didn't say you are lying. Yeah.
No. I presented it as vague. No, I presented it as vague. I said, it's not a criticism. I said before I started that it's not the right time, it's not the right place. I can't give specific. The best specific I could get is to let you know that I am in conversation with the embassy on these things, right? Actually, one of the messages I sent to the one man now is I made a screenshot of some of my conversation with the embassy, conversation, a part of the conversation with the embassy. I said that if I have a permission from this guy, I can send from one of these people. I can send even documents to one man about it. But it's not. I I can't get into it because of people's stuff, and also because I don't
personalities,
know
their
the right
stuff,
stuff.
their personal
Yeah.
stuff,
Yeah. It's a lot of things. It's not because it's vague. It's not because I can speak about it every single detail. It has nothing to do with being vague, right? But maybe tomorrow, and on Tuesday, I am going to go to court, right, as a witness against prosecution of a police guy on Tuesday. This is something that touches me. You understand? I'm not saying I understand the general problem, like, some Nigerians are doing this, some Nigerians are doing that. Okay, anybody that commits a crime, okay, of course, it's not because you're there is a lot of people doing a lot of stuff. That is another story. I'm talking about deliberate orchestration. Right? It is. I didn't even know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what made one man bring up the Tunisia story that brought up the whole story. I'm not talking about general. If they are having immigration problems with their country, even if they say that too many foreigners or too many Nigerians, a lot of people are having this problem. I'm not talking about those things, and it's a very serious problem. In that direction, I said to the embassy, hey, this is kidnapping. Essentially, look, their own citizens, if they go to Nigeria, right? Nigerian government is not, no matter how bad Nigeria is, maybe some Nigerians can do something. The government of Nigeria will never do anything close to this. I'm not talking about ordinary people doing ordinary stuff. It's incredible, But anyway, I'll leave it here. Thank you, brother. Thank you, everybody. Another time, because I was really upset. Like I wanted to talk about the thing that Rational Mind is talking about. I wanted to talk about it, but I'm really a little bit upset.
Don't get upset. Don't get upset. You don't need to be upset. When I was listening to you, because I couldn't join you guys earlier, just because I went to church, so I just came out of church now. I just get home now, but I was listening. When I finished from church, that's when I join you guys. It sounds vague as well, so don't take it personal.
No, not upset at people. Not upset. I think the story upset. As I said to you, I have a friend that in this process lost his life. I say the story upset me. It's upsetting. No, I don't worry. Are you talking about Sully? No, Sully. I know what Sully is talking about. Sully is talking the general things. I hear everything he's talking about. These are all propaganda that I also believed at. So I also believed before. I know what he's talking about. I don't say he doesn't have a point about the general. I said I can't get specific for this. I say I can't get specific. But I know I'm not okay. Sometimes when I'm talking, people think I'm upset or I'm fighting them. If somebody is not fighting me like directly, I'm not fighting anybody. But maybe my pitch brings a confusion. No, he's a bro now. I'm not upset at Sully or anybody. I'm just saying this story is talking about doesn't have nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What he's talking about, fine. I don't have argument about what he's talking about. I am talking about other story that I think Nigerian government is letting down Nigerians. Nigerian government needs to stand up for Nigerians. Anyway, thank you, brother. I have to go. I have to also sleep as well. I didn't sleep all night.
Yeah,
I slept a
thank you
little
so
bit.
much. Yeah, my regards to the family. No, that's all.
Yeah, thank you. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Yes, Rational Mind, continue.
Right, for time. Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Yeah. So quickly, I know my laptop could be sounding irritating. I don't know what's wrong with this laptop. I mean, it's a fairly.
We are used to it. We are used to it.
Please,
Rational Mind, we are used to it. We are used to it.
Epo kerosene in Moro, like Thomas Zaboman, kerosene laptop.
So you saw my comment.
Sorry, I read it. Anyway, yeah. So you see, he talks about revenue generation. And I know he's a tax man. He wants to tax the living light out of everybody, like already he's doing in Lagos, which was even what brought me to all this talking about what he has not been able to do and what he did wrong and all of that in Lagos. I mean, you can't tax people that are not working, except you want to make your governor or his presidency or government for himself. I know Nigerians to be kind of people that takes anything, they take crap and they'll just decide to live with it. But let's just see how that plays out. If he ever tries to tax Nigerians than what is currently being taxed. Because I don't know when they say Nigerians are under tax. I mean, what the hell are you talking about? Nigerians are under tax. Do you know the kind of taxes people are being online in Lagos alone? I mean, if you concentrate on just property tax or concentrate on just say sales tax and income tax, that should be enough. Then all these agbero things on the street will not. You cannot be taxing a doubtful man who already is paying income tax and paying sales tax for whatever he buys. So all these having people on the road, on the street, collecting money in Lagos, that's why I'm saying that to you, that if people promote mediocrity and they will come here and say, oh, I went to Chicago, I did this, I left many years in Chicago. And what are you doing in Lagos? You live in international cities like Chicago, and look at what you're replicating in Lagos. You're replicating mediocrity. You're leaving room for corruption. They can no accountability for the money they are generating through this money they collect from all these road downfall drivers and all of that. But then if you streamline it to your income tax, you have to declare your income and we'll tax your income based on that. Anything you buy, you're buying gas, petrol, whatever, you're buying anything, you're paying sales tax on that. That is how state government can generate their taxes. But now already we have so many taxes. Now on top of that, you want to tax them. I don't know how he's going to do that. So the only way you can get more money leave more money in the coffers of the government is let him make that National Assembly a unique camera.
Okay, can I respond to that tax?
Okay, yeah, go on. I think I asked a question based on that.
Yeah, go on.
You see that tax you said, it's just like when he got to Lagos State, people were still paying some form of taxes not documented because all those things, they were just fragmented, they were not concentrated. So what do I mean is this, no way to track all those stuff. What did he do? He tried to put a database in place to be able to track all this. You see, he didn't just jump to the street and started collecting taxes. No, he first of all set up a system that be able to track this. Now, what happened when he started getting those taxes is some people, whether they called themselves tax accountant or whatever, that they were just doing some kind of shady dealings. They could no longer do that because they are now being tracked by an IT system now. So look at what people will collect before they can even help you process your C of O manually. Everything moves to an electronic platform where you can just query everything, you could see everything. And what did this man manage to achieve? He managed to send some people away because corruption in Lagos state government before was fragmented. Everybody is free for all. It's free for all. He first of all chased all that corrupt people away by using that system. Today, I'll be surprised now if you say you are having duplication of C of O in Lagos. I don't think it happens. And all those some other taxes you pay that used to be duplicated before, I don't think it happened because you can see everything in the database. That is exactly what I'm saying. Now, there are opportunities for the exact thing that he did in Lagos to replicate the same thing at the federal level. That's what we're saying. Now, increasing the revenue already told you, point blank, he already let you realize that savings on subsidy alone is a form of revenue, whereby you sell your petroleum products and you use the same money that you realize there to service some few people, just to in the name of subsidy. He's saying he's going to take the subsidy away. So what is he telling you? If you use 3 trillion naira now to service
Ola, you're digressing. I thought I thought you wanted to say something when somebody was asking me. I mean, we cannot do. I think Thomas was asking me, how can they make it unicamera? And it doesn't work.
Okay,
in your country where you are there, you have a unicameral legislative body, right?
It's not unicameral. It's bicameral.
Also,
It's bicameral. The thing is, like the Senate, it's like the parliament, the parliament, you elect those people there, and but the Senate, it is the governor general. It is governor general based on recommendation. That the governor general is the one that's on the advice of the prime minister that will constitute the Senate. So it's still bicameral, but the only thing, the only difference between our own system is this guy, they are not drawing they are not looting the treasury in the name of trying to make law for you. That is different. So on the issue of bicameralism in Nigeria, I think it's a constitutional matter that, before, I'm not sure. I think I've forgotten the process. I think before you can start, I think you have to move across the 2/3 of the state or there, but I don't know. I can't remember. So, but we are even talking of what it can do directly from its own, from within its own capacity.
What it can do directly, because what one man asked is what it can do, what he should do. Well, I think that was what he's saying. But then, for me, you see, anybody who wants to come in there and make any impact.
No, like part of what they can do now for is how Lagos State managed to take Badagry Express Road project, how to take over. A part of what they can do is how Lagos State push this Lekki trade zone, the deep sea at the airport. So
you cannot compare Lagos to the Nigeria as a whole. Nigeria is a different.
No. What I'm saying is that all those things were supposed to be the exclusivity, the exclusive right of the federal government. But Lagos State still managed.
But rational man, is it not Ola story? Is it not the antecedent Peter Obi is selling? So why can't Tinubu use this antecedent?
Hold on. During the electioneering, they were campaigning on their records, right? What they did in their states, what Tinubu did in his own state. That was what they said. But now when you become a president of Nigeria, it's a different monster of its own, because you're dealing with a larger, more diverse space, a space whereby you are the ruler of that. I mean, let me not say ruler, I'm not using that word. You are the leader of that country, of not just one state, but of a country. And now you're working with a constitution that is so complex that when you are just a state governor, and you can just you're like an emperor, you can just the constitution does not really give you much role as such within your state. You can just confiscate local government money and not give them and share them, give them peanuts. But that of Nigeria as a whole now, Nigeria in its entirety, it's much more complex than that. That's what I'm saying. So having said that, my point is that maybe I'm going too deep into what is, but I'm just saying what my expectation is for the new leader. But if I were to say it, I can list a whole list of things, like 5 simple things you can do. But for me, the real issue has to be tackled. Any person who wants to lead that country and wants to make any progress that will be far-reaching, that will affect the common man on the street. These two things I've just mentioned, which is the working of that constitution and unicameralization of that of National Assembly, make it that it's just one lawmaking body, and that we're paying them this, how much we're paying them, and you don't have any other business than this, and you go and that's it. Make it uninteresting for them, that only people who wants to go in there and people who wants to make impact in the lives of the people in their country. Make it so all these things it's very complex than what I'm just saying here. That is why maybe to you guys it might sound like, well, that is too far reaching. It's not something, just something we can say you can do right now. Well, for me, first of all, the constitution is one thing. Then if you can tackle that issue of that making one legislative body, that's fine. Now, away from that, the 3 other things that I want to see him do, because I think everything still borders on that, still revolves around that within that constitution, is if you talk about electrification of that country, and generating power and all of that, it still has to do with that constitution, which is that constitution has to be reworked. Because if you have to generate because the reason why he was not able to generate electricity in Lagos when he was a governor, even though he did it.
But rational mind, we talked about this. We talked about this constitution. in my opinion, don't you think we need good leaders? Even our constitution is not really the problem; it's part of the problem. But if we have good leaders, we make headway, isn't it?
No, we cannot. We cannot. Let's not. That's an illusion to believe that no matter how, even though if God Himself comes down with that constitution, it will not make any headway. Even if Jesus Christ comes down with that constitution, it will not do anything because that constitution is really hampering. You see, do you know what it means to be in let me know. Even Nigeria is not a nation, but let me just say for the sake of this discussion, let's just say Nigeria is a nation. It's not a nation. That's another thing. That's one thing that constitution has to put into consideration, because you cannot govern a space of whereby you have so many various nations that are all very tribal. They are all fighting for their own tribal interests, and you want to rule them with one constitution that seems to make it look like they are all one people, one tribe, one tongue. It doesn't. You can't do that, and we'll keep postponing the evil days as long as we don't tackle that situation head on. That's why I'm saying everything still revolves around that constitution. Either policing, either electrification of that country, either whatever. It still revolves around that constitution. That's why I use that constitution as number one thing. But any other thing I have to say will revolve around it. Like I said, make it one camera, and if you're going to make it two camera, maybe you're going to make it bicameral legislative body, then like Ola said, which I agree with him, but I doubt it if they can ever do that. Because these are the same people that would change this constitution, and same people who will also it's like they will be the judge in their own case. Because if you bring that proposal to them, they will say no. They will say no. We cannot make it one camera, or you cannot say, okay, deprive us or slash our money. Our money should be this amount. They will fix the money for themselves. That is why I see that country not moving, except by some kind of revolution. Because I don't know the revolution that TINUBU is talking about when he was campaigning. Yeah, I'm bringing the revolution. I was like, what revolution are you bringing? Same people that you have to bring you in there. You come and cut them in the leg. They look at you.
So it depends. Rational mind. It depends on what to mean by revolution. Revolution doesn't mean that you have to the way of generalists you are talking about. It could be economic. You understand? Look at it this way.
But you cannot work economic revolution with that constitution. That's what I'm saying.
Waiting now.
You see, I know you go on a long discussion now. Let me just go.
I understand the frustration and I understand what we are talking about. I'm
not frustrated.
You may say you are not frustrated. I'm frustrated with the way things are running in Nigeria, I can tell you. But what I'm still saying is this. Look, the constitution may be slowing us down, but we can't put our energy at amending the constitution or building a new constitution alone. At least that can be a long-term project, but we still need something as fast as possible to give people food, to give people job. As bad as that constitution was under OBJ, we still managed to push our telecommunication project forward. We still managed to achieve banking reform that created job along the line. All these fintech.
These are not serious matters. Listen. You see,
you can't say it's not serious matter when it creates millions of jobs.
They are serious, but when I'm saying serious, I'm saying is that there is no. It doesn't come out that something that makes the federal government butt head with the states. We're talking about something that economic situation that the state can benefit, the local government can benefit, and the people who are under the states and local government, they can benefit from it. But
yes, national mind, industrial cluster. In terms of
banking, you're talking about, and the other one, what did you say? What did you say? You said you mentioned banking and what? What was the second one you mentioned, or the first one you mentioned?
Reform in banking, help us to the fintech.
And you say communication, telecommunication.
Telecommunication, yeah.
Oh, good. Now these are things that the federal government regulates, even in most states, in most countries, even in other federal system, even in America here. In America, the federal government regulates licensing of telecommunication here. They regulate banking for the most part. So, and then we're talking about social things that people can benefit from that should come under state. Like policing is more of social. Now, policing, because I was listening to NPR today, and they were talking about the violence in America here, and they talk about one thing that Showore said some time back during the whole this debate. You know, he said policing is not just about just using force and everything, brutal force or whatever to put down. It has to do with social matters, social issues. People needs to feel like they're part of a community. The economic situation has to be put into consideration. So let me not bore you guys with all this story. But what I'm trying to say is that constitutional matters like electrification now, electricity generation, because at the end of the day, it is the common man on the street that will benefit that. But when you centralize it, like we've seen in Nigeria, and we see all the whole bureaucracy and everything around it, and it's not really people are not benefiting from it. The common man on the street is not benefiting it. Why don't you open it up, take it out of the exclusive list, make states, even local governments or individuals or companies, let them generate electricity, or let them buy electricity or however you want to do it, so that people can whatever bottleneck around this thing, take it off, so that people can easily get access to electricity. If you cannot supply me electricity, I can switch to another provider. They'll give it to me for free, and then create competition rather than put it in one person's hand, which is the person of the federal government. That's what
about exactly. That's what TINUBU promised. Promised. So you are saying the same thing that they promised already. They say, okay, to make this thing easy.
He promised you said now.
Wait now, because this guy, because the Buhari messed the thing up. Buhari never followed the party's manifesto. And when you go through the issue,
please, can I come in?
Okay.
Yeah. Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Yeah, come in. Is that Crown?
Yes, my name is Crown.
Come in, bro.
I follow for a long time, but the reason why I just joined tonight, I don't like to join platform and all that. Maybe rational mind will have seen my comment on the platform and all that.
I saw your comment. Go on.
I like your passion. I like your criticism about TINUBU. So, but sometimes when you say some things, you should know that some people too live in Lagos. And when you say some things, you know that you get some people crazy when you say some certain thing. And that is why I've been saying that Thomas just send me the link, because I don't like when you criticize people. It's good. We need to criticize our leaders, because if we need to leave them and they just do anyhow, it will affect us negatively. But when you criticize people, just say the truth. When you talk about the train, train that been started since all this while, I was like, what is this man saying? Because I live in Igodo, so I know everything about that train. Because Igodo, if you know that very well, that Igodo to Yanoba, gain to two, we know that place. When you talk about those things, you have been in US for long. You don't know anything. You just get some information. You just say, oh, this is what is happening here. So when you talk about all this thing online, I just like, what is this man talking about? I voted for Ambode, the same Ambode you are talking about. You are not there. You did not for Ambode about it. This guy, immediately he got to that position, he abandoned all the projects in that assets. I follow the place every day. I will follow traffic. The guy abandoned it. But when somebody told you that the guy abandoned it, you say no, that nobody should tell you crap. So those things you need to get your fact right when you are criticizing anybody in Lagos, most especially in Lagos State. Because before I left Lagos State, I know what happened there. I voted for somebody and I know what the guy did. The guy abandoned anything about Fashola, he abandoned it. Because that project you are talking about was financed by World Bank. And Fashola was doing that project. Immediately, Fashola got to the federal government. He said to everybody to work with him. He abandoned everything. He was doing his own thing. But you will come online, say this thing.
Have you asked the question? Why did Ambode abandon it?
Because he doesn't want to do anything with Fashola, because Fashola doesn't want him. Fashola have another candidate there. Fashola supported. Listen to me.
That wasn't the reason. That wasn't the reason. No.
Listen. You listen because you don't know anything about it. You are online just chatting. We are on ground. I'm telling you, I voted for Ambode. You are talking about. You do not vote for him.
You said you're on ground. Hold on, Farabale. You just said that you're on ground, and now you're talking about a train station that run through a Gondo, whatever you talk about. That is the federal government.
It's not even what I talk about. It is that the truth. You always talk about. You always talk about whatever you talk about. You are not there. You've not seen it. You are not seeing this. What is going on? You just read online. How you make a comment on that?
All right, Farabale. Now we're having a conversation.
No. I don't like people making a general statement when you will not, because people are not giving you the real truth about it. That is why you always come online. You often say, "Oh, you useless, be it a bat or something." Because you are supporting Peter Obi, you doesn't mean that you be telling people that they are useless or not. You said in the OVA line.
That's what
you said it.
That's what.
Guy, just see. No matter what you are doing. When you are playing somebody, doesn't mean somebody else. But you say the truth. Say the truth at all time. You call yourself Christian. Say the truth.
What is this guy saying here? You just came here.
I'm telling you the truth. Just say the truth when you are talking, when you are analyzing things. You say the truth. You say you are
wait. Bring down the tone. Bring down the tone.
I'm not the kind of person you just talk to anyhow. So you that's why I want to get in line. Don't
bring down the tone.
Don't lie. Stop lying. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you can come in here and you come with this voice.
I can talk to you. I can tell you that you are lying because you don't say the truth. Just say the truth. What you know.
How about if I say the same thing that you are lying to? How about that?
Because I've seen what I saw. You see it.
You come in here, you're talking about a train station that runs from a Gondo, whatever. Those are federal train. That is not Lagos State, for your information. You said? I can't hear you. You said? Go on.
Federal.
Sorry again. Say that again, please. We didn't hear you say that.
I say which one you say is federal?
You said you were there in Lagos when the train that runs from Igondo to those areas you just mentioned.
I told you, is there any train? See what I'm talking about. Is there any train passing through Igondo? I say I live in Igondo. Igondo to Yanoba is very close. So the train you are talking about is going to Okoko. So it's going to Okoto Marina. That is what I'm talking about. And you are saying somebody told you that project was stopped during Ambode, but you are still saying no.
No, it didn't stop totally. It didn't stop. That's what I said.
He stopped it. That's what I'm telling you.
That's what I'm saying to you.
The guy stopped it.
Hold on.
Because
hold on. That's what I'm saying.
Because you are not there now.
You don't.
Were you there?
I travel to Lagos virtually every year.
To where? Which side are you living in Lagos?
I won't tell you.
Which side?
Why would I tell you where I live?
So that's why you will be undercover. You'll be hiding yourself everywhere, and you'll be hiding yourself, and you cannot open up and do something good. You will not do something, and you'll be criticizing anybody that is doing it. You are hiding yourself. I'm saying I'm living in Igando. Can you tell me where you are living?
I live in Surulere.
So you live in Surulere. So the guy stopped that project, and you are saying you do not stop it.
This guy, you just come here, can't just make noise like this.
You cannot tell me I'm making noise. I'm telling you, the guy stop it.
Crown. We are not fighting. Bring down the tempo.
No, I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you.
No.
I respect you.
Bring it down.
Okay.
So my point is this.
So what I'm saying is that
you ask me a question, where do I live? And I tell you that I have a family house in Surulere. I have people living there. I have people living in Iyano area there. I have family living in almost every part of Lagos. Even though I'm not by state of origin, I'm not from Lagos, but I'm a Lagosian because I was born and raised in Lagos. All my siblings were all born in Lagos. Only my parents were not from Lagos, so I can claim to be Lagosian. So I don't know what you're talking about. So if I tell you about Lagos, that the project you're talking about, where is he? I think he left. Okay, he's there. So you talk about the project you're talking about, it's a private partnership. It's not just by Lagos state government. They were in partnership with some other people. So you cannot say when you have partnership and people have their money.
Partnership
Hold on now. So
partnership with who?
You said?
Partnership with who? What are you saying?
The light trail you're talking about, it's a partnership.
Yes. With who? With who?
What did you just say? I said, but with what bank, right? Did you just say what bank?
So you don't even know what you are talking about. That's what I'm saying. Rational mind.
What you're saying.
No. See what you are saying. If you that's what
you said.
Hello, Thomas. Hello, Thomas.
You said
hello.
That is
hello, Thomas.
Hello, Dupsy. Hello, Dupsy.
Yeah,
how are
please,
you?
can I interject? Hello, how are you? Good evening.
Yes. Yeah. Let's break the tempo. Let's welcome Dupsy.
It's so funny. No, you see, I just have to comment, Thomas. Because we just have to help rational mind out of this hatred. It's too much. Rational mind. Narration every time. It's not nice. Where is our president-elect?
Dupsy, wait. I don't know if you listened to us the last time. I had to be candid. I said, rational mind, do you have personal encounter with Tinubu? As he take your wife or I can't wrap my head around it at all.
Thomas, if you tell rational mind that Tinubu did this thing, you will say, oh, what's that? What is that? That's just small thing. And you say, oh, do this. I say, no, that one. I hear him every day. Anything, even if they give him topic. If they give him topic, that topic he will take it back to where he wants to. Yeah, he will take it. Why now? You are human being. We are all human beings. We are all sinners. We all committed sin. We have done something wrong. You have done something wrong too. But they will say, okay. This topic is. They said this topic is this. Rational mind will take it back. From Okoko Michael, will not go back to. You will not go to Yanoba, to Ibadan, to Ibadan. I will like what they ask. What they ask this man? What is he saying?
Give it up tonight. Give it up tonight.
Let me say something, crime. You see the problem with rational mind. I don't like guys that can't do research on their own. It will go to this platform from morning till night, just hearing hateful words about Bola Tinubu, because that's what Mayogu feeds on. He feeds on that. I can say that categorically. I listen to the guy. So rational to obvious platform, to one man's platform, spill shit about Bola Tinubu all the time. My laptop to see a projecting Bola Tinubu bad. What's your problem, bro?
Rational mind, you are in trouble tonight.
Any problem?
I've been saying I don't want to join the platform. I don't like talking to people because I would talk emotionally and all. So tonight I was like, when Rational Woman was talking about training, I said, this is my area. This is where I live. Why this guy is talking like this? This is where I live. I suffer this road. I know what happened. So I was chatting with this guy. Send the link because I don't like any other thing you can criticize and all that. But it's something that I know. I see physically. I know the place. I live. My family is still there. My wife is still there.
The issue is your family living there. Whatever. That's the point. Is that what is the fact of the matter you are arguing about? You said that there was a total. There was a total abandonment of the project.
The total abandonment. I'm telling you the truth.
There was no.
I don't have anything to say. I'm telling you the truth.
Hold on. I heard you said you said at the beginning.
No, rational mind. That was part of the allegation against.
Yes, now even the Badagry people, they said they will not support him because of that. The Badagry people.
I agree.
I started waiting. I started.
Look at what I listen to what I said. total abandonment. There was no total abandonment of that project because it was a partnership between Lagos and whoever, I don't know. Maybe
he's supposed to work. See, rational man, let me tell you. The guy's supposed to.
You don't know how partnership
wait,
works.
let me just tell you what happened. The guy's supposed to work with Fashola when Fashola became Minister for Works. Okay. Because of the beef and all that thing that during the election and all that, he refused to go and meet Fashola about the project because the partnership that I'm talking about, it is federal government that will approve the World Bank loan, not the state. So he didn't go to meet him. So that is what happened. But you just sit down there, somebody, you be online, you go to this platform, you say this one, you say this one, you say this one, you will not know what is on ground. You say, oh, your family is living somewhere. But somebody will be telling you that this is what happened. This is what happened. You will see me, you say no.
Let me talk. Rational man,
you won't talk.
Get sorrow.
Everybody hold on. The next voice I want to hear is Dupsy. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren, my brother. Rational mind, what is your problem? What is your problem? This guy is our president-elect. Let's respect him.
Your president-elect?
Please. Yes. Let's respect him. He is our president-elect.
Dupsy. I don't mind say she saw the swear in. He
has been declared.
He said the Northerner will not support him. He will not get the ticket. We are all here when you were making all that project. We know it.
Because you're full of
we know it's not something you can take inside. I don't know about you.
You are so full of hate. Take it easy, bro.
Kò ní gba tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì yẹn. They will not give him. Later, when he got the ticket.
Just because you had one man said my prediction here. Listen, we all come here to permutate, and we permutate based on what we see.
You are too full of hate.
You're too
full of hate.
You cannot be attacking me or be saying that I said this. You had one man say what he said. I know one man is very shaky somebody. He does say the things he want to say. We all permutate here. I will permutate based on what we see.
God.
The handwriting on the wall that we were seeing back then made us to make that permutation that there is something going on that Tinubu might not get his ticket. This is what they're trying to do to him. And I said that even before the primaries, and then we heard that. I mean, there's one episode there. One man was even mentioning my name here. That could it this be what Rational Man was saying when he said they were playing him? Then Ahmad Lawal was announced to be the favorite candidate for the Aso Rock people. So, and I've seen that there's a game going on. So, could that be the end of the game after he clinched the ticket? I don't think so, because if those people could go to as far as not wanting him to be president and bringing Ahmad, the Senate president, to counter him in that election, in that primaries, it means that's not the end of the story. So could it be that they will wait for him during the election to, as Yoruba people will say, to aga need year. So that was what I was saying, and I was permutating based on that. So I'm not a soothsayer.
Can you remember the day you said?
Farabale now.
Wait, I just want to remind you. You continue. I just want to remind you. Okay, can you remember the day you said you want Atiku so that Nigeria can break up? That's what you said.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah. I said that. Yeah, I want to say
okay. I'm so that you know I know you very well.
I want up to that because I'm a Yoruba nation person. I'm a
national.
I want a Yoruba nation. I want a total divorce from Nigeria. Yeah, that's it. My point is this: what you and one man everybody is saying here that I say Tinubu will not reach that ticket. I was only permutating based on what I was only making those permutations based on what we're seeing playing out before our very eyes.
No, then you were supporting Osibajo. Don't forget.
I did. If I did, it was based on the it was based on so many things which I can't go back to right now, because it's not even part of anything we can say anything right now. So I don't know why people are attacking me, because you see, the thing about you guys is that you people must not hear that somebody talk about Tinubu. Who is Tinubu? Tinubu is an ordinary human being like you and I. And they want pedestalize it. Benny Bay is like a
rational mind. If you critique Tinubu, nobody will talk. But you are criticizing. So at least you should be able to balance. You don't have to talk of negativity.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Balance.
So balance.
Balance. So I overdo it, right? Is that what it is?
More than overdo. I do it.
Have you ever said something good about him that he has done in Lagos? Nothing.
I have.
You rational mind. I know you.
Hold on now.
God forgive you.
Hold on. I talk about the reform he brought into the civil service in Lagos State.
Ah, good.
About the reform. Yeah, I talked about that, and I give that to him.
They force you that day. They force you to accept.
No, not quite. Well, maybe you said they forced me. Yeah, maybe I will agree with you on that.
Yeah, okay.
For me,
you may not like someone.
TINUBU is a moral man.
But you don't take what that person has achieved away from him. It's just like when you tell Buhari, a person like me now, I don't know why Buhari should be our president, for example. But then, will I still erase what this man has done? No. But when you talk of how he wanted to get Ruga for his people, I can go mad. But when you say Buhari has achieved this one, I will never take it away. Even though I may say, okay, you should have done it better. You still give credit where credit is due, and you criticize when you need to criticize. But you can't get 100% negativity and you deflect it towards the person. So that's what I'm saying. Yes, sir.
Say what I see about we Yoruba is that we don't respect our elders. All these kind of people.
Wait.
Come, hold on. See, I'm not fighting you again. I've already vomited all the things. See, I'm not fighting you again, but let me just say this thing. See, until when he died, he's not going to die now. But when he goes, that is when we will now say, oh, this Awolowo we are talking about, we have a lot of Yoruba then. Back then, that they were not supporting him. They were saying, no, he's doing this, it's only him and all that. When they might die now, they now say, oh, when the might no more, we don't have leaders and all that. That is when they now say, oh, Awolowo did this, Awolowo did that, Awolowo did that. Let this man go. I pray it won't go now. But what I'm saying is that, see, a lot of things that this man have done, you can criticize him on many ways, and you can still say, oh, he has done this one, he has done this. That is where your name, rational mind, we can now say, oh, this man is truly a rational mind person. Not, oh, everything they open up something about him. Oh, you will. I follow you all the platform.
But you need to understand this conversation now. You need to understand this conversation. Every time we talk here, you see that TINUBU is in the picture, right?
Yes.
TINUBU sometimes always like, okay, for example, now, let me give an example. One man asked a question. What should you expect the next president? Of course.
But when they ask you that one, what you instead of you to just go straight to the point.
Yeah, now hold on now. Yeah, I know how I went. Because when they asked me the next president, of course, TINUBU is the president-elect. I mean, according to INEC, until when they hear what they say. And I have to go on for that first. I have to clarify that aspect. That listen though, don't think that I just want everybody that is a caveat I'm giving to everybody that look, I'm not batified. And I'm never batified. So I just want to clear that area that said, look, TINUBU has not been sworn in yet. It's just only announced to be president-elect until the Supreme Court announces him otherwise. Let me just go by. Let us just accept that he is the president. Now, this is what I want him to do. This and this and this. I was on number 2 or number 3 now before you guys just jump on me now. I could not continue anymore.
Your number, the way we know you, sir. We don't even when you support everybody that was saying the point, they just go straight to the point. But you, even when you say the point, you say, but I don't think he will do it. I don't think he will do it because he has not done it before. See, all the politicians in Nigeria, they are all thieves. When we want to talk about even what the OB you are talking about is a thief. All of them are thieves. But for you to now single one person out and say, oh, this person, you must crucify this one. No. If we want to crucify all of them, let us, all of us, gang up together and crucify them and make sure all of them what did the guy do? What did he do when he was in Anambra State? They always say, "Oh, school from number 1 to number 2 something, number some." When they created a miracle center that they were doing WAEC there, we hear all the report. But that is what people want for now in the South. But the guy didn't win the North. You know it. But you people will not I don't know what is going on with us. We can't analyze that thing very well. Say, oh, in Lagos, he won about 1 point something million.
Hold on. You just said something now. You said in the South, they want Obi, right? That's what
yes, majority in the South, yes.
Is that a crime if somebody wants somebody other than your candidate? Is that a crime?
There's no crime there. So that is why the guy won. He won the majority in the North.
No, you make it sound like it's a crime with it.
No. I didn't say that. I'm saying that.
Crown, please let me interject you. Okay. Don't even say a lot of people from the South want to be. That's a wrong statement. A lot of unintelligent people. Because you see, in this race, you have to do your research about the top candidate. Those three ones like Atiku, TINUBU, and Obi. If you don't do your research, you will have a package fraud like Obi. This is a guy that is a fraud that doesn't have anything. It's such very dull guy.
Just make generalization. Juicy. What is
Soromi?
Okay, sorry.
Juicy, Mama, I greet you.
My brother. How are you tonight? I can't brother me. Actually, my manja kori mi go not about to one me. Me man boy.
You see the way I came in, like I was like, I'm tense. I like, oh, what's going on? I went to bedroom and went to.
You don't have the capacity to take over the country. If you actually research about that guy, you just don't sit down on my Egun's diary from morning till night and be hearing my It's very intelligent.
This is not a monologue. This is not a monologue. We're having a conversation. You saw me on my general. Is that what you're saying?
Listening to all his false narrations about BAT. It's not fair. Let's be objective.
Let me make something clear to you today.
Let's be objective.
Hold on, Dupsy. Hold on. Let me make something clear to you today. One man's platform here. I mean, I think my first foray into all this coming online is on one man platform. I think I've been on other, but not as frequent. Like I'm more frequent on one man platform than the other platform. But one man platform is that platform I use much. I've always had that position.
You don't go to.
You see me there every time. You don't see me there every time.
You call anybody supported TINUBU is useless people. You see, the thing is that
I'm not finished your talk now.
Okay. Sorry about that.
So you see, before Michael started expressing all those views that he's expressing today, I've always maintained those views for a long time, even before he started expressing it. I think his own view was more of like Yoruba Nation, more of like Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. But I've always had this position that TINUBU is not my kind of person that I want him to lead. And I have my reason for why I don't like TINUBU. And I've expressed that in many other forums. I will tell you if you want me to repeat it here, but I don't think I need to be saying that because some of you already acquitted yourself with my view on TINUBU. Not because I hate him. If TINUBU is to stand in front of me here, I will talk to him, I will greet him, I will respect him as an elderly person other than me. But the point I'm saying is that I don't see him as a moral person because anybody who must govern must be a moral person. But TINUBU is an immoral person.
Tell me one of the candidates that I'm very moral there. Tell me one.
Okay. And I've said it many times. I'm not saying that Obi if you listen to me on this platform, I've also criticized Obi many times. If I have to criticize him, if I have any reason to do that, I will criticize him. That was why I said I'm not obedient.
Okay, you always talk about local government, this thing, the local government stuff. Did Obi conduct local government elections throughout 8 years?
Okay, good question you asked.
2 years, 2 months to the end of his tenure.
Yeah.
Good question you asked.
2 months. 2 months.
You see,
that guy.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this. Obi has his own baggage, which I didn't shut my eyes to. I saw all these baggages. I know some of the things that sometimes they'll be obedient to. They try to spin it, but I'm not faced by that. But see, the only thing why I'm for Obi is this. I want a total. I want us to move away from these oligarchs, these guys that are being in governance.
Which Obi is part of?
Well, Obi is not part of them.
It's part of them.
Okay,
it's part of them. That is where I always get.
That's nothing that's open for a debate.
Yeah, I can always somebody that been the corridor of power since almost 2003.
This is why I said it's not part of them. I'll give you one agree to give them. So I'll give them to you. Obi does not get money from Anambra State where he governed.
Okay, let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you. Wait. No. On that money, see, you say it's not no. Yeah. See, the money after campaign with Obiano. Do you know the reason why they have issue with each other? Because he was requesting money from the guy because he said the money they use for campaign. So don't. After that. The same Obi sponsor a PDP candidate against Obiano second time, and the guy defeated them. He want to be somebody like Tinubu, but he doesn't have the capacity. That is why I said they are all thieves. But if you say,
honestly, it's just speculation.
I'm not speculating. I'm not speculating. That is why I say that is why you don't get your fact right. When you come to Tinubu, you will bring one this thing paper. You will be writing it down. You will write it down. But when it came to your candidate, when they thought something, say about your candidate, you will say.
Hold on. There's no fact to what you just said.
No. I know it very well.
Rational man, you meet your match tonight. You meet.
I told you.
Hello, guys. Can I interject?
Just calm down. Rational mind.
Let me talk.
Yes, we will come. You bring you in, Moses. We will bring you in. Finish your assertion there. I will go to Moses to hear his view as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you see, my point is this. You see, I've said it many times. I don't know why I have to continue sounding like a broken record every time. Is that I said that Tinubu for me. He still plays an active role in Lagos State. Who goes in there? Who doesn't go in there? I've said it this night. His kids are all over everything that has to do with Lagos State.
Like what?
That's very immoral.
Like what?
I mean, his daughter is the Yalaja of Lagos State. Do you know how much billions of naira that is?
So what?
Oh, and so what?
Yeah. And so what?
You see.
So if you want to become a Yanola, if you want to become wait, rational mind. If you want to become Yaloja, wait. Let me ask you. What? Do you want to become a Yaloja of Lagos?
Do I want to become what?
Yaloja of Lagos.
What do I need to do with that? What do I want to
do? So why are you criticizing it? Is the position is it there before or not? Was it just being created?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking you. Don't say what am I talking about? I'm asking a question.
Hold on. We say somebody's putting his own children.
His late mother was Yaloja of Lagos, isn't it?
No, that wasn't his late mother. That was his mom. Well, let's not go into that. That was his.
Yeah, no matter what you want to say, maybe he's adopted whatever. Somebody can adopt somebody. We want to bring anything. We know what you want to say.
I, for one, I know the politics around that. Why he mentioned that people that's his mother, whatever. We know the
you know it well. We all know it. See, that's the problem we have in the South. Wait, let me tell you. Let me just answer you in that way. That's the problem with the Southwest we have.
What is
In
the
the North, listen to me. Listen first. Let me just say this. 1 minute. Sorry, I'm just saying this. In the North, Kwankwaso is from Jigawa. He became governor in Kano. You know, everything about him is about Kano. Even Abacha is from Borno, but he claimed Kano. So you want to say he claimed this person? Anybody can claim anybody. We that we are in US, we know anybody, we know what we claim. So you don't let us anybody tell us that he claimed he's not this. We know the politics. We all know it.
Crown. Sometimes you people, batify people, you say some of the most ridiculous things that sometimes it just infuriates me sometimes.
Yeah, it's true, because that's where you talk. That's where you talk, and you get someone crazy too.
Okay, good. We all make ourselves crazy, right? We all drive ourselves crazy.
Yes.
But now, it just said, I don't even know how that is even relevant to what we're talking about. But let's assume it's relevant.
No, it's not relevant now.
You just said what's his name? This man is from Jigawa. But what was Jigawa before?
You said what?
Jigawa was part of Kano.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So what? Lagos is part of Southwest.
Oh God, what is this guy talking about? What are you doing?
So I'm talking sense. Lagos is part of Southwest.
I'm talking about this guy putting all his kids in key position in Lagos.
Which position? Which position are you talking about? Jigawa now. This guy in Jigawa is first one there is going for governorship. All of them, they are going for everything they want to go to. Even in Ondo State, your state. Wait, even your state. Akeredolu, Rotimi, Oladayo, whatever. He make his son a project wherever. So what are you saying? All of them are doing it. They are all thieves. So don't tell me that he's the one doing it. Only him doing it.
Now, does it make it right?
It's not right, but don't say. But why are you saying? No. My question to you is that. That's why we say analyze it properly.
Why right? Is that what your
why
question?
is only him? Why are you criticizing only him?
Fine.
Yeah.
That's a good question you ask. The reason is because these other people you mentioned, Akeredolu is not vying for president. You ask a question, and I'll give you a question. Because Tinubu, hold on. Because the reason why I hammer on Tinubu is because number one, I've said it.
Before you see, let me tell you. Let me tell you now. You have been doing this thing for years. Before they even started this.
How long did you know me? You're telling me for years.
Anybody
that hears you now, you think maybe you've known me for so many years.
But you have been on this platform for almost 3 years now.
Okay, and so?
People know you. They know you. They don't
maybe he's thinking maybe I just stumbled to the phone now. I'm not calling.
Just
for years, like maybe like a 20, 30 years.
Rational mind, just a second. Ajale Koko, rational mind, well, one chance, lale you. So
what's one chance to let you?
National mind. I will leave now. See, hold on, so 1 minute. I will leave now.
Don't leave. You ask a question. You ask a question. You won't leave.
You know, if you answer me, you bring another question out.
No. Let me answer your question.
No, Ajale Koko want to get involved in the discussion.
Allow him, please.
Ajale Koko, what rational mind has been doing is this. He only concentrates so much about the bad side of Tinubu.
Yes.
He doesn't want to give credit where credit is due. And even his achievement, if he has his own way, he can shift that.
You don't need to explain to Ajala Koko.
I don't want Ajala Koko to help us save Ajala Koko's.
Let me just say this thing. See Ajala Koko. Ajala Koko is very hard on Tinubu issue. He's always hard on Tinubu. But when he get to a place to say, oh, this guy did this, I know he did. Ajala Koko will recognize that. He will always say that. But he always hard on him. He will say this, he will say that. We know. That is how to balance things.
Let me say something to you before I go to that question you asked. On this platform, when Obi started his own campaign and everybody, and Tinubu made a comment in Abeokuta, some Obi then came on one man's platform here and they were like, "Hey, why should you be speaking in Yoruba?" What did I do? I stood up for Tinubu. Say, yeah, why won't he speak Yoruba? This is his mother tongue. He's speaking to his audience are Yoruba people. So what's your point with that? So you see, I would defend somebody when I think I need to. When I see I need to defend him, but when I don't feel I need to defend him, I would not.
No. We are not saying you should defend him. You are not his lawyer. You know, you are not his lawyer. What we are saying is that just be balanced. That's it. If you say I think you said you are a journalist. Yeah. Are you not a journalist?
I'm not a trained journalist.
Maybe you are Rufai will say you are Rufai. We need to employ you in our TV. They have to employ you.
Rational mind.
You know,
rational mind.
Today now, you say today is telling me now that it's not a journalist. Rational mind has said it before that he's a journalist.
Rational mind is an architect. So,
no, tomorrow now you tell you is a cow riara. Tomorrow it was a cow riara.
Rational mind.
Àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ ẹ́ káàkiri ayé o.
Stop wasting your time going to my
platform. I am Tinubu, the president-elect. But for rational mind, yẹn mo fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀.
You see, the problem is this. Tinubu, for me, there is no balancing for me for Tinubu. But
you are not saying the truth.
Yeah, there's no balancing for me because I don't even see. Everything I see around him is crookedness.
It's not easy. It's not easy in this life. We are all struggling. So the guy struggle to be there. He struggle. So leave you two. You are struggling. Is it easy for you? You are in US. Why can't you pack your bag and go to Nigeria and go and see what is going on there? The guy left US.
Let me come in now. Let me come in. You guys are talking too much.
Let us do it. Let us do it one after the other.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I've been waiting for long now. Yes, the next voice I want to hear is let's hear from Moses. Moses has been waiting. Yeah.
Thank you so much, my lovely. I've been waiting for long as well. Thank you so much, my lovely brother.
Yeah, I will come back to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, my lovely brothers. Look. The thing I want to say is that the way we are going in Nigeria, I think we are the problem of ourselves. Because it's so obvious that this tribalism something has been eating us up. If you see the right thing, we can't say it. We continue to support bad things. What do you expect? We call these politicians bad people, but we are the problem for ourselves. As it is for Nigeria now, those military candidates, we know the person that if the person enter that seat today, Nigeria will celebrate. Nigeria will rejoice.
Who is the person?
I'm coming. Nigeria will rejoice. You will see celebration all over Africa, all over the world. You understand? So let's. I'm coming. Let's tell ourselves the truth, the gospel truth, as it is for Nigeria now. The only person can unite Nigeria, can bring peace to Nigeria. Everybody will be happy. Everybody will rejoice. It's only P2B. If you can remember, like I told you guys, last year around August.
Moses, why don't you disappoint me?
I'm coming now. I'm coming. Allow me to talk now. I told you guys around.
Let him finish now.
I told you guys around August last year. I told you guys that by this year, around January, February, P2B will be all over the place, and he will win this election, and which he won. As I'm talking to you now, Rivers State results have been exposed. P2B won there. Even TINUBU self, TINUBU did not get 25% there. Akwa Ibom, P2B won there. Bayelsa, P2B won there. My brother, this election will shock everybody. By the time the court will rule the judgment, everybody will be shocked. So what I'm trying to say is that let's tell ourselves this guy is all let's call it 8 months. Preach what people want to hear, and people buy the market. And they see the kind of dissent. They see the man as hope. They see the man as somebody. They see the man as somebody can move Nigeria forward. Since they declared TINUBU winning, everybody everywhere. I'm in Nigeria now. I come back to Nigeria because of this election. Since they declared TINUBU winning, all over Nigeria look like where they are mourning. No, everywhere look like people. If I don't know how can I.
Hello, Thomas. Hello, Thomas. Can I interject this guy?
Wait.
Yeah,
I'm coming.
No.
Wait,
No, I can never be happy if Peter Obi is there. So please, that is your opinion.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. I'm in Nigeria.
Madam, let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm in Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria now. I'm talking. I'm telling you what is happening in Nigeria.
Moses,
yes?
listen to me. Wait. Bring the tempo of your voice down. Bring it down, please.
Okay. So, what I'm trying to say is that I'm in Nigeria now. I'm telling you what is on ground now.
Are you in Nigeria? You just come back from Nigeria because you just said you come back from Nigeria now. You said, what are you talking about? Where are you?
I don't understand.
You just said a while ago. You said I just came back from Nigeria. You said you were in Nigeria. You just what are you talking? Where are you actually?
Wait, let me talk now before I ask me this kind of question.
No, we need to interrogate you because you can't
wait now. I said I then Nigeria now. You understand? I just came back because of this election. That is what I mean. Can I? So what I'm trying to say is that my point is that let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's stop this tribalism. Let's stop this hate, because it will not take us anywhere. If you want Nigeria to be better, everybody will come back to Nigeria and celebrate. For example, now why I like P2B, why I support P2B with everything I have. I can donate everything, even with my last card set up to make sure that P2B enter this seat. Is the kind of person.
But Moses,
wait, I'm coming now. I'm coming. Wait.
This is a dialogue. It's not monologue.
I know now. Wait.
Wait.
Now.
Can you listen to me? Please,
okay, now.
Please. This is a dialogue. If you are saying anything, everybody on the platform have the right to say, I want to interrogate. We interrogate people here. We are not echo chamber here. That we will just talk.
But if I leave me, if I finish, you can come in.
Yes.
That's
go on. I just want you to know. And you have been listening to us. So we don't talk, just talk. Yeah.
Okay. What my point is that the kind of leader we need in Nigeria, number one, is the leader that will listen to the masses, that will listen to the poor, that nobody know it all. You understand? If you say you know it all, my brother, you are nobody, and you don't know anything. If you claim that you know everything, you don't know anything, and the person is idiot. That is number one. So I see P2B as the kind of person that if something is going wrong, he will try to hear from people, at least know how to go about it. That is the kind of new Nigeria we want to build, where everybody, both poor and rich, will have space to come in. Not This elite. That is the problem Nigeria has been having for years. That is why some people say.
But Peter Obi is an elite. I'm
coming now. If you see capacity, if you see humbleness, I'm coming now. I know. I'm not a Peter Obi is for you. Yes, you can put, but it's different. It's different. If you watch it,
hello, Moses, my brother Moses. You see, that's why I can never follow you people. You obedient, because you always talk out of emotions. You came here now. You said nobody's happy in Nigeria because Tinubu was elected. I am happy. Okay, and lots of people that are my friends and family are happy.
Okay. Out of for example, out of 100 people, out of 100 people, maybe 5 people are happy. You talk about happiness.
Moses, hold on. Let me ask you a question. You say you're happy, but are you in Nigeria?
I'm happy. I tell my friends and families too. They are happy.
But you
that is 5 over
my friends and family.
My sister, that is 5 over 10. That is 5 over 10.
Oh, how did you know that, Mr. Moses?
I'm telling you the gospel. Look at my sister. My sister, if you're happy, my sister, excuse me now, let me talk now. If you want, let's put money now. Let's bet it. If the declare people will be winning, you will see what will happen in Nigeria. You will see what will happen in Nigeria. It will look like
everybody will
celebration all over Africa.
Moses. Let me say something. You see, I think I understand why sometimes the Batified, I think both Batified and the obedient, you both do the same thing. Sometimes you come on platforms like this and you start saying things the way you say them. It's infuriating. I think one man too does that to himself. When he goes on that platform, he says infuriating things that infuriate other people. If you come here, if you say, well, most Nigerians are not really happy, or you see the mood, it's not really that happiness, something like. But the way you make it sound like, oh, only when Obi becomes president, that's when Nigerians will be happy. No, don't say that now. I mean, do I just tell you now that some people back home are happy, and some of his family members are happy, you know? So, but when you say things like this, you make it look like, you people, that's another thing.
National mind, national mind, point of correction. Point of correction. Let me tell you something. It's only in this platform. I see the kind of bad energy. This platform, people they bring bad energy. Let me tell you now. The kind of bad energy waiting for this platform is too much. The kind of bad energy waiting for this platform is too much. It's obvious. It's even somebody where they hear some people they talk. You would think, say, these people are they evil? Even the evil parts, the kind of evil waiting for their body. If they will see something that is white, they will say it's black.
What do you mean by evil? Evil, because all of us doesn't align with your own opinion.
It's not aligning, my brother. Let me tell you something. I can remember. I told you last time. Say, if you bring, I told you last time. Wait now. Wait.
Moses,
Thomas, wait. I told you last time. Wait, let me talk now. Wait, let me talk. If you come to Nigeria, if you come to Nigeria, wait, let me talk.
I said, hold on. I am not. Please hold on. Bring your tempo down, please. It's too high for me. Please.
Let me talk. You said.
Help me. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, he said, we can hear you. It's only Obi that can unite Nigeria. How can you unite Nigeria when you go to church to incite religious sentiment? When you go to church, you tell churches that.
Don't go there, John.
Hold on, let me finish. Wait. When you go to church, you tell church, take back your country. What do you expect the Muslim to be feeling? How do you expect them
my
to be
brother,
feeling?
my brother, let me answer your
let me
answer your question now. Let me answer your question.
Yeah,
Let me answer your question.
Answer that one.
If you come to Nigeria now,
Hello.
wait.
Hello?
If you come to Nigeria,
Moses.
if you come to Nigeria now, yes.
Moses, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you. I'm with you.
Bring the tempo down, please. I don't like it. Please.
Okay.
Please.
So what I'm trying to say. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that P2B is a Christian. I saw TINUBU sometimes go to Muslim, they pray for him. So if you see what is going on in Nigeria now, you don't say the core Muslims support TINUBU to the core. The core Muslims don't want to hear
that's not what I'm saying.
I'm coming now. He said P2B go. He saw him go to the church or not. P2B is a Christian. Some churches are inviting him.
No. You don't listen. You don't listen to what I said. You said it's only P2B that can unite Nigeria. Yes, and P2B went to church and went to instigate the church and telling the church will take back your country. What does
it's
that
not
mean?
Only P2B did not. It's not only church. If you watch his campaign, he's always says such a thing.
Bye. You are locked.
Wait. Okay, let me come. I want to see. You see that
Hello, can you hear me?
All of you are baby politicians.
Hello,
No. My brother, let's tell ourselves the truth. If you come to Nigeria, we have people like Fayoshe. We have people like Fayoshe.
I live in Nigeria.
Moses.
I muted him. Wait. Okay. Everybody that is coming in, just wait. Let's talk one after the other. It doesn't speak well of us speaking on each other. It doesn't speak well. So Moses, finish your assertion in 2 minutes. Then I can bring in this Sally. Do that pronounce very well? Sally, isn't it? Yeah. Moses, finish. Just bring the tempo down. Yeah, go on. Unmute yourself.
But Thomas, can I ask a question from Moses?
Yes, you can. Yeah, of course. You can ask the question. Of course, yeah.
Moses.
Yeah.
Moses, can you hear me?
What I'm trying to I'm waiting, I might come now. What I'm trying to say is that
I just want to ask you a question.
If we youth want to make Nigeria work again, work for us, be the kind of country we will be proud of, my brother, we can do it. If we continue to allow these old politicians to go every time they want, to make it like it's inheritance, is their right, is a title, my brother, we are not going anywhere. I want to let you know, in Nigeria, PDP platform cannot move Nigeria forward. APC platform cannot move Nigeria forward. And I'm telling you the gospel truth now, because that the kind of cabals were there for those APC and the PDP cannot move. If you be like somebody like have good intention to govern Nigeria, but because of that parties, those two parties cannot make you move Nigeria forward, because the kind of elite where they will suppress you.
Peter Obi try to get their ticket. Just this election, but you know,
sometimes let me say sometimes there's how God works. Sometimes God works in a miraculous way.
Moses,
for our own good. Moses, let me tell you now. See the generation. See the kind of generation I want to belong. I want to wait now.
Moses, hold on 1 minute. Why are we campaigning after election? This is a campaign after election. So let us discuss something meaningful. Why are we you are saying is this, is that. They finished the election, let them go to the court.
Let me tell you something. See,
I don't know.
let me
I
tell
don't
you
know why
something.
we campaign after election and all that.
I want to tell you something now. The kind of generation
Moses,
we youth. Let me tell you something. Wait, let me talk now.
Hold on. You've been talking. You also understand that other people are here to talk. So my point is this: I think we've heard you. We know where you're going. So when you just say you're campaigning after the election, I don't think all these things is necessary. Just let other people speak.
I want to let you know.
What is
wait? I want to let you know now. I want to let you know now. Wait now. I want to let you know. Wait, Tipano. I want to let you know. I want to let you know now. I want to let you know. Wait, Tipano. Whether you like it, whether you like it.
Oh my God! Please help me now. Mostly. Everybody should hold on. I don't want to hear anybody. Everybody should hold on, please. Moses, we here, we are not echo chamber. We don't just talk. No. When you're talking, people will interject you, they will interrogate you. If you have been listening to us like 5 days, you should know what we stand for here. We are not echo chamber that we just talk. No. If you say something, people will stop you, they will interrogate you. That is the beauty of this platform. We don't just talk. So when people said, Moses, please, when you are asking you question, you give. If you are not ready to ask that question, we don't roll like that here. So let's Sally ask his question. Then you can address that. Then rational mind will come as well. Yes, Sally, ask your question.
Hello, hi everybody. I don't normally come online, but Moses actually triggered me. Moses, I'm trying to really understand where you're coming from. You, out of your point, you said Obi listen. Are you telling me that other candidates don't listen to anybody? Can you answer that question? Because I want to break it down gradually before I ask another next question. Moses, are you there?
Do we have Moses? I think we don't have Moses. Yeah, maybe Moses has run away. Do we have Moses?
Yes. I'm here.
Yes, I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you a direct question.
Yes.
Out of your point, you said why you are actually supporting Obi is that he listened. Okay. Are you telling me that other candidates don't listen? Can you answer that?
They don't listen.
Yeah, so they don't listen. Other candidates don't listen.
They don't.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. When TINUBU came out,
yes,
the first thing he addressed was that he said clearly, youth, I have heard you loud and clear. He is listening.
Do you know why? Do you know why he made that? Do you know why? Do you know why he made that comment? Do you know why he made that comment? Do you know why he made that comment?
Calm down. It does
do you know
not
why
matter.
he made that comment? Now, you asked me a question. I want to tell you. I want to tell you the reason why he made that comment. Huh?
No,
let me
go
tell
ahead.
you.
I'm listening.
The reason why TINUBU made that comment is that he have seen the kind of energy youth put for this election, and I want to let you know now that obedience have come to stay in Nigeria in a way that any person obedient to say you will rule Nigeria will rule Nigeria. If you not perform there 4 years, I'm telling you the whole truth. No, we have no. As I'm talking to you now, as I'm talking to you now, if this wait, if it happens, if it happens this election, if it happens this, wait, I have a question now.
Stop going. You have answered that question.
Uh-huh.
Right. TINUBU now see the forces regarding the youth. Now is now the president-elect. You don't know if he's going to perform or not. You don't know Obi is going to perform or not. I am actually very, very fed up with Obi's camp because they are delusional.
Can I tell you
They
something?
need to let me finish. They need to check their self. Anybody that goes for a campaign, the best candidate wins the race. If you have lose, you go back and replan. Learn from the best.
Who lose?
Obi has lost, and you know that.
Let's put money now. Let's put money now. TINUBU will not put money. TINUBU is not going to be Nigerian president. TINUBU is not going to be Nigerian president.
Money.
TINUBU is not going to be Nigerian president.
Stop
Everybody know that one for now.
Let me talk. You are talking over me. Do you want me to keep quiet? You are talking over me. I don't talk over people. You are being delusional. Go back and go and replan. Learn from the best. The best candidate wins the race.
So, Sally, Sally,
politics is do or die of fear.
Let me tell you something. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Let me tell you something.
Wait, can I hear you now so that you can keep talking? I've already made my points.
Okay,
go back and
Sally, don't go yet. Sally, let me talk to you. Don't go yet.
Are you hearing me?
Sally, don't go yet. Let me talk to you. This guy that you have advised tonight can never hear you. Never.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something now. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I want to hear me first. I want to let you know. I want to let you know. I want to let you know. Wait. I want to let you know. Wait.
Hello, gentlemen and ladies. Please let us calm it down. I mean, when
Ajali rescue me now. Help me, Ajali Koko.
So let's take it easy. Let us have a dialogue here, and I think Moses have said enough. So Moses have to yield the ground for another person to speak.
She daddy, but Ajali Koko, please, can I talk?
Yes, I think Dusi can
Thank you,
talk because Moses have been talking for over.
Okay, everybody, I want to say bye now.
Yeah, said
thank you, Sally. Thank you, Sally. See you. Everybody should hold on.
So,
thank you.
But let me talk now, Thomas. Let me talk now.
Go on.
You see the one Sally just came in now and advised Moses that they are delusional. Exactly, that's just the word for them. They are so delusional. They're always chanting, holy, holy. They are looking for a messianic figure. Well, they can't even rescue them, but they don't know. And they will never listen. No matter what we say tonight, no matter what we say to them or convince them with, they will never and can never listen. That's the way they're going to go on and on for the next 8 years.
Can the same instead of you people too, the batified people?
No, we are not delusional. You should know that. No. Yoruba people are not delusional. You should know that. You should know that yourself.
Really?
We are not. We are not. We are not.
Hello, Madam Dusi. Don't let us go.
Sorry, sir.
Don't let us use our tribal sentiments. You know, we don't run this platform with
tribal sentiment.
Yes, tribal sentiment.
I'm sorry about that.
Let us focus more on the issue.
Okay.
What are the issue? Thomas, you are the one in charge. Throw the issue before everybody and let us address the issue. Don't let us go tribal. It's not good for us. Yes.
I apologize. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
I've not spoken. I came here because
let me talk now.
Thomas, can you give me just 1 minute? I want to go. I'm going.
Let me remind us of the issue.
I'm leaving.
Let me remind us of the issue.
Let me talk.
One man asked us question that we should say 5 things we be expecting TINUBU to achieve. So we're supposed to take that thing one after the other until the rational mind took us through the Red Sea, and we find ourselves in the Pacific Ocean. So we'll not be able to take ourselves back. So
Ola, just 1 minute.
Okay.
I'm leaving.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hear from you. Yeah, let's hear from you.
So I just want to apologize if I've raised my voice, most especially to Rational Mind. I just don't like when we didn't put every point straight when we want to analyze issue. That is why I raised my voice and all that. I'm very sorry. I'm not like that. I don't like to join platform and talking. But I just want to, going forward, even if you want to go to another platform, before you say something, just make sure you have your details, so that you will say something that will not just get someone crazy and say, oh, I want to join, I want to defend and all that. So you guys are being, most especially Ajali Koko, the Baba in the house. So you guys, I will always enjoy you guys, just like we are addicted to it. Every day I have to listen to you guys, Ola, Rational Mind, Thomas, or despite that, Thomas, you always go beyond your destiny. You go to Dr. Damage destiny, and they will roast you. They will roast you like meat there. But I just love you guys. So Rational Mind, there's no problem about, even if we meet in any way, there's nothing. I don't have any issue with you. Because I know you will still go ahead and say, oh, you batify people, but I don't want that. So let's just keep it calm and all that. President Tinubu is your president, whether you like it or not. Take it or leave it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. It's your president, right?
You see now, some people that we saw in the comment section, they will never come online. You forced them to show up this night. I think you achieved something tonight. Yeah, go on. No. Let Dupsy. I'm sorry. Let Dupsy finish. Yeah. Do we have Dupsy?
Yes, you have me. Yes, I'll soon be leaving too.
Yes. I'm sorry. Finish
Rational Mind can force anybody to be frustrated, because I don't understand the guy. Always talking down on Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Be frustrated.
Oh my God, Rational, I'm going to buy you a new laptop. You just have to send your address. Just send it to Thomas or one man. I'm going to send you a brand new laptop. Maybe that one will cool you down a bit. So I'm going to send you a brand new laptop. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. What is the problem? Rational Mind? What is the problem?
Ajali go share that.
Yes. I'm going to send you a brand new one.
Let me give you my phone number. I'll put it in.
I don't want your phone number. I want your address. So then, I don't want your phone number. So let me go down. You just call me there to charge. Rational Mind. Don't hate him that much. It's not that bad.
No. You said you're going to buy me a new laptop, right? So let me give you one. Coordinate that way, right?
A new one. I don't even mind buying you a Mac.
I love that. I love that.
So please.
Rational Mind. Once and for all,
I'll type you my WhatsApp number, then I would send you my. I can't give you.
I don't need your WhatsApp.
But you don't expect me to be typing out my.
What to my fair rational mind? You know it that point. What to fair rational mind? Ìyàwó pọ̀ fún rational mind. Ìyàwó ti mú
I'm on some money.
Oh my God.
Thomas, what to my fair rational mind? What my fair? Nítorí
I'll give you my phone, my WhatsApp number.
Let me send you a mark.
Ọlá ò síbẹ̀
ẹ̀gbọ́n ogun gbọ́gun ọdún lọ. Rational mind tó tún wo rẹ̀ mi Tinubu ibi tẹ́rù rational mind ti bà mí nìyẹn o. Ó tún ní rẹ̀ mi Tinubu lára o.
I'll send you my phone number or WhatsApp number.
Don't send me your phone number.
Hold on now. You can't expect me to be typing out now. You can't expect me to be typing out
phone number.
Hold on. You can't expect me to be typing out my residential or my postal.
Okay, just send somebody's address, maybe an office address or somewhere that I can post it to.
Really?
In the States. Or I can even order it to the state directly to where you want me to order it to.
But Rational is capable to buy laptop now.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Yes, sir. Let's Ajali Google come in.
Look, hold on. Let us get it right. Ṣé Dupsy ń ṣeré ní àbóòtọ́?
Mi ò ṣeré sá. I always wonder why he's always annoyed. Why he's always annoyed? Mo fẹ́ tù nínú ni. I don't know how to.
No. Ajali Google. Dupsy is just playing. Just reactional mind. Dupsy, are you serious? No. You don't need to do that. Ajali Koko, ẹ má tún sing yẹn. LFBS yẹn lè látọ̀nà náà tó ra laptop bọ́lẹ̀.
Ẹ dúró. Tí Dupsy bá sọ pé òun fẹ́ fún rational mind, tí rational mind ó kẹta pé òun fẹ́ gbà, á jẹ́ pé rational mind. Nǹkan tábẹ́ ju fún rational mind ni pé kó pẹnu ẹ̀ mọ́. Kó jẹ́ Tinubu kó ṣèjọba. Tí rational mind bá sọ̀rọ̀, tí rational mind bá fẹ́ gbà, rational mind á tèmi lọ. Pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ mọ́ kò ní ṣe alátakò condition tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ rational mind ṣe é máa jẹ́ kí Tinubu ṣèjọba.
Ajali Gogo ẹ̀ serious.
Nígbà rational mind kò ṣe alátakò Tinubu tó bá gba laptop yẹn that's it. Fún ọdún mẹ́rin bí ṣàtàkù ìjọba yìí.
O fẹ́ brag mi nìyẹn àbí báwo?
Nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe fún ẹ nìyẹn.
Tó bá lè jẹ́ pé kọ́ndíṣọ̀ tó fẹ́ gbé mi lórí nìyẹn. Ìwọ àti laptop náà ẹ lè dúró sí dé bá wà. I have 4 different laptops. I have 4 different laptops. 2 for my work.
Kerosene laptop tó lóye máa pariwo sí ọ̀rẹ́. Máa ń pariwo sí ọ̀rẹ́. Olóòwò sọ pé kò kí n quiet fún the next 4 years. Mo ní láti gbé lórí condition ló bá dé. Condition yẹn Yorùbá dé please kó jẹ́ ká sí mi. Tó bá ti wọlé wà yàrá máa sọ
rational mind ó mọ̀ pé voice ẹ̀ strong gan. Òun rákìlú party fire káàkiri all over the world. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ pé fẹ́ fún ẹ ní kíní pé ọ̀pẹ́ káwọn ṣèjọba yìí. Kó tẹ̀ jọ́dún mẹ́rin tẹ̀ ṣe fún àwọn oníṣòwò. Wọ́n náà wọ́n ní òrùka ti dọ́wọ́ ná kó ó wá kú bàbá ẹni tó jẹ́ káwọn ṣèjọba yìí.
Àgbáyé Balesa.
Orúkọ tó máa gbà padà lọ́wọ́ wọn very soon.
Ibo kò sẹ́ni tó tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Kò sẹ́ni tó tó bẹ́ẹ̀.
Sì, tó bá mi yẹn, máa fún ẹ ní address.
Mo ní ìyá on that condition. But
condition tó gbé lórí yẹn, condition tó
not
gbé
spell it out. So,
condition
to agree, Bami sọ fún Thomas to agree so that you'll be able to organize it.
But pé o fẹ́ ṣe charity fún mi pé.
Mi ò ṣe charity.
No. That is the condition. That is the condition.
Jẹ́ kí Thomas yẹ.
Oh, ní kan ṣe.
Mo fẹ́ lọ sùn.
Look, rational mind. Look, mo fẹ́ everybody mọ̀ pé sórí support táwọn èèyàn fún candidate.
Ajale Koko English.
English ìlànà àwa Yorùbá là ń sọ̀rọ̀ jáde.
We are on live now. Ajale Koko. We are on live now.
Okay, all right. Rational mind, you see, the kind of support that each supporters are giving their candidate are very, 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 very strong. So we as we see on the side of obedient people that are strongly committed and people that are putting down their money to bet that Obi will win and stuff like that. So the same thing Ducey is doing here. She is strongly committed to Tinubu for president. And I want you to realize that she is not happy that most of the time you strongly criticize his candidate. So, and I think what she's doing tonight, or what she's trying to do, she's very, very sincere about it. And she's doing it on behalf of millions of Batifier. That if you can stop that your strong criticism of Tinubu, she will give you a platform, a laptop. So if you are ready to...
Ajale Koko, that's a good bargain. That's a good bargain.
Oh yes. Everything will surely come with some kind of conditionalities or one way or the other. So she's giving that condition that if you can stop your strong criticism of Tinubu for the next 4 years while he's in office as president, yeah, she's ready to send you laptop. Is it even Mac? She says she's going to send you. So whatever she wants to send to you. So if you agree to lower your criticism of Tinubu while he's in office as the president, she's ready to do it. I think it's a good offer. Rational man, if you are ready to take it, let us know now. If not,
so King Babo the Niari.
Rational mind. Rational mind. But could you cast him?
It's renewable too.
It's
renewable after 4 years. We're going to renew it again after 4 years. Renew the contract again after 4 years.
Good bargain.
It's a good offer.
You should think about it.
No, I don't really think about it. Yo, Jemmy, maybe you're coming.
Rational mind, use your laptop.
If I turn on my laptop,
I'm in a 5-star hotel.
Rational mind.
I'm okay.
Rational mind. The Batify are just trying to pacify you so that you
trying
don't
to pacify me.
So that you are unnecessarily angry and you are
really
angry. You are radiating bad energy towards that group. Because look at this, the election has come and gone. The only thing is that we should now concentrate on what we think Tinubu can do to move the country forward. But you are still denying what Tinubu even did excellently in the past. You now focus on his character. Look, like I was saying before the election, none of these candidates is holy. Forget it. You have to concentrate on their competence. So among the three, it's my strong belief that Tinubu is still the most qualified when you talk of the competence. You understand? Now the election has gone. We are talking about his policy, but you are still talking about what he has done in the past. How all those allegations that we cannot even substantiate. We talk about the project initiated. The project is still ongoing, and some of the projects have been commissioned. Oh, you say he didn't do it. Now today, whether you like it or not, those people that he brought with himself, they are the one that executed the deep soul, the Lekki deep sea port. They are the one that are completing the blue and red line, whether you like it. The express road from Lagos, Badagry Express, this thing, even it started during this time. Fashola continue on until this guy Ambode sidelined the project, and they brought Sanwo-Olu and they still continue with it. So you see,
why do people like to twist things?
Farabaleo.
Why do people like to twist things like this?
What am I twisting?
Okay, listen, you just said Ambode abandoned the project. But the whole money that he abandoned, the whole money that was supposed to go to that project. Hold on. No.
If you want to tell me that Ambode didn't abandon it, just tell me how far did he go with those projects?
He did not totally abandon it.
Let's be factual. Because I want to put this so that Just Mark can speak to because they have been waiting. Now look at it this way.
I'm not looking at anything anyway. You'd like to go on a long essay.
If Fashola push a project to kilometer 45, how many kilometers did Ambode add before he left? And why did they remove Ambode? Why did they return Ambode?
Okay, question. You've got down. The reason why he did that was because it was a cesspool for corruption. A lot of money was going. Hold on. A lot of money was going to that project.
Everything is corruption from that. No, I don't want to story about corruption. Just give me.
I know. You know. Let me just.
Don't give me condition. Let's see. I'm tired of listening to this rhetoric of corruption. That's how Buhari deceived us to get into power. And the idea
so we should just close our eyes. Like Dupe is trying to tell me that I should shut up.
No.
Because
the matter of corruption is what they can use.
If Dupe send me your address, I will send you 2 laptops.
No, forget about. I don't want the story of corruption. Let's talk about it.
I've got a message for you, Rational Mind.
What message? What message?
Yeah.
All these people coming here telling me.
ìyàwó mi ti ń wú ẹ ti pẹ́. Ìyàwó mi sọ pé ká lóun ní girlfriend ẹni àbí ìyàwó ẹni wípé ó lóun máa sá kúrò nílé fún ẹni pé irú yín ló máa ń gbọmọ lọ́wọ́ ọkùnrin tí mo máa sá fún ẹni.
Why is the sound lélẹ̀ fún mi?
Ó lóun rí iṣan lárùn ẹ.
Iṣan. Irú iṣan wo ni ẹ?
Àwọn ní wàhálà ẹ pọ̀ ni.
These Yoruba people, your wahala too much.
Wahala mi pọ̀ tó pé mo máa ń nọ ọ̀rọ̀ àbí báwo.
Ó lò máa sá lọ fún ẹni pé ó máa gbọmọ lọ́wọ́ lásán.
Ajale Gogo.
Did you kick him out? He dropped or what? Thomas, did you kick him out?
No, I didn't kick him out. No, he dropped. Yeah, I didn't kick him out. Yeah.
You see, Ola. See, I don't like when new people come and spin things around here. You saw Boo Boo came and commissioned a project, the likes of which Fashola did not even do it. He came and commissioned that project in at airport area there, airport road there, Mafoluku area there. I think there was one project he did.
What?
He said what?
What project?
That Buhari came to commission.
Which of the project? There are many projects in Lagos.
Hold on. I can't remember that project, but then there was one in Oshodi too. That new bus station terminal they did in Oshodi. Do you know how many billions of naira was sunk into that edifice? And that guy did it very well. The one very close to Mafoluku there, in close to Ikeja there, Ikeja Airport there, he did it very well. That is where that money went to, because he found out that rail that could have been completed a long time, they were just doing it, pumping money into it, and this money will not be. Do you know that Amode was an accountant? Do you know that? He's an accountant.
Auditor.
So,
Yeah, I know.
So you said what?
He was a government auditor.
Auditor or accountant, whatever you want to call him, but he works. Yeah. He works for Lagos State, and some people that are auditors, they like to put their integrity intact. That's what Ambode was. Even though I know he did some shady job for to cover for TINUBU when he was managing the whatever for Lagos State. But the point I'm trying to make is
no, he was accountant general for Lagos State.
No, accountant general for Lagos State. So I said about you say auditor general, whatever. But I know he's an accountant. Auditor, accountant. You must have knowledge of accounting.
That's not mine. Hold on. You just forced me to join this platform again.
No, you can always
want to say that if you take this offer, that means you will not have any topic again. Because without TINUBU'S topic, you will not.
Crown, I like people challenging me. If anything I say that is not right,
that means you will not have any topic again, man. You will just wake up and be looking because there's nothing you can say again. Nothing. You will not be able to, because without TINUBU,
he abandoned that project, not totally, because there's a partnership. You cannot do that because your partners, they will need
what's making noise?
He's also inside the national mind laptop. And that's what
you send me the
can you make it ASAP, please? Please.
No, rational mind is running away from the time and conditions. So
he knows that without TINUBU'S topic, nothing for him again. He cannot comment any.
No. Crown. Before even this election, I asked one man, and one man was there. We only talk about ideas, about things.
No, I know. I mean,
TINUBU will not be my only topic. But
rational mind. Stop going to Mayegun's platform, please. Please stop going there. Please. It's very toxic to
rational mind want to kind
say rational mind tún lọ sórí Mayegun ni.
Ibẹ̀ ló máa ti mú gbogbo nǹkan tó máa ń lò.
Ibẹ̀ ló ti máa mú topic.
Really? Really?
Ọmọ ìlú òkè kan ló ń fún wọn ní inspiration ló ń jẹ́ Mayegun. I can't just believe it. I'll go and sit down on Mayegun.
No, Mayegun ṣọmọ ìlú òkè o, ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú ni o.
Ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú
Òde, ó dàgbà tí Ìjẹ̀bú Òde.
Àwa ọmọ Èkó gbogbo bẹ̀yẹn ìlú òkè ni.
Rational mind, I know very well you listen to Mayegun like ever.
I don't listen sometimes, but then Thomas, if you've known me very well on one man platform here, I've always had so many views that I'm so surprised that even Mayegun is expressing now, because I used to know Mayegun to be somebody who is more of one Yoruba nation, Biafra, and all that thing. And now suddenly when I started hearing him talking about Obi and then talking about TINUBU and all of that, I kind of like, is he getting some of the inspiration from us or from me talking about it here, or maybe other people that also does not really align with TINUBU? No, not really. Forget it. I'm not really. I've always expressed my own view even before I even go on Mayegun. The only reason why I go there is I like to hear of because it gets a lot of contents that I've hardly seen on other platforms. It gets lots of contents that you not even hear on major news, like other major news outlets in Nigeria. You get videos that are very, very, videos that substantiate whatever he's trying to tell you about. So I go there and listen to him.
You said you don't go there now, so
hold on. I said, listen. She says she see me there, like as if she see me talk. I've never appeared on any of his calling or whatever. I've never done that, and I've never even really commented. Maybe I already did that once or twice in the past. I commented once or twice, and that was it. I never.
You only listen. And when
I travel around, I drive around. Yeah, when I'm at home, I do that sometimes. It's just for his content. That's what the content he has, the videos, some rare videos you see. Do you
know there are some comments if you make it anywhere, people know that you listen to Mayegun.
Okay, thank you very much. You see
all this Nigeria, safe TINUBU. Active school. You know what Mayegun stands for.
Hold on. Let me say this something. I can for also I was the one who first started using that word here. And because in Surulere, where I used to live, I mean, when I went recently, I used to live there, but then I went there recently. My people over there, they used to call Tinubu Ojuyobo. It's a Surulere word coined in Surulere. Maybe they use it in Lagos Island, but in Surulere, that's where they use that word Ojuyobo. But when I went to I saw hearing some other lady or some other people using the word Ojuyobo. So I feel maybe they had it from sometimes here we used to talk here. We used to say that it's like some of these our politicians in Nigeria, they listen to us. Some of the things we say here, we hear them use such words and expression and phrases. On some one that were they listening to us? Was it War Peace some time ago was saying that he said something?
No,
Tinubu,
people have been calling him Tinubu Ojuyobo since the very first.
Maybe then too.
Yeah, no, not just now. Yeah, it's not just new.
So
it's not just new.
So if you're telling me that I'm hearing that from I even know, forget it. I only even use some of those expressions like we say, is it Tinubu and what do you call him again? Kolu and something like that. Call him Kolu. So you call him Kolu and all that is
but that's what that man gets mouth too. That guy too get mouth.
I just love him.
Oh my God.
He has good, very rich content for his whatever he's trying to tell you about.
No, it doesn't have any content. He just has a way to.
I know you never admit that. He has. He does.
No. All he does is just forecast for his listeners. You know, I just can't just imagine.
This is the problem. When somebody does not support your Tinubu,
it's not about that. It's not about that. I've been there so many times. I've listened to him so many times, and I realize all he does is to forecast, like, oh, they won't give Tinubu the secret to this is what they're going to do, and the next day it won't happen, and he won't apologize to his followers. Like, oh, I made a move yesterday.
You are accommodating here. Of course, that's what we do here, because if you see here when one man was attacking me now, so a few hours ago, it's like about when I say about 60% of what I say comes true. I said, no, did you not say this? Did you not say this about Tinubu?
Thomas, someone is talking to you.
This is what we're seeing. Go on, please. Go on. I'm listening. We're listening.
No, I'm just telling Thomas that someone is talking to him in the private session.
Rational mind. Can you fight? Do you know how to fight boxing?
Yeah, okay, Ola. Yeah.
I'm a grandfather. What do I need to do all of that for?
My last. You have to do now. You have to do now. Anytime you are going around, just be looking your back. Oh, we are after you now. Look, we
lẹ́nu pé kókò sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ kí sọ pé mo bọ́ọ̀sì ìjà gbé ẹ fẹ́ máa wá káàkiri kí ló dé.
We've offered you MacBook. You said you don't want. Now we are offering you.
Ìyá ọjẹ́ mi, máa tẹ̀ra máa ra MacBook fún gbogbo yín ra fún gbogbo yín ẹ̀yìn bá ti fáì.
No.
18 tower.
Rational mind. One thing see.
Etí bá ń ta yín ẹ fún mi ní laptop nígbà yẹn kò sí wàhálà.
You can critique. You see, you can talk about Tinubu, you can talk about, like you say, is balancing it is what we are saying. That's what, because you say you are not supporting Tinubu, right? You are not supporting Obi, you are not supporting Atiku. Who exactly are you supporting? We don't know, right? So, but
why would you say you don't know? I've often expressed it here that I'm for Yele, but Yele does not get traction, so I don't see him as anything.
So that one to bribe Ajani Gogo, right? So what we are saying is this. See, you can
rational mind love lesser evil, according to him. Lesser evil. Several of them are evil, but he is lesser evil, so we would rather go for lesser evil instead of so.
Rational mind. I will help you to work on that television shop, please. Yeah? I will help you.
Work on what?
On that television shop. That shop in television. Don't worry, you get another one, new one.
I mean, I moved on. I mean, that was
you moved on. Eh?
No, wait.
I'll speak to Tinubu about the shop. Yeah.
Did they take over Rational Mind shop there?
Yes, now.
Wọ́n ta ṣọ́ọ̀bù fúnra wọn ni. Wọ́n lọ pín ṣọ́ọ̀bù fúnra wọn. Wọ́n ní pé olúwẹ̀ lọ join ní APC, lọ join ní JAC, nígbà ACS.
Yeah, but why will you even buy a shop?
Somebody they join mine, then I have to pay higher premium for the shop. Go carry that shop.
No, we've made a mistake. We made a mistake. Please.
We now know why my rational mind is fighting with our mind. We now know.
I want to know who's that by yellow rational mind.
Not really. That's not even really the issue. I mean,
but it's part of the issue. It's part of the issue.
Not really. I just said that in passing because I just want to make a joke with it, but not that really that was not the issue. The issue is, I've said it, I have to sound like a broken record. I just don't like TINUBU'S politics.
So now, rational mind, you may not like it. I strongly believe that is, I keep saying this, I've not backed down, I've not backed out, is that, see, that is Agbado and a gay policy. I'm telling you, it's a very loaded policy if it follows through. Because, look, it's going to entail security.
Allah, don't put your hope too high. You are speaking like as if you are one of his policy makers. You're going to sit down with him in the office. Don't say all of this. This was the same everybody.
No. I'm only speaking because I know. Because
TINUBU you're talking about now, he's not the same person that was fighting for the boo-boo then.
Let me tell you something. See, let me tell you something. In this world, it's either you are blessed with ideas or you lack in ideas. Now, for those people that are not able to push the ideas, it's just because those ideas are not there to start with. A person like TINUBU, you see, when you look at how the way he rose across the ladder, he has been so what do we call it, innovative. So at his age, look at what he has been saying. Look at what other candidates. Look at what they said during the campaign period. Look at what this guy said. He said his song appeared very original to me. The way he presented everything, and the way he presented everything, at least, just for me not to be 100 to be absolute, at least 60% of what he said is actionable. So it's not as if okay. Look at this now. He brought that idea now. Maybe nobody was even thinking of even doing pipeline for gas pipe from Nigeria to Europe. Look at the gas flaring that is happening in our oil producing area. So there's no way you can tell me that one is not possible, because you don't even need to use the federal government money to do this project. You just need to engage some foreign investors to do this. And when you engage some foreign investors to do this project we are talking about, we've already included international politics. So they are going to bring money and just to lay the same pipe, and wherever they are coming from, they may likely involve the government of those countries to guarantee the security and sustain and to sustain whatever project we have there. Do you know what that alone means? Do you know what it means to take fuel subsidy and channel that fuel subsidy to something to develop the economy? People will shout in the short term, but in the long term is what we are talking about. In the long term, I mean maybe 3, 4, 5 years going forward. But look at the same petroleum subsidy that will be trying to be protected. Will be protecting since. What do we get from it? So every day we just get some people that are getting becoming overnight billionaire just because of that fuel subsidy. So whether you are telling me that agriculture is not going to forget agriculture, except this man, this guy is not Buhari. You should know that, because Buhari has his own agenda. TINUBU has his own agenda. That's not the way I want you to see it. There's nothing TINUBU has said that is not possible. We are talking of industrial clusters, feeding those industrial clusters with electricity. You do all the grid. Come on, at least those of us that we study rewire like a calculator, we call it electrical electronics engineering. We know that what Nigeria government, what we are seeing today, some people intentionally create those bureaucracy so that they keep getting themselves richer and richer every day. So to me, let's wait and see the way it is going. But if you are too pessimistic now, then we will just be building negative energy around ourselves that we will not even have enough to even run after the government or just to remind the guy of what he said he's going to do. One thing about Tinubu that you cannot doubt, at least since 1999, is that his quality of leadership. He may be a corrupt man, but if you want to doubt the quality of his leadership, the way he handled Buhari during this election period should tell you something, that this guy, if really want to be brutal, to push his way in, he knows how to do that. For Buhari to even went to that, Buhari even voted and started showing everybody his card so that people will see, oh, I voted for.
Ola, please let me interject. Ola, please. So I want to go now, but I want to advise Rational Mind to stop going to.
Now.
Stop going to my platform and go and do in your own independent research about Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
What independent research do I have to do with that?
Go and do your own. You and you are very educated. Hold
on. Old wounds now.
Listen.
Taking advice. Go and do your own. He comes anytime Bola Tinubu has done something wrong, he comes here to always say this thing that Bola has done is wrong. And he's very objective in his criticism. That is
can you give me an example?
Very objective.
Can you give me an example of one thing I've said that is not objective?
No, criticism is destructive, so you don't know. It's not objective at all. It's very No more about this guy, so that you can come back and criticize him in a constructive manner. In a constructive manner. Stop it's the one that is always giving you guys all the false narratives. False narratives for Mayegun. What for you? False narratives.
That's why I have to repeat myself to you people. Kimaigutu is my express on views to express. Ask one man, and maybe I can be me witness here on this platform. I've often, as far as back as 2-3 years ago, when I first started coming to this platform.
Mayegun has been around for a long time too. Mayegun has been around for a long time.
What is this that I've always seen Tinubu? What did you say?
I said Mayegun has been around for a long time too.
Who has been around for a long time? I didn't hear you. You sound about
Mayegun.
So what? Say that again.
I
know he has been around, but I didn't. Yeah, but I'm saying to you that I started listening to Mayegun during that lockdown. When they were doing that lockdown, that was when I started listening to him. But I've been coming to one man's platform long before the lockdown. Actually during the lockdown, but long before the end SARS. I think that end SARS period, I didn't listen to him. I didn't even know. But I know I've never been on his channel. So what I'm trying to make you understand that I don't think because I go there, I listen to him, is because that's the reason why I get all these views. I've always had his views about Tinubu a long time.
But let it be constructive anyway. Let it be constructive. It's too destructive. It doesn't help anybody. Yeah, how about you?
Well, if you say it's too destructive, that is anybody's cup of tea. I mean, whatever anybody thinks. I would say the truth the way I see it.
Your cup of tea now.
See. Èmi ò ní sọ pé tó bá castigate o But castigate will be the way you do it. I will only challenge your view, but I will not go to the point.
I don't even castigate Obi. I'm not. You're not my level. He's too unintelligent for me. I can't even listen to him. So Bagbe Obi, we are talking about bad things.
You just say somebody's unintelligent and all.
Just Bagbe Obi, just leave Obi alone.
But èmi sọ fún ẹ pé ọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu, they bribe me. You can't bribe. You can't talk me out of it.
Yeah, sure.
I've said it. The reason is because I don't like his politics. Anybody?
I said let it be constructive. I understand. I'm not forcing you, but let your criticism be constructive. That's what I'm asking. But I'm just like
it's not constructive.
You are never objective. Or you are biased.
But then I was in the middle of constructive criticism here when I was saying that if he comes in, I want him to have something to do with it. I mean, tackle that constitution. I was being constructive with that, even though I have to say. To make some side comments.
Always.
I don't have any belief or any trust that he can do anything. But however, I was thinking that.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, now.
That's what I'm doing. Don't have time.
Thomas.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
God bless you. We have to see in summer. We have to make up time to see in summer so that we can have dinner. Daddy. Are you listening? We have to make up time to see each other in summer. Kò tẹ̀ tó bẹ̀ tí mi mọ̀ ṣe ìwọ ló mọ̀. Now we see each other in summer.
Ọbẹ̀ Marúgbó àti
Ọ̀dàdàlẹ̀ kòkò gbúlẹ̀
ó dàárọ̀ o.
Happy Sunday o. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday to you, bro. God bless you.
Ẹja tutù ṣọkọ yọkọtọ. Ẹja tutù ṣọkọ yọkọtọ.
Rational mind. I have advice for you. Àwọn obìnrin má jẹ́ káwọn obìnrin dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yìn o. Wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ kó ti alátakò Tinubu gbọ́rọ̀ sáwọn obìnrin lẹ́nu o. Owó tí mo ní ni mò ń yẹ o. Wọ́n ti pọ̀ ẹ̀dá pé I think Sally was here too.
Sally too. I know. I heard that too.
Sally, ìwọ náà tẹ̀ jẹ́jẹ́. Ọmọ onílẹ̀ àtẹ̀jẹ́jẹ́ wọ́n ti sọ pé wọ́n ní fẹ́ fi bàbá sílẹ̀ o.
Obìnrin ló ń bá tayò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn o lè wé ni o.
Èmi mọ̀ kàn máa láì bàbá wọn bá ń tà ní èmi ò.
Bàbá ìjà báyìí sí o báwa o.
Mi ò lè prevail mi ò lè bá wọn kí n bá wọn hágì kí n lè prevail lórí wọn bọ̀tẹ̀ mo máa láì kí gbogbo àwọn energy yẹn.
Wọ́n náà fẹ́ fún rational mind ní
laptop wọ́n gbé sórí condition.
Ọlá nǹkó ẹ kí n kí ó dandan Babájá báwa o ẹ kí n kí yín o pé ẹ kó oríire ti Chinedu Tèkó báwo dẹ̀ ni o. Gọ́dọ̀ Chinedu.
Ààrẹ wọn, you are very tribalist.
Ààrẹ wàhálà ó máa ṣe òru ọ̀gànjọ́ àbí kí ni wàhálà tó fẹ́ gbé wá yìí. Ìwọ tó ní ta ló tún jẹ́ Chinedu mọ́
guys, I think let's just shut down so that we can go to our private talk. Yeah, let's shut down. Yeah. Thank you everyone that has joined us this morning, this evening, this afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you to the happy clappers, the super chatters, the haters, the one that like us. Yeah, we will see you in the next session. Thank you everybody. God bless. See you guys. Yeah.